Um, I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My DECODE been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in a good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep, bro. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. Tua Saba Tehuti. Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got problem in Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Put the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Osset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No,
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So Shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead. Show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Okay, check. I do a mic check. I'm going to turn the camera off for a moment and turn it back on and do another check. 1 moment, let's see. Audio check. Visual check. Check. If you can hear me but not see me, press A9. Okay, hear me but not see me because the camera is off. Press A9. Okay, and then in a moment the camera is going to go on. If you can see me and hear me, continue to press A9. How about that? Check. If you can see me and hear me, press A9. Checking the visuals and the audio. Wonderful. Let me check the room and see the 9s. Let's see the 9s here. Okay, we see okay, I see the 9s now. 9s, Anu, Antu, Lisa's here, Nook, Arrested, Bella, Primordial points to himself, who is 9, Boots, Anu, wonderful. And I see a new name in here, which is King Bar, who says Dua, Peace, Love, and Light. I like that. Dua, Peace, Love, and Light. That is wonderful. Shout out to King Bar. I always give respect to all the new people that pop up in the room because you're about to have an experience. You're about to go through a phenomenon today and tonight. This will be a phenomenon uncomparable to anything you've experienced before. So welcome to the podcast. Ra Moses says, ye are God's. Peace to Ra Moses. VRI is here all the way from London. Peace, love, everyone. To SABA for everything you do. Wonderful. Everybody's here. I see Harassed Dead here. I see a lot of people here. The great brother, Robert Williams. Shout out to you. Robert Williams, if you're listening, you can send me an email to try to clarify. You sent in a question, and I'm trying to figure out the question. Just send me an email for more clarification on one of your last questions you sent me. Shout out to Boots, Sasha. Peace. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Now we're going to start off with the proper frequency before we get into this. The questions that were sent in so far, the answers will be scary, and some of the topics I did not want to address, but I'm going to have to. This is Gabriela Lopez. She should be here. One of her questions are going to be answered. We're going to start off with the Moon is here in full effect. Minty Hotep is here in full effect. We're going to start off with the positive vibrations that we always start off with, and that is the affirmation for the new people in the class. You can go ahead and say it with us. Read it on the screen. If you have a question about the affirmation, you can send the question into PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TT Moon. And that's where I receive questions here. Spider hair. Questions at the Tehuti Podclass. Okay, that's Cash App TT Moon. There's the A. I'm a moderator with that. And let's go and start off with the proper affirmation. with the proper frequency. We're going to start off on the count of 3 beautiful individuals. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un en et ninte aset en ma'at min habapet en ma'at her en hu kiwi per ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. I'll leave it up for just a moment for people to absorb. Okay. That is the wonderful affirmation that I start almost everything important that I do with. And that includes, of course, the pod class. That includes my morning affirmations when I wake up with my Netzerts. That includes one-on-one sessions, even some business meetings, training sessions, diet plan meetings. Almost everything I do starts off with that affirmation. And it's a consistent frequency that I keep continuous with my inner family and my students. Welcome, everyone. Peace and blessings. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Glad to see you here. I'm glad you see me, and I'm glad I see you. I'm going to turn this down because people are going to be blowing up the messages, and I can't be seeing messages unless they're urgent while I'm doing this podcast, which is going to last a few hours. I can get messages within the breaks. Okay, so peace and blessings, everyone. Welcome to this experience, the Tehuti Podclass. And for those who don't know where you've landed, for the new people that are watching, the movement and organization that you stumbled upon, if you happen to be just going through YouTube or this popped up in your feeds, you are now within the realm of the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. Peace and blessings to all, and welcome you all to the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. Welcome, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who are new, who are watching, I've been breaking people out of the matrix for the past over 32 years now. Over 30 years, at least 30 years, 35 years. I've lost track. I don't really keep track that well of time. But over 30 years, I've been breaking people out of the matrix. And at first, of course, I had to be the first broken out in order to attempt to break others out of the matrix. I had to make sure that myself and consciousness was in the right place. And that took a long journey of several decades. It took a lot of neurological changes, a lot of DNA changes, and a lot of mental conscious changes within my life experience to reach the point where I was able to be very sensitive to the matrix. My experiences started when I was a youth. I still am a youth, but it started when I was a much smaller youth. And when I was a much smaller youth, I spent a lot of times examining animals. I would disappear from my mother and family for maybe 6 hours at a time, 5 hours at a time. And that time I would spend in the forests, in the swamps, in the rivers, swimming with the beavers, and in the ponds with the turtles. And I would just spend time with the snakes and the garden, the grasses, and all types of animals, just observing them, catching them, releasing them, catching them, keeping them, sometimes catching them, releasing them, and they still stayed with me after I would release them. While I was studying these animals, I noticed something very peaceful and interesting, and that was they were all consistent. They were all consistent, and none of them seemed to have health problems. The animals didn't seem to need any type of underarm deodorant, no breath control, no tooth decay, cavities. There was no liver problems, no STDs going on, no contact lenses. None of them were committing suicide. None of them were stressed out. They weren't having to go to the doctor to help their bodily problems. No urinal tract infections. I mean, it seemed like the animals are just living this life of consistency, and none of them were out of shape. I never saw a out of shape deer. I never saw an out of shape horse. It seems like all the animals I was viewing, they all seem to look the same. If you've seen one praying mantis, you've seen another praying mantis. You've seen one carpenter ant, you've seen another one. And all of them seem to have the same body shape. And what amazed me and what attracted me the most is they were all consistent in a unified force. They all work together within their tribe, pride, colony, depending on what animal you're observing. And they all seem to know exactly what to do and exactly what to eat, and they were all unified. As I was examining, when I would get back around people that were trying to convert me into religion, the people were actually completely ununified. Even though they said they were unified inside of the knowledge or whatever it is they were studying, as far as any type of structured system, there was no structure. There was no discipline. There was no eating diet plan. There was no spiritual system that they did in and out. And as I was studying and listening to the people, they would always refer me to past cultures. And then when I would go to the past cultures, all the past cultures that they were referring to me to, that we had to get back to knowledge of self, or Christianity, or the Hebrews, whatever, the Dogons, or the Yoruba, the Ifa, the ancient Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Maya, everyone they referred me to, every time I went to study them on the television, National Geographics, or my own personal studies, I was just a child at the time, they were all unified, like the animals. All the Dogons did the exact same thing. I didn't see a documentary with Dogons that had several different types of religions and different type of diets and different type of belief systems within the Dogon tribe. When I went and studied the Zulu, all the Zulus had the same way of life. If you talk to one Zulu about what they believed in, it was the echo of the other Zulu and the echo of the other Zulu. If you talk to one Aztec, the Aztec would say what the shaman said, and the shaman would say what the student, and it wasn't that one Aztec was this religion, one Aztec was that, one Aztec dressed like, and every time people were referring me back to, you got to know thyself, you got to get back to your roots, you got to get back to the Bible, whatever it is. And I would go into the Bible and I would see the Israelites seem to have one way of life in the Bible. Everything seemed to be in this structure, like the ants and the bees. And then people would say the ancient Egyptians were our ancestors, and I'll go study, look at the ancient Nile Valley culture, and I was like, this man looks like this man, and this man has this Purim Haru, and the other man 1,000 miles down the Nile has the Purim Haru, and this person is buried in a tomb, and 500 miles down the river, this man's buried in a tomb, and this man's, I don't even see multiple languages. I didn't even see multiple languages. I went and studied the ancient Shang dynasty. I looked at all these different cultures, and I was like, where's all the different languages and chaos and arguments and different diet programs, and where's everybody in the state of chaos that I see the people that are talking to me in, and I couldn't see it. So I knew there was something that was connecting the ancient cultures to the way that the animals were, but the people who were talking to me were not echoing the animals or the ancient cultures that they said. And I realized that there was an ego battle that was taking place. And the ego battle was just to prove how much knowledge people had out of their mouth and lips, but not to practice and be disciplined in anything. When I was a youth, I studied under what's called a Sifu martial artist. He was my guide, and he was very disciplined, very, very fast and very disciplined. And when I went into the culture that he was coming from, they all did the same thing. And I was like, all the ancient cultures were doing the same thing. And then the Christians would come and teach me about Jesus with pot bellies. And I'm confused now. I didn't understand what was happening. Jesus is in one, the Bible's in one hand, and the donut is in the other hand. And I was extremely confused as a youth growing up with these with these contradictive situations that were taking place. And people would tell me Jesus loved me, and I would say, yes, but do you love yourself? You're here to bring me the love of Jesus, but why do you look like that? when you have the ability not to. You don't seem to be as in shape as the deer and the zebra that I'm studying. You're telling me that Jesus loves me, but do you even love your own health? And I'm seeing you at the doctor every week and a cigarette in your hand telling me Jesus loves you with some Krispy Kreme donuts, and you're out of the movie theaters and hanging out or wherever you are. And I'm like, what's your disciplined lifestyle? Oh, we just have to pray and ask for forgiveness at the end. And I said, no. Something is very, very wrong here. And as I was growing up, I started questioning my family, questioning people in religions, and it created definitely a very uncomfortable situation. I was waking up and wanted to get to the truth. I renamed myself the Word when I was maybe around 18 years old. I don't really keep track of my age. I don't remember, but I definitely wasn't 20 yet, and I call myself the Word God, the God of the Word. And people were saying I was committing blasphemy by calling myself God and the God of words. What do you mean the God of words? And I said that sound, frequency, and sound is the way everything is created and communicated. I'm the God of word, and my name is the Word. And it caused a very uncomfortable situation where I was about to experience my first DNA change. My first DNA neuronic change was that I realized that the animals, the way that they survived off of biological imperative. And that every single thing the animals did was for their survival. They didn't do anything against their own survival. They weren't suicidal, depressive. They weren't doing what the people were doing. Everything I saw the people eating, the sugars and the cigarettes and all the things that people were doing, and the potato chips and the going out at night, drinking until they throw up, and all these different things. I'm looking at the animals, and every single move they made, every camouflage, every color change they made their body, everything they ate, every hunt they were on, everything they brought back to their children, it was all about survival, biological imperative. So in this discomfort in my household, my mother wanted me to leave. Now, at the time, I was a youth. I didn't have a job. I was very bad in school. I was extremely bad in school because as I was waking up out of the matrix, I got caught trying to burn the school down. I would fight the teacher, put them in jiu-jitsu moves, and I was completely rebel. I could not survive. I didn't understand the school system at all. I used to break out of class and go to the library and do my own studies and get caught and thrown out. And the principal said to me, if you want your grades to go up, join the basketball team and we'll do something with your grades. Then I began to hate basketball. Then I realized that the sports and everything was a part of this matrix, and that they weren't really interested in making me like the ancestors. They were just interested in making me a tall form of entertainment. I completely rebelled. So I had no school so-called education, dropped out of school at grade 9, but I would always break back into the school because that was my free library to teach myself. So I didn't have any type of job because I was unqualified to get any kind of job. I had no school training, no jobs, no certificate to get a job. So when my mother, when it got to the point where I had to leave the house, biological imperative set in, and that is, how do I survive without this school? They told me if I don't go to school and don't have a job, you can't go out there and work and get your own apartment. So we made a wager, and the wager was I put the only thing on the line that I had, that I was confident in, and that is my consciousness. And the bet was, if I could utilize my consciousness to debate the pastor of your church, then I get to stay inside the house. I get to have a roof over my head. If I lose, then I will go onto the streets. And so I set up that wager, and my mother set up the wager, and she was the judge, which was unfair because she was the Christian of the pastor that I was debating. So of course she's going to declare him the winner. So I put myself up against the toughest odds, and after about 5 hours of debating, my mother threw him out of the house. This changed my neurons because the time he walked out of the house, I took a deep breath and realized I have somewhere to live. But I don't have somewhere to live because I went to school, and I don't have somewhere to live because I have a job. I have somewhere to live because my conscious knowledge gave me a place to live through a wager that I made with my mother. I beat the pastor in my very first debate, and that gave me a place to live. So my neurons immediately changed to biological imperative being associated with the wisdom that I was learning and acting out. That made a complete change in my system. The next change was that the pastor put out a restraining order against me when I was about 18 or so, and that restraining order was against churches. I was no longer allowed to walk within the the premises or the vicinity of 50 to 100 feet of churches. So now as I'm walking, biological imperative is setting in again, because I could go to jail or lose my freedom or whatever the consequence was for breaking if it was a stamp by the courthouse and notarized as a restraining order, that I would pay a punishment if I were to go around churches. Therefore, I have to look around and sneak around, because if I'm caught around churches teaching people on the same block within 50 feet, I could get put. I didn't know what the consequences for an 18-year-old. I'm not sure what the laws were, but whatever they were, I'd be punished according to the law. So now, my first experience with having combat with the law and losing my freedom was also my consciousness. So my consciousness attained me a place to live, and now my consciousness attained me a restraining order, where the court officials and law put out something in my name to restrain me because of my wisdom. This completely changed me as a youth. Completely changed me. I wasn't a criminal. I wasn't out stealing. I wasn't robbing old ladies. I wasn't doing any of that. My law that was against me was teaching. And so what I would do is I would completely rebel against that restraining order, and I would go into the church with my head down, and I would set up a time to go in there 5 to 10 minutes before the church service started. And I would ask all the people questions while disguising myself, just holding my head down, asking people questions as a fellow church member. They thought I was a person in the church. And when the pastor walked in, they blasted him with the same questions that I beat the pastor in the debate with. And that started breaking people and waking people up. And I would go from church to Bible study to church. And if there's people from back then, shout out to Janice Williams and those who witnessed me doing this from 1993, 1992 or so. That's what I was doing. And that's how I started converting people, by actually going into the church and breaking the restraining order against me, but not speaking to the pastor who would recognize me, but getting the audience to attack the pastor. And because they couldn't get an answer, it affected them more than seeing me destroy the pastor. And that was my method to actually converting people. Then I would catch them outside of the church, and from there, I would just talk and start teaching them. I did that from church to church to church. And that was my life. I had no school to go to. I was expelled from the school. I didn't have anywhere to go. So I was just converting people. And that was my entire life. I had nothing. I would come home, go study the animals, come back home. And eventually, I found an organization that seemed to be along the same path of what I was studying. And I joined the organization, but I kept the same principle of teaching from the animal world and teaching from multifarious sources. This created a problem inside of the organization, because they said that I was not teaching within their curriculum. The actual owner of the organization, the teacher at the time, heard me teaching that which was not inside of the curriculum and said, you know what, I'm going to take from him. Now this caused a wave. This caused a very interesting effect, because the actual teacher that everybody was going to as the master teacher, as they would call him, said, the information he's teaching is not from my books. I'm going to take that. And he told me to stand up in front of about 400 people. He said, teach that thing you were teaching on nature again. I'm going to use that. And I went and taught it in front of the 400 people. He said, see that? I'm taking that. You all don't get mad at me. You all take my information. I'm taking his. And I knew at that point that there was not going to be a future here for me. Because, of course, this would cause human insecurity, causes jealousy. And I already knew what the outcome of that was going to be. And then, making it worse, he told the entire organization of 2,000 people with me there, he said, if you all want to learn how to be a teacher and teach, go to that brother, Amenhotep Ra. He will teach you how to teach. I knew it was over for me. I knew that was it. Because insecurities, people, melanated people that look like me don't seem to like structure and ranking systems. You know, they don't seem to like that. So when you put somebody over someone as an authority and they look like you due to the psychological effects that happened during slavery and the self-hate, there's always going to be some kind of rebellion taking place. They can't do it like like the Chinese or like anybody else, like the Jews on Pico Street have no problem with whoever's the rabbi. He's the rabbi. He's above this person's ranking. There's a ranking system, and every culture has the ranking system. But of course, there's a jealousy involved when it comes to people who seem to look like me, and that's exactly what happened. And the jealousy set in, and then biological imperative came in again, and I was threatened. Now, by this point, I had already set up a jiu-jitsu class in this organization that wasn't in the authority of the teacher ordained this, but I knew that I had to teach the people biological imperative, which was, it is beautiful to read these books and have this information, but if you get into a one-on-one combat on the street and you have to protect your family and you don't have a weapon, how are you going to defend yourself? And I would see the animals fight, and I realized that a nation needed a fighting system, so I created a jiu-jitsu system within the organization, and I taught people. Now, because of this situation that we were in, there was times where I could not go back into regular society. We were living on a property where I couldn't freely just leave and go into regular society. We were too busy working, and there was nowhere to go. You couldn't just walk out and go to the society. So I had to create a system in order for me to survive and eat more than what I was being fed there. So I created a jiu-jitsu challenge program for the brothers, which gave them a way to learn the jiu-jitsu fighting system, but also gave me a way to make a wager to survive. And that was, in order for me to eat, or in order for you to eat that day, or get extra food, you just have to last with me in a jiu-jitsu match for 30 seconds, and I will buy your lunch for that day or your dinner for that day. But if you don't last for 30 seconds, you have to buy mine. So I set up a biological imperative system of survival, where the way that I had to now survive for myself was to actually win fights on this open land doing jiu-jitsu, or I wouldn't eat for that day. And that is how I set up the biological imperative, while simultaneously teaching the brothers how to fight for survival. I combined biological imperative with the art, because I was also teaching them. When they would lose to me, that wouldn't be the end of the session, and now we go through the sessions, and they would pay me for losing. I would get to eat that day, and then I would train them jiu-jitsu, which created people learning how to self-defend. Eventually, this became too much for everybody. The people came to my residence, and they told me that I am not allowed to teach that which is not inside of the ordained books. The information I'm teaching from my books or from the animal world or wherever I'm getting this information from, I have to stop it, or they will burn down my belongings. And they brought torches to burn down my belongings. Biological imperative set in again. I had to escape that situation because it became extremely dangerous. I told everybody this on my arm. It's hard to see it now, but that scar there on my arm was because during one of the jiu-jitsu bouts to get my lunch, a Puerto Rican brother pulled out a razor blade and sliced my arm. And that was, he said, "I'm from Brooklyn. This is just what I do instinctively, sorry." So I'm fighting guys that have razor blades. It was too much. I had to get out of there. Eventually I had to get out of there because I wouldn't burn my books. So I had to get out of there, and I had to learn how to survive back into the world. And this was my very first time actually being out into the world society. Remember, when I was a child, I was just around the animals. I never had a job. I was expelled from 3 different schools. I never had school. I was never going to the clubs. I was never hanging out with the people. I've never even seen marijuana in my life until about 5 years ago. I've never seen marijuana. I'd never drinking any kind of alcohol, and I took one sip of something and I fell to the ground. My body didn't have all that in me. So here I am back in the world. I don't have any experience inside of this world, this hustle and bustle world. So I have nothing. So I have to create a system of survival. My aunt, beautiful aunt, fortunately, she helped me and assisted me, and I started dropping knowledge on her. And she asked me this question that changed my life, and I didn't realize it would change until recently, and that was, "How much do you get paid for this?" And I said, "Nothing." She said, "No way." She said, No. She said, "There's people that give lectures, and you have to pay $120 just to sit on the lecture seat to hear them speak for an hour and a half. You have way more knowledge than them. You don't get paid for this?" I said, "Not at all." She said, "Everybody gets paid for their talent." I said, "No, I never even thought about that." And here I am trying to survive, and I'm teaching all these people. So what did I do? I took the knowledge and I converted it into learning about health. And I started selling health products by meeting somebody who told me that they would teach me all the secrets of the health industry, but if I revealed those secrets, they would kill me. They would. I told this story many times. You've all seen it. They were going to put cement shoes on me or whatever they call. We're going to put you in the river, put you in the pond, and they put the cement to the shoes. And I had to make a vow, biological imperative again, that if I shed the knowledge that I have to what I'm learning from this person, the secrets, that I'm going to be killed. I took the information, made a survival off of it, and then went back to the organization that I wasn't allowed around, that booted me out, that had torches. And I went back there and I drove back in an Escalade, and they said, now they started spreading that I work for the government. I went back there and I said, no, you all can have this too. You take the knowledge of self, which is beautiful, but you also take this knowledge of how to survive economically without working for the man. Let me teach you. So when I leave an organization, I want everybody to know that people will never hear me talk badly about any group or organization I left, because I only take the good out of experiences and discuss the good things, even that which seems bad. I never will slander the group that I was a part of. If I leave something, I leave and become better and go back better. That's my challenge. That's my life. If I leave and join a group of people, or I join something, I leave to become better and build better. When I go back, the people follow me that I left. That is, when people leave the house of ATTON, or people leave these teachings, they become slanderers, or they just sit in an armchair and talk about something. I don't like that. I didn't like this. I didn't like that. What are you doing better? You don't leave Elon Musk with a Tesla car. You're not the CEO of Elon Musk, Tesla Corporation. You're there knowing all about the Tesla car, and then you leave, slander Tesla, and now you're riding a bicycle to get some milk. No. Leave to create a better car that you can give the people, but that takes a lot of work. Slander takes no work. Complaining takes no work. So when I left the organization, I did not slander any group or organization I've ever been with, even though they threatened my life. I came back and said, you know what? Here's the level I'm at. The teacher told me that he can't take the people to the level that I'm at. He told me that directly. He said he can't do that. So I came back and said, here's the level I am at. Let me teach you now the economics on top of it. I got people out of homelessness and help people with the information. And they started being able to feed themselves, their family, and they had knowledge of self. And this was the perfect thing. You didn't have to be what they call the poor righteous teacher. Just survive. You don't have to be rich, but just to be able to survive off of the wisdom, because that's what all the ancient cultures did. They survived off of their wisdom. They didn't have 9-to-5 jobs in Kemet. The wisdom is how they survived, because the job they had was completely intertwined with Ma'at. Every single person. There was no doctor without a Purim Haru. There was no scientist in Kemet without his own Purim Haru. There was no doctor who was not also called a magician. Everything was intertwined. So I went back and helped them with that. And eventually, as I was making this money with the people ended up robbing me, and I realized something very, very important, and that was money doesn't help anybody. And I refused from that point to help anybody with money again, because money was not the solution. The solution was purification of the Ebe, the purification of the heart, like the ancient peoples had. And that's how you actually make yourself a better being. You could give a serial killer $1 million and he'll just buy better equipment to kill people. It won't make him any more righteous and won't make him any more better. So what I did is I stayed to myself and I just taught my inner family. I took the money that I made, which I'm going to be talking about in class when I answer this question, and I did something very important, which is actually going to help with the answer to this question. And I saw that the world was being run off of this major illusion. There was a major systematic psyops that I was sensitive to, and I said, that doesn't seem right. And I said, there must be some type of magic going on. As I examined the world, I realized that there were actual magicians that were working with the government, that were actually working with psychology and the way the mind works and manipulation and illusion to actually create the society that where people were in to control them. It was actual magic that was taking place. So what I did is I took all the money that I made from the real estate and the health. I took a lot of it, about 90% of it, and I invested in the greatest magicians that were on the planet. I found the best magicians and I found their teachers. I didn't stop with the best magicians. I went to David Blaine's teachers, Chris Angel's teachers, David Copperfield's teachers, not David Copperfield, his teachers. I went to the teachers and I invested all my money in learning the different secrets and how the mind works, how illusion works, the difference between magic with a K and magic with a C, the difference between Voodoo magic, Voodoo Ifa magic, and illusionary performance magic. There's a difference. I put myself through ceremonies, rituals, and all type of things to learn the secrets that was controlling the world, so that when I taught the people how the illusion went and how the psyops went, I'm teaching you from the other side. I'm not teaching you from one going through it. I'm teaching you from one who can see it, because I know how the system, I'm coming from the other side of the cloth of the magician. So I did that, and I invested money in that, and I made a living off of just performing magic on the streets. Opened up for Harry Potter's book and did several different things pertaining to magic. That's all over YouTube. And I didn't have a job, and I took that and I was able to make a living with my family, to move, eventually move my family, or move myself to California. But I kept to myself. I didn't want to teach people because I felt that teaching people didn't want this. My students came up to me, and my mates, one of my Naturts said, you should go to YouTube and see these people teaching. It sounds like they're teaching similar to what you're saying, but it's not the same feel. It's not the same facts. It's not this, there's a lot missing. I went and checked out some of the other teachers, and I found some atrocities. I found some very strange things taking place, and very evil things taking place. And I found, as I investigated, I need to go find this to show you all. I found a cassette tape with my body on it. There was a cassette tape coming out with my body on it. My head was cut off of it, and another brother's head was photoshopped, and that teaching was being sold from here to the UK. And if you listen to it, I have to find that cassette and find that I have to find the cover page of it so y'all can see this. It's the same body from my intro that you saw in this intro, that's with the staff, the same body, but it was someone else's head on top of mine, and my voice still on the tape. And this tape was selling from here to the UK. It was selling from here across the world, and I was like, what is this? And the brother had my name. He took my name too. He called himself Amenhotep, and he cut my head off, and put his head on. I said, this is what's happening. This is strange. As I went and examined YouTube, I found one of my other Naturt's teachers, someone she was learning from, who you all probably watch on YouTube. And I said, oh, that's the person, that's the pastor I converted in 93. When I had a debate with him, he was going to be an upcoming pastor, and I beat him. And then he said, teach me. And I said, he became my student. Now he became a YouTube person that you all probably watch. And he was a person that was a pastor or a Christian minister, and then he came to Egypt and started teaching the symbologies of what was stolen from what. And that was my debate, one of my first debate wins back in the early 90s, who became my students. And the pastors would come to my classes and say, we can learn from you, but I can't take you back to my church because I'll lose my flock. And I realized that something very evil was going on, and that is, why can't the truth just be the truth? Why can't you just tell people where you're getting the information from? Why are there people that want me to be invisible? Why are people cutting my heads off of pictures? Why are people saying they can't take me to the church? I never understood this insecurity issue. I never understood, why do people want Tehuti Amenhotep to be an invisible person while they learn from him? And I said, I'm gonna start coming out then. I'm gonna come out. And I started entering interviews that turned into debate leagues. I didn't even know it was a debate league. And I started just beating people in these debates over and over and over again. And all I was doing was teaching. I never debated before in my life. I had official debates with point systems and all that. I just taught a topic, and I found that I would use my classes in the debate and just cut it up into 15 minutes and do some type of snake styles, and I would win every debate that I would enter. Then the winner is, and then I noticed in the debates they try to erase me. That's why in the intro you see that Jabari thing. And I was like, why are people trying to erase me? Where's the honesty? Like, why not just say this happened? It's true. There should be no problem with it. And I started realizing that the so-called conscious community is not about what it is that I was about. It was about ego, clout, and fame, and different strange things. And so what I did is I ended up going to Killer Priest show. Killer Priest wanted me on the show because he found out I told him who I was, and he said, "Oh, I wanted somebody like you who has one-on-one experience with a particular area that you lived in, and we don't have anybody like that. So could you come on our show and talk about that experience?" I came on the show and I did a master class, and Killer Priest was blown away. He said I was like an angel to him, and he said, "Just keep coming back." And he gave me every single Monday, and that became the Killer Priest Ma'at Mondays. And that's where most of the people here in the podcast came from me teaching on Killer Priest. And as I was teaching, again, I was making no money from it. And that was not a problem. I told Killer Priest, I never even talked to Killer Priest about money. That wasn't even on my mind. And the first person to give me reciprocity was his engineer. His engineer took his wallet and dumped it in my hand. He didn't count the money. He said, "Tehuti," his name is AD. He said, "Tehuti, we have never seen anything like this on the Killer Priest show before. I'm going to see if Killer Priest can pay you on a regular and you can keep coming back. We've never paid anybody on the Killer Priest show before, but I'm going to pay you." He did not look at the wallet. He just opened it up and shook it. And whatever 20s fell out, he said, "Keep this, and you deserve much more than this." So the first person to ever give me reciprocity for my teachings during my Killer Priest days was the engineer AD at Killer Priest. And the reciprocity that I was making for Killer Priest show was like $500 a pop, $300 a pop, $200 a super chat, $350 a super chat. You should go back to those shows and watch them. I was on for almost about a year. And so that was fine. And I found that people recognized me from teaching them in Canada, Florida, New York, and they started having one-on-ones with me. And it took up too much of my time. And people started paying me for the one-on-one. They said, "I'll have a one-on-one with you." And then they would cash at me or PayPal me anywhere from $100 to $200 to speak with me for an hour and a half. And he said, "For this hour, you changed my life. You deserve much more than this, but this is all that I have." And I said, "Thank you." I never asked for $1. I just said, "I will spend time with you for about an hour and a half, and whatever you feel the reciprocity is based on what you see that comes from me in that time period, just don't. It's just a donation." And people were donating me more than what was being made at jobs, more than a doctor, more than a regular person makes in a day. And it was taking too much of my time, though, because I had 35 animals to deal with. The Killer Priest show every Monday. I had my Naturs, my goddesses. I had class with them. I had all type of things taking place, and it was too much. So I said on Killer Priest, I'm going to announce something, and what I announce is going to be a brand new concept that I'm going to bring to YouTube. And he said, "What's that?" I said, "I'm going to create a reciprocity system. I'm going to create what's called the Tehuti Podclass, and it's going to be a class where I'm going to be silent." They said, "What kind of class is this?" I said, "Well, the class will be based on the audience sending me in questions." Killer Priest said, "Wow, how do you do that?" He said, "How do you answer questions that you don't even know are coming in? You're not doing a lecture. He said, "These are my people. How are you answering the question?" I said, "Everyone has a particular gift. Everyone has a thing something that they wake up to as the netzer within themselves or the God within themselves. Some people are Tiger Woods. Some people Michael Jackson, with a glove, and some people are Prince. Some people are Michael Jordan. Some people are Einstein. Some people are Nikola Tesla. Some people. Everybody has a certain gift that you can wake up within yourself. My gift is the ability to break the matrix. That is something that I'm very, very sensitive to, and because I'm also a magician, I see the matrix before it even. I see the matrix from miles away, and I'm very sensitive to it because also I was around animals, which are very sensitive creatures to even weather changes. So I became sensitive, and I said, "That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up a class where you come and ask questions, and the class will be based around your question, and whatever you feel that is to you. And I will never tell you what it's worth, because one question answer can change your entire life. For whatever quest you are on personally, nobody can tell you what that is worth because it's your personal quest. It's your personal life. You could have a question that you ask that somebody else may say, "Man, that's not relevant to me. I don't care about that." And there's no problem because I made it personal. Whatever is relevant to you. And you send in the question and you send in the support for the gift that you see that you're about to get, because a gift is something that's given, you see? So if I have a gift, it means nothing if I don't give it. That's why when you receive something from somebody, that's what you call it. It's called a gift. So a lot of people say that person is gifted, they're talented. But what is that gift and that talent if it's not being distributed? It's a selfish gift. A gift means absolutely nothing. Michael Jackson's talent and Nikola Tesla mean absolutely nothing if they don't share it with the people. That's what a gift is. A gift is reciprocity, where you have a gift and you share it on, and the people that receive that say that is important to me, and I'm going to share something with you. And that is the system that I created for this pod class. So the way that you send me questions and support what it is that you're, because today's a special class. I did much more than I was supposed to. I was actually internally nervous as I was putting this together because I don't know what the results are going to be. I know that the matrix is going to be broken, but for the topics that are going to be discussed, I don't know what some of the other repercussions are for that. And I told my interns I don't care anymore. I don't care. Whatever it is, if I end up, something happens and I live under a bridge, I'll do the podcast from under a bridge. Whatever the repercussions are, I've already had people looking for me with little mics in their ears and all type of strange things happening. But whatever it is, it just must have to be, because I'm just going to teach, but I'm going to be very wise about how I teach it. But you're going to learn about some inner magic and matrices taking place today with the George Floyd situation, the White House, the Capitol Hill, all type of things that's going to take place today. It's going to be a little life-changing. But the support system for people that are watching, it works like this. Some people may ask, well, what kind of questions can I ask of the Tehuti Podclass? Can I ask if the Egyptians are black? You could. You could, and I'll answer that as thoroughly as everything else. But I want people to know that this is about whatever it is that you need to break, not the common thing that you see just going on every other YouTube channel. So, for example, question sent in here about orgone energy. This question came in about orgone energy, orgone origins. An original question was sent, and Sheshayat Angelina Martinez changed the question to orgone energy. Another person sent in a question, what is the best toothpaste herb cure gingivitis, bleeding teeth, gums, fluoride, destroying people's teeth? You see we're only on the first two questions. You see the diversity. Now, these questions may be laughed off the stage on other YouTube channels. They'll be like, go get yourself some Tom toothpaste and call it a night. Orgone energy, you're spooky. You did the pseudo. The orgone did the pseudo. The answer changed this person's life. This person asked a question here about feng shui. Feng shui going back to Kemet. What's the real definition of feng shui? Most people watching thought they knew what feng shui was. Every single person that answered on the panel was absolutely wrong, and everybody that answered in the chat was wrong, and nobody could give the original source of where it came from. And that's what the Tehuti Podclass is for. The difference in how we answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass and what you're getting everywhere else is there's one major difference. And that one major difference is the model that we have. And does everybody remember the model? We have a particular model, and that is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So when an answer is given here, you're getting first directly what the ancestors said before it became a new age concept to you in 2024. For those who thought they knew what feng shui was, because they're getting the 2020 new age answer, they never went to the book of, go back to that class, you'll see. They never went back to the coffin book that it came from. Most people don't know that feng shui has anything to do with coffin texts, with coffin afterlife readings. Then they learned it that day, and another person was so impressed with the answer that person gave a tip. And this is how the tip was 4774. You've never seen this on YouTube before. You've never seen that on YouTube before. And that is because when you think you know something and the carpet gets pulled from underneath you and you come to a complete realization, it's a life-changing experience. These are not just answers that are being given. This is guidance and life-changing, where your reality is changed after each answer. So At the end of the answer, people give tips for how they saw the performance and the answer. The answers that I'm going to give you is going to be a book. You're going to see a live book and a documentary movie in front of you for every question that you send. Some of these answers are 1.5 hours long. Different topics: feng shui, Gnosticism. Somebody asked about Gnosticism. Someone else sent the question in and asked about eyesight. That answer impressed an eye doctor. Somebody else sent the question in and said, can you break down hyperhidrosis? This person had hyperhidrosis since they were about 9 years old. It's been tormenting them their entire life. Now they could go to the other channels and learn the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Jesus is stolen, Egyptians are black, and Jesus is stolen, Egyptians are black, and Jesus. And that is all ego. When it comes to actually asking questions about how you can apply things, how you can change your psychosis, your psychology. I did spiritual psychosis a few weeks ago. How to contact the deceased, how to contact the ancestors, how to daily practices. This is much different than learning about what somebody looks like. Well, after you learn what somebody looks like, then you apply and you start living the life as discipline. The Chinese child, after he learned Bruce Lee's Chinese, yes, Bruce Lee's Chinese and Bruce Lee's Chinese, the Egyptians are black and Bruce Lee's Chinese, the Egyptians are black and Bruce Lee. You don't see the Chinese people running around saying Jet Li's Chinese, Bruce Lee's Chinese, and they're debating hours and hours and hours. No. They start learning the martial arts from step 1, step 2, step 3, this belt, this system, this type of diet, this type of Tai Chi breathing. You live the life. You don't just brag about it. The Chinese invented jiu-jitsu. The Chinese invented kung fu. And you don't see the Chinese running out. Chinese invented kung fu. We can invent kung fu. No. Their children do kung fu. Do you see the difference there? They're not running around bragging about it. No. When you meet them on the street, they'll do it to you. You don't meet one of them on the street and they start arguing with you. We invented kung fu. No. Throw a punch at somebody growing up in the Tai Chi system and the Wing Chun system. Try it out one day and see if they have an argument with you. They're going to show you that they practice it. But what they do to you when you throw that punch is a result of years of discipline. Whereas if you're just learning, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are this, and Egyptians are white, and Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are Arabs. All these people arguing about it is strictly for ego purposes. That is all that is, to make somebody feel better. You think an Arab cares if the Egyptians are black? He doesn't care. Why? Because if he finds out the Egyptians are Arab, guess what he's going to do? After the 5-hour argument, he's going to rub his dhikr beads and say, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, kaif halik, ani kawais. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. That's what he's going to go back to. He's arguing to just disprove something and then go back to his Islam. Show me the Arab that argues about the Egyptians are black or the Egyptians are Arab, and then after the argument, he's teaching his children the Pur Emharu. He's teaching his children out-of-body experiences from the Anhur, from the coffin text, as they call it. He's teaching his children the system, daily life. Where's the Arab doing that? After he's arguing with you on Twitter, Egyptians not black, Egyptians not black, Egyptians not black. He doesn't care. It's just for argument's sake, to try to prove somebody else is not something. And Tyrone, who turned his name to Ptah Atun Seti Ra, he's arguing about it. And when that's done, he's going to go watch the Knicks game and eat Doritos and go to the Avengers. After he's proved the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. Okay, now what happens? Now we're all on an island and we've proved that. What's your daily discipline? What are your moral system? What's your spiritual system that we can set up a school on? What's the actual lifestyle? Because I don't see Ramesses arguing about whether he was black or not. He just knew he was, and then he moved on to a daily life. And that's what all the cultures were doing. And that's why the cultures were named after what they believed in. Not after what they know. They didn't name themselves after what they look like. We're the big nose culture. We're the woolly haired culture. We're the big lip culture. No. The name of the culture is based on their spiritual system. Every single culture that you can think of, whether it's the Zulu, whether it's the Dogon, whether it's the people of Ma'at, the name of what they were was the name of their eternal, immortal spiritual system. That's what they were called, what their system was. And so we teach the system, discipline, and that's what people don't like. Because after the ego is gone and you prove Egyptians had big nose, Egyptians had big nose, thick lips, and I ask you, what can you do with your big nose and thick lips? Okay, you've won against Craig and Kyle and Mustafa. Kyle said the Egyptians are white. Mustafa said the Egyptians are Arab, and you say the Egyptians are black, and you're arguing over big lips and thick nose and big lips. And okay, now what do you do with your big nose? This wide nose that you have, black man? Tell me what you do with it that Kyle doesn't do with his thin nose. What is the ability that you have? These thick lips that you have that you're bragging about, what is it that you do with the thick lips that the Eskimo with thin lips doesn't do? But they have a system that they live by. So nobody cares about these things after it's already been validated. Now you live a lifestyle, and every culture was about a disciplined lifestyle. But see, discipline is much harder than talking about it. You can talk and talk and talk. Now take your shirt off and let me see what your body looks like. That's a lot harder than talking. That takes hard work, sweat, blood and tears to discipline yourself to eat right, to go to the gym, to go to sleep at a certain time is a lot different than saying, you see, you got to be healthy. You see, the black man's healthy, the black man's gone. Every time I see a Facebook meme, some guy with a six-pack. Every time you see a Facebook meme with a black man and a black woman with the cartoons, and the black man's carrying the black woman, and the black woman's stomach is the earth, and she has the baby inside, and the black man's looking like a king. Every single one of them are muscular. Show me one that's not. Send in the chat. Send it in. Show me the Facebook meme of the black man and woman when it shows we are the black kings, and it shows the guy like this, and he's carrying the woman like this, and the woman has the earth in her stomach, and all those Facebook pro-black memes. Can you show me one without a six-pack, please? Can you show me one without muscles? Because every single picture that I see on Facebook and Instagram is a black man in perfect shape. The black woman has a huge bum. She has a thin waist. She looks gorgeous. She has nipples pointing up in the air. The black man has shoulders. But the guy that's teaching me looks like Bubba Gump. Because it's easier to talk it, but it's harder to do it. And at the Tehuti Podclass, the House of Atten, we teach to do, which is hard. That's harder than to talk. The talk is to actually do it, live the disciplined life. So people can send in questions that have no limitations when it comes to what it is about what they want to do in their life or what they want to learn. So for example, the good brother who may be in the class right now, his name is Maharu. He sent in a $50 donation, and he wants to know about out-of-body experience and how to discipline and develop himself to have that experience. And unfortunately, or fortunately, rest in peace, Renunet in peace to his beautiful mother, who passed while we were in interactions. And he said, that's the only woman I loved. I need to keep in contact with her. Can I have a one-on-one with you, or can you do a teaching on how to contact my deceased mother? And I did that. And ever since we did that class, he's been in contact with his deceased mother and the cousins that passed. And they have a relationship going on beyond this realm, which is exactly what every single culture people brag about, wrote about. Whether you're Dogon, whether you're Ifa, Yoruba, Kemetic, Aztec shaman, every single culture spoke about contacting the deceased, contacting the ethereal world. But when it comes to today, it's just the Egyptians are black, and I got a big nose, I got a big nose, I got a big lips, I got a big nose. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at them, they look at me, look at me, and you're contacting, you're doing nothing that they did, because you're only doing that to fight something that was against that. If there was no fight going on, you wouldn't talk about it, and that's why you can't open up any papyrus with anybody talking about it. Where's the papyrus with anybody bragging about their racial features, talking about it in writing? Not showing it, because they can only show what you look like, and there's multiple looks, but somebody writing about it, but that was something of importance. Where's that writing? Did somebody give me the papyrus, or somebody wrote about my big lips and my big nose and I am the black, and I'm this person? No. They wrote about the Natiru and discipline and the laws of Ma'at. and nature and understanding the ethereal world and understanding the physical world. And they were the only culture that built a unified spiritual society that ran over 4,000 years because they were neurologically and spiritually in tune, not out there arguing all day. What we teach at the Tehuti Podclass is discipline, support, reciprocity, because we know that everybody supports Doritos. We know everybody supports the Avengers movie. We know everybody in this room watching knows exactly who Spider-Man is. We know who you know Bruce Wayne. You know Batman's first name, his last name. You know it's Bruce. You know it's Wayne. You know it's Bat. Then it's Man. You know Peter and you know Parker. You know all of that because you gave reciprocity. So go see those movies, watch those things, and do the entertainment. All of that system that's around you. Buy the Colgate. Buy the everything that you're buying. Buy the cotton candy for your children. Everything that's killing you. Buy the donuts. Hanging out, sipping on the Heineken, smoking weed every day, doing all this. Everybody supports that. And so we say the Tehuti Podclass is time to support life-changing information. So with that understood, everybody, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I'm going to show you the very first question that was sent in. All right, I need to drink my water. That was sent into the Tehuti Podclass. Then I'm going to bring the panel, an interactive panel up in the room. And then I'm going to step away for a moment and come back and answer that question, show the donation for that question, and answer that question, which is going to be a very, very strange question. It's going to be it's going to be about the first question was sent in so far is about the butterfly effect. Oh my goodness, I think I may have done a little too much on that, but that's just what happens. We're going to invite the panel in the room, and then we're going to they're going to build for a bit. Talk about the support, talk about the House of Attend website, discuss the event coming up, Pathways of the Awakening, and then I'm going to come back and address this this question. It's going to be amazing. So yes, Tehuti and the Tehuti Podclass is the place where you can ask your questions, show reciprocity, and keep the system moving. And peace and love to everybody. Those in the comments, I want to tell everybody right now that I hardly read the comments. So peace and love to all those who are writing positive things. Those who are writing negative things, they don't get to me because I only go in the chat when I invite the people in the room. My moderators look at the comments, and the only way to send me something or communicate with me is to come on the panel after you show reciprocity and sending cash apps and PayPal. But for those who are saying beautiful, positive things, peace and love to all those who see this phenomenon taking place. For those who are saying negative things, peace and love to you because you're just in a state of disturbance, just inner disturbance. If I tell somebody who's against me or something that's going on here, I say, shh, relax, calm down. Say some sentences, not against me, but discuss what it is that you're doing to replace this. Only talk about the positive that you're doing and show the people's testimonies on how you changed your life, and we'll praise you. Try not to have a conversation against something. Let's see how long that lasts. You know, when you get into an argument with your lady or your man, the argument lasts for an hour. It goes on and on. The complimentary conversation doesn't last an hour and a half, does it? I love you. You're the best. No, don't talk. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. You're the greatest that ever happened to my life. Oh my goodness, you're the most greatest cook in the world. You love me. You make love the best. That doesn't go on for an hour, does it? Anybody show me? Give me a recording of that happening. But you have people recording, people on the streets and people in their houses through a window arguing for 2 hours about the negative because it's easier to destroy than to build. Anybody in this room can destroy a car. Get a sledgehammer, some fire, and maybe another car, and you can destroy a car. Much, much more difficult and disciplined than to build a Tesla or to build a Honda, isn't it? You can destroy a car in about 20 minutes. And, I hate this car. I don't like it. And destroy the car. Now, can you build me a car, please? Because now that you've destroyed my car, I would still like to drive. Can you help me? Oh man, let's talk. See that guy's car over here? I don't like that one either. Let's talk about that one. This car here, I don't like the way the. No. Shh. Don't talk about what you don't like. Can you build me a car, please? That's where it becomes difficult. For those people that dislike things and say negative things, peace and love to you too, because it just means that you are insecure within self. Because if you were secure within self, you wouldn't be saying or typing negative things. You'd be typing the things that we should follow, that you do, that we can watch you as an example. So I say, shh. Don't give critique and advice. Just let us look at you and follow what you do. And if it changes our life for the positive, we and I will give you testimony. Try that for a while. But it's difficult if you haven't saved anybody's life, if you have no ranking system, if you have no community, if you have no system that's taking place, if you're just somebody on an armchair watching YouTube, speaking against, then that means that you're having an inner war within yourself, because when the YouTube shuts off, that's the end of that aspect of your life. And if you are doing well, and if you do have a community of people that you're helping, and you do have testimonies, please bring that to the podcast, because I want to hear about all of them. I'm only about the positive. I was a part of a group called the Nuwabians. You will never hear me say anything negative about that group. Why? Because there's no purpose of saying anything negative. I was a part of other systems, and I will not say, you have not heard me. I was a part of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I have not said anything negative about the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Why? Because I left it, became better, and went back into that same church and saved people out of it, where they said, what you're doing is better than this church. Don't speak against the church. Do better, and people will follow you because you're the example. That is what we teach in the Tehuti Podclass. But it's easy because of the isfed and reptilian brain that we have in negative life and different frustrations and stress. That's really a battle within ourselves. It's easy to project that and spit out negative about everything and anything, but not build anything. Harder to build. So I will never say anything negative about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but I will tear apart the doctrine and show you better. But as far as what he built, I have not done that yet. He had school buses, school systems you could take your children to. Much praise and henu to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Marcus Garvey and everybody that did something positive. That's why you will never hear me say anything negative against them. I will just build my gift to show an example, to change people's lives for the gift that I produce. That is how you live your life, and that is how you build a community. Like, stop the negative talk. Construct me, please. That's why I say I don't give breakdowns. I'll give a breakdown and a build-up. So with that, I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm going to put the first question on the chat and in the screen, and we're going to go ahead and get to the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. It is a beautiful thing. Peace and love and ma'at to everyone, everybody that is here, everyone that needs help. Seek the help and become a better being. And to do that, you first have to find out what is taking place within. There's the link right there, everybody. So come to the chat for those supportive people, the great students. One of the great students of the Tehuti Podclass is actually doing something very, very beautiful. He's actually in Ghana right now as a president of. Let me see if I can put this on the screen right here. So this is a brother, one of the great students that comes, one of the great students and supportive students that come to the Tehuti Podclass. And not only is he great and supportive, but he is also an actual doctor, helping saving people's eyesight. So I want to go ahead and show what is it he's doing on the screen. and let me go ahead and let the people. I hear people coming in the room, and I'm going to let them in a moment. So go ahead and come into the room. Supportive people, we're the supportive people. Lisa, I haven't seen you come into the room. Come on in the room. Sasha, come on into the room. You are great supportive. Come on into the room. Let's not be an introverted nation. Come on into the chat. Most lecturers don't even allow people on the panel other than the other people that are lecturers. I want people that are in the system, people that are in the student classes to come in, interact, give your testimony. I will speak with you. You can speak back, give your appreciation, jump on into the room, jump into the panel, say peace and love. Like you say peace and love. How many people, for those who are watching, my great students, how many people since last week have you spoken to in person? Just said peace, hi, how you doing? In your regular life. So we're saying, if we're saying peace, hi, what's up, man? How you doing? It's a matrix, people. You're allowed to come into the chat panel, the Tehuti Podclass, with non-matrix people, and come say peace and hi and love to your fellow people that actually are with you. So we invite you in. Here's Harass. Harass is in the room. And there's Annie. I don't see him, but I see there he is. Manifested. Okay. There he is in the room right there. Peace and love, you all. There's Israel Hoyle. He always randomly jumps on. He knows he can jump on anytime. Maharu, you can jump on anytime. Beautiful Lisa, Sasha, you can jump in anytime. Ryan Elliott, peace. I've seen you a few times before. If you're a supporter, feel free to come on in, say peace and love. And Nefra Kepret, I haven't seen you in the chat and the panel in weeks. I don't know what happened to you, but peace and love to you, Nefra Kepret. Hope to see you sometime soon. And Boots is Sasha. I'm not that sharp on the computer. Stop. I use my iPhone. I don't even know what an iPhone 7 is. That good or bad? I don't know what even that is, but I want to learn how to do all that one day soon. But I don't know how to even log into the live chat. Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, I hope you get an iPhone 8. I'm not sure if that. I don't know about these technologies. So I hope you get a different iPhone and hopefully can jump in with the iPhone 9. Shout out to Manko Ra who jumped in. Golden Eye. Now, Golden Eye. Is that Nahum Golden Eye, or is that the other Golden from the islands? There's two Goldens in the room. Is that Nahum Peshahati, or is that the Golden from the Bahamas? There's two of you. Okay, shout out to Primordial Thought. Dashe is in the
Peace
room.
and love. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Dashe. Peace and love. That's Energy Man right there. Dashe is Energy Man. He's full of that passion. I love Dashe. He's also one of the only people in the chat in the podcast that tips from tips. He has to work a job that makes tips to send tips. I can appreciate that because he knows he doesn't have to get tips that day, do you? You can work a day and be nothing, not much, right? I've worked tips. I did a tip thing where I used to perform on the streets and I made $8. And the next day I made 200. I made 200 the next day.
Right.
Weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to you. Shout out to who's on the panel. We got Annie. We got Sarah Harass, Dashe, Primordial Thought 9, Menko Ra, and the wonderful Bella. Oh, this is that is Nahum. Okay, the other Golden is the other one. Shout out to you, Nahum. All right, so peace and love, everybody. How you doing, Annie?
Hotep Great Saba. I'm doing excellent. Extremely happy. Though I am tired today. I've had a very extensive day, but I am happy to be here and happy to see everyone. Peace and love. How are you doing, Great Saba?
I am doing wonderful. I'm doing great. The wonderful sister Gabriella. Yep. Gabrielle Lopez sent in a question that, what do they say in this weird culture? Risk it all? Some will risk it all, but she sent in a question that's gonna make me risk it all, and I'm gonna answer this question with whatever may come with this. So hopefully it's okay. It's not censored. But she asked me a question, and it got me super excited, and I'm going to reveal a lot. So I feel really, really good. I brought somebody special to class today that has to do with the with one of the questions, the butterfly effect. And I don't know if you've ever, you all have never seen her before, but I'm going to show her soon. She's below me right now. But I'm feeling good. Thank you for asking, Annie.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm excited to meet the butterfly effect. So yes, I'm happy to hear that too, our great Saba.
Nini Uk. Harassed it. How are you, young lady?
I'm great. I'm glad to be here. I'm ready to absorb and receive everything. I'm happy to have another great podcast.
Okay. Wonderful. Great. Dashe, how you doing over there? What's going on? How are you feeling?
I'm healing. I'm healing up. But just like she said, just ready to hear the information as well. And, just the internal, man, I'm happy to be here. I have no words.
Okay, good. You didn't get bit by a viper, did you? Or not? You didn't get bit by any snake, did you?
No, it felt like it. It felt like
it, right?
Yeah, I felt like it. It felt like it. But
it felt like it. Snakes with legs. But yeah. Snakes with legs and arms. You heal up, brother, and stay strong. You're doing great, my brother. You're doing excellent, man.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Primordial Thought 9. How you doing, young brother?
Hey, peace, great Saba. Feeling good. Hey, just we here, man, enjoying this beautiful day. Got the kids, they out here. Got the children, they back here on the water slide, Saba. They back here in the backyard playing. And outside enjoy.
You have one of those. You're like the MTV crib guys. You have water slides in your house.
No, so I don't even got no pool. We put out the remember back in the day we used to pull out the blue tarps and put that water hose on that thing. Saba, they got new and improved water slides now. You just got to hook it up to the inflatable thing, and they out there having a blast. So
that's good.
Gabby's listening to you as well, but she back here in the back watching the kids, do they?
Is it like one of those like the blow up things that people buy and it has all those balls that the kids goes into, but yours has a water slide on it?
It's just a water, yeah. They out there in the back just making it happen.
Okay. So you're not out there secretly living like 50 cents.
Nah, so I don't got one of those.
Okay, good, man. I like that. That's good. The children are enjoying the sun, enjoying the water. That's beautiful. Family time, excellent. Good to hear that. And before I get to you, Menkur Ra, let me give a shout out to one of my favorite names and supporters in the podcast. I love saying this. Look, this brother has gone all out and writing Metanetter. Oh my good, EUR. He's writing Metanetter. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut Atum. Shout out to him. He's a consistent comer, consistent supporter, and this name is just I could do a class on every single name in his name. So shout out to him. He says, what did he say? Intense adoration. Thank you, Saba. Peace in the chat. Yes, Amun, you also are welcome to come to the panel anytime. You're one of the great supporters as well. Shout out to you. Menkura, how you doing? Great, brother?
Peace, Hotel Saba. I'm doing well. Happy to be here. Ready to tune in to the frequency of the Nakash with Kopesh.
Okay. The Nakash with Kopesh. All right. Okay. I want to tune into that frequency too. Thank you, good brother. And on to the beautiful Bella. Bella, how are you doing? I see Gabrielle chatting in the chat. I'm gonna see what she's saying. It's a big paragraph, but How are you doing, young lady? Bella, how you doing over there?
So for asking, young, beautiful SABA, I'm very happy because it's podcast day and I get to see you. So very happy about that. And I'm excited to learn from you and hear all the teaching.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I heard myself just hum right now. Was that? It sounded like me, but somebody said but it sounded like my voice. That was somebody did some magic just now. What was that? Somebody did that? You Dashe?
Well, I was disagreeing with what she was saying.
Okay, it sounded like my Okay, nice. All right. Okay, shout out to you, Bella. Wonderful. I'm glad you are here, and I'm glad I can have that effect on you. Wonderful. You are doing excellent as usual. I'm going to take a step away for a moment, everyone. Annie, if you see anybody recognizable that comes onto the panel, definitely let them in. What is this? What are you guys doing? Hold on a second. What are you guys doing? You got some air? What's happening? The Euros are... I don't know. I can't see them, but I hear them trying to talk to me or something. Okay. But shout out to all the great supporters. Yeah, you've never forget. That did sound like me, right? It did sound like Dashe did a voice impression or something. I haven't got tricked. I was like, did I just say Okay. But peace and love, everybody. I'm gonna step away for a moment, and I'll be back, everybody, to get into. Oh, let me go ahead and tease everybody with the first question in the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put that on the put that in the room right now. The first question here in the Tehuti Podclass, and I'm going to ask people on the panel. Sorry, excuse me. If they've ever even heard about this before. And here it is right here. Let me put this on. This is going to be everybody, especially new people. Get your pen and pads out. Get your do like Sasha. Get your iPhone 7 out. Whatever you use to take information down, because this question here, I actually got possessed with the answer, and and I actually answered the question and forgot that I answered the question, and did a whole another answer, and then I went back to print out what I answered, and it said, "Would you like to print 4 pages?" And I said, 4 pages? I only answered 2 pages, and I went scrolled down, and I realized that I put together the answer. I must have blanked out because I put together a whole answer, didn't even address the movie. So this is I had to go back and insert that. So here's a question right here. This is from Anu and Antu, who said that they will be coming in shortly. Oh, here he is right here. He says, here he is. He says, Hotep, Mary Saba, Antu and I will be in a little late to coming into the panel. No problem. As long as you're safe, that's great. So the question is, could you read that for me, Bella, please? What's that question there for everybody to hear? Oh, Bella must step away for a second. Dashe, could you read that for us?
For what is the meaning of movie? What is the meaning of movie The Butterfly Effect?
Okay, good. So anybody on the panel ever seen that movie? Raise your hand. Anybody in the chat ever seen that movie? There's the beautiful Nanny Mur. There's a lot behind the scenes, literally behind the scenes. Anybody ever heard of Butterfly Effect movie? Anybody ever seen it?
I've heard about it, never seen it. Me personally.
Okay, good. Annie Patel, you seen the movie? You liked it?
Yes, I really like that movie.
Did you see it before? Did you see it before you knew me?
Yes, those are my type of movies.
Okay, good. Yeah, it was years ago. Yeah, yes, exactly. Harass, did you see Butterfly Effect?
Yes, I seen it when it first came out, but then when the question was asked, I had to go back and I just wanted to go back and rewatch it again. So I rewatched it like 2-3 weeks ago again, but I seen it for the first time, and I definitely remember you mentioning it in the Monday class.
Okay, good. Dashay, he heard about it, but he hadn't seen it. Okay. Primor, are you one of the ones that had your hands up? Did you see it?
Yes, that movie is fantastic. That's definitely a classic movie. Definitely watched it, back in the time where it came out. So yeah, I'm excited to see, see you dissect this.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I'm gonna try my best, my good brother. I'm gonna try my best. I don't Butterfly Effect movie, huh? I'm gonna try my best. Somebody
have you seen it?
Okay with... What's that?
Have you seen it?
Have I seen it?
Because I've seen you do movies that I saw you do build-ups on movies you've never seen. So if you've seen this movie, yeah, that's gonna be even more fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I saw it back in 2004. So I did see it, and I really liked the movie when I saw it, and I understood what was happening, and I saw it, and it became one of my favorite movies. So yes, absolutely. But I haven't seen it since then. So it's been, is that 20 years ago? Bella, I don't know if you saw it in the crib. Bella, did you see that movie from the crib? From that's 20 years ago. Oh my goodness, what?
But you know what? While she was in the crib, I was unconscious of it. Unconscious. The title always intrigued me, but never enough to go watch it. Okay. Yeah. To be fair.
Okay. I man, I must be like 7 years old. I don't know. Manco, you saw the movie, or you just heard about it?
I seen the movie a long time ago, Saba. So I'm looking forward to what you're gonna do based on knowing the secrets of the magic of how they're controlling things and the illusions that we're under. I know you're about to body this.
Oh my goodness, I'm about to body it. This sounds like a battle rap. Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Somebody said I did okay. Elaborating on movies. I'm gonna try with this one. I haven't seen this in 20 years, and I never went to go look at it after the question was asked. I never went to go look at this movie, so we'll see what happens. Bella, you heard of Butterfly Effect, and you ever seen it?
No, I've never seen it before, but I know I can see what I'm supposed to see through your teaching.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, beautiful people, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step back. We're going to answer this question. Get your pen and pads ready. Get your Cash Apps ready. Get your PayPals ready. Get your however you take notes, whatever you do. This one is going to be Anu and Antu. If you're listening, hope you're going to see it. Hope you're back. By the time I start, it was your question, but here's for those who are viewing audience who just came in. The Butterfly Effect. This is gonna be. I don't even know how to describe what this is gonna be, but we'll see when I come back. Butterfly Effect is going to be answered. Is it just a regular movie? Is it just something for entertainment? Is it again predictive programming? We're gonna find out, and I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll bring her when I come back. She's been down here. But this is for those who didn't see this. This is or-am. Or-am is a word that means to eat. Can you all see him? Am I holding the hat the right side? Can you see or-am? Is he there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So or-am is the my bird-eating spider. And he's named after the type of species that he is, which is a bird eater. So in Ma'at, the little bird called the or, it represents something that's great, but sometimes it represents something that's too great, where it becomes overwhelming or imbalanced, and something that's over necessary. That became the or, so it made the word or be something negative. When sometimes or is a positive word, it means something good, but then when there's too much of excess of anything, becomes negative. So or became a negative thing. The word am means to consume something, to eat something. So or am is a word that this spider is named after because it's a bird eater. So he's named after consuming that which is too excessive to bring things back to a balanced level. So that's why I named him for the bird eater. I'll be back, everybody. And then when I show it down here, Menkura, remember when I did the class on the Ankh?
Yes.
And then I brought my serpent out, and I said, what if I bring a serpent out and he's shaped like the Ankh?
Yes.
And you said, how is he has a class, but he's bringing the animals that match the class? Well, I'll be back, everybody, because what if I bring my other animal out that has the butterfly effect on her? I'll be back. Peace.
Yo, let's go.
Otep Henu Makaru. Everyone, peace and love to everyone here with us live in the chat. And peace and love to everyone who is watching on the playback. houseofatton.org. You can go get your merch. We have a lot of things there, and I'll go over it a little bit after everyone speaks. Make sure that everyone hits the like button. Hit that like button and share the link out so we can get people in here and notified of the podcast. The support links that you see scrolling across the bottom with the Cash App and PayPal, those links are posted at the top of the chat. So if you look at the very top, you'll see a pinned link, and that is where you support. That is also where you ask questions. So the podcast is based on questions. And so the great students and those who inquire to SABA Tehuti, you send in a question through those links there, and he will bring forth what you are about to witness in this class here. So Tuan Henu, to everyone who participates in the system that SABA Tehuti is bringing forward. It's a very beautiful thing where we all get to receive the benefit of his teachings based on a personal question that someone may have. And because of that, we also send in our support and reciprocity for the teachings, for the time, for the guidance that the great SABA Tehuti provides us within answering the question. So it's a very beautiful thing. And I'm very excited for this podcast, as I am every podcast. There's nothing like this on the planet. What the great SABA Tehuti is able to do, he is one of one. And so this is a extremely unique and rare occasion that is taking place here. And I've always said from the beginning, do not allow YouTube to teach you to take advantage of what's being brought forward because you can click on a link for free. This right here is something that needs to be supported, and we should support SABA Tehuti for all that he does, because we're in here every week. The great brother Tefrim Kima'at speaks about sneak learners and those who are always watching the classes, never comment and never send any support. So again, I always speak about you can send in your support anonymously. So there are some who may not want it to be known that they are supporting the podcast, and that can be understandable. So just say, hey, anonymous, but here's the support. Thank you for the teaching. I learned something, or I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate your consistency of showing up and doing this consistently. It's one thing to be disciplined and consistent on just normal everyday things that should be implemented, but to continuously do something like this at the height of levels that he does it, it's like breaking your own record consistently. That is for anybody who does anything great, overstands the difficulty that it takes to be able to do that, and he does that time and time again. So support this. Hinu and Tua to all the great Maru, Maru being the word for supporter. from Mer. It also creates the word for pyramid, what's known as the pyramid, and also love. So we definitely give our Mer to the Mer because you are assisting in building this Mer. So it's a beautiful thing. And so now we'll go around the panel and we'll let everyone speak. Tua to Hinu and Tua Hotep to everyone here on the panel. Great to see you all. And yes, we'll just go around and let everyone speak from their eve and let their ka be expressive here on the Tehuti Podclass. So peace and love. Harass did. Hotep.
What's up? I'm gonna start with saying life, health, and strength to Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. My SABA, our SABA, one of one. There is no second. He is the manifestation that does make the world bright for his conscious light. SABA has inspired me in ways and motivated me in ways that no one has ever. SABA is the butterfly effect. I can watch, give an example. I rewatched one of his very first classes a couple weeks ago. After this, and it had a completely different effect on me than when I had first seen it. So that's what I mean by SABA is the butterfly effect, because like I said, you can watch something once and then rewatch it again after a different experience, and it'll enlighten you in ways that you didn't catch the first time. I'm glad to be here. Honored to be in his presence. Tua.
Yes, peace and love. Tua for your words and everything that you do, Harass did. Tua. And yes, and we'll go to Bella Hotep, the wonderful Bella with the I love the serpent that you have in your rap. Looks great.
Tua, I noticed and I have black and gold to match SABA, so that made me happy. I knew to SABA and his netserts. I am very honored to be his student and speak with him as much as I'm able to. If you're watching, please do anything you can to support him because he is netser, he is our SABA, and that's worth acknowledging, and he constantly, constantly gives to us, so it's only right to support him and give your ears to hear what is said. And every word he speaks is a teaching in itself, no matter if it's set up in the podcast format he does or not. So I highly suggest to support him and give praise to him and his netserts for being who they are. And yeah, so very much for letting me speak, and to everyone on the panel for being here and doing that which I said for SABA and his netserts. So,
peace and love, everybody. Another great day to enjoy the great SABA. Definitely excited, man. Like Ani said, man, breaking your own record. That was phenomenal right there, because that's exactly what SABA's doing on a consistent basis. Definitely breaking his own record, and to be able to have the power, the knowledge, to be able to expand thousands of individual coups on a weekly basis based off of the podcast, but I can only imagine what SABA does and the people who he is that doorway to on a day-to-day basis. So to be this walking embodiment of the Pau, it's inspiring, man. So Tua to you, great SABA. Hinu and Tua to all you wonderful brothers and sisters on the panel. Definitely appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Ani, for just showing up, bro. Being tired and continue to, show yourself, man, and continue to be here, great brother. That's definitely dedication in itself. A lot of people don't know what goes on behind closed doors, behind the scenes, to where, people still got a lot of things they got to handle in their life. So Henu and Hotep to you, great brother. Henu and Hotep to everybody in the chat, everybody that watches in the future. Definitely excited. So, peace and love to everybody. Let's continue to grow. And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Hotep Henu, peace and love to everybody. Sending positive vibes to our master teacher SABA Tehuti, who represent the Netaru, and that is definitely not something that's easy to do. And so definitely support a master teacher for his excellence in representing the Netaru, and he is already definitely going into the Hall of Fame for how he represents. And so Henu Hotep to Ani Patah for your magnificent work ethic. When I think about you, I'll be like, whoa, like this brother has no chill. And I want to say one other thing about SABA too, since we're speaking on, or he's gonna teach on a movie. Now that I'm in the film industry a little bit, it is to be able to produce a movie is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of time, effort, money, focus. You have to be good with people. There's so much that goes into producing a film or a documentary. And SABA does that for us week by week at a very high level. So I couldn't imagine what it would be like if SABA actually directed an actual movie. So that's something I would love to see. Speaking of movies, Hotep Henu to Harass Dead. You was like doing spoken word and your little thing talking about SABA. I like that. Appreciate that. Hotep Bella, Tua to you for all of your adoration, your consistency for our master teacher SABA Tehuti is very powerful. We can feel your energy for him and his Neterts. So Henu to you for your Dejed and holding them up. Peace and love to Primordial Thought 9, great brother of wisdom, family man. We appreciate you and your powerful words of wisdom. Definitely looking forward to everything that's going to happen today. Henu Hotep.
Yes, Henu Hotep. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So two out to everyone here with us and who's here just to learn and to take in and imbue, like the great SABA says. There's many conversations and debates going on, but there's no actual implementation of the teachings about who the debates are about. So this is where it takes place, and it's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. Let me go through that. We are a movement, and we are in motion. We are expanding, and it's a beautiful thing. So if you want to be a part of the House of Atton, you can do so. And you can just do that by going to houseofatton.org. And I just posted the link, and I'll share the screen to where you can go get some merch. We have a lot of things there. You can join the House of Atton. It's a beautiful thing. So are you all able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, here we are, House of Atton. And here, alongside the top, are many of the links. And up here at the top are the social links. So for those who are on social platforms, this is where you can follow the House of Atton. And I know many don't utilize social media because most people use it for ISFET, but here at the House of ATTON, we use it for teachings only. And that is all you'll see. And so we place ourselves within the algorithms so people can find us. There are people who want to find Ma'at but don't know that this exists. So we continue to do what we do. And here's how you join the House of ATTON right here. There are 3-level memberships. Keru, which is the Medunetic word for household member or family, inhabitant of the land, is Ker or Keru, which also creates the word for the voice and is the oar or the rudder used to guide a boat. And so we here at the House of ATTON, we each play a major part and role in guiding the entire boat as a whole of consciousness to get to our destination and bringing forth Ma'at and reestablishing Ma'at again here on the planet. And this is how you become a part of that. I host classes on Fridays called Ma'at Fundamental Fridays, and it's a free class that I give to the Keru. So if you're a part of the membership, you can definitely join in on these classes. They are phenomenal. We go over the SABA, which is the Medunetic word for instructions or teachings, such as Ptahhotep or Amenemope or Kagimni or Mary Kara, all of the great ancestors who left wisdom and guidance for us to follow. And that's what we go through in Ma'at Fundamental Fridays, which is for the Keru. And there are many things coming with the membership. And depending on which tier you get, you'll either get 5, 10, or 15% off here on the shop section, right? And so we have all types of apparel for everyone: short sleeve, long sleeve hoodies. We have youth apparel as well. So it's a very powerful thing. Hinu and Tua to the good brother. Let's see, what is your YouTube name? Here, Golden Eye. Peace to you, Golden Eye. This great brother just went here and supported. Get you a House of ATTON shirt. So to us, you great brother for that. And we have all different colors for everyone. Very beautiful and very high quality. So Tuan Hinu to everyone who supports in this way and representing the House of ATTON and letting people know the material exists. And guarantee you this will bring forth conversation when you're out. It happens all the time. So yeah, we have so many things. We have bathroom sets as well. And this is, I love this. Shower curtains, bath mats, towels. These are beautiful. And there are red and black here. So extremely high quality. What the House of ATTON brings forth is always representative of what the great ancestors brought forth. Very, very powerful. Notebooks as well. There's a lot of scribes in the House of ATTON, whether you draw, whether you write, artists, poets, or just writers in general, whether you write your heka, your notes, and you can come here and use this as a heka, use this as a upesh book to write your recordings or your what's known as dreams. Keep track of those. So, you know, it's a very powerful thing. When we look at the great ancestors, everything that they did, every piece of item that they had was imbued with their way of life. They had a spoon. It was a body of a woman swimming with a shell to hold the makeup or the bowl would have feet on the bottom to represent the Medu word an, which means to come forth or to bring offerings. So the daily items that we use were always imbued within the Medu Neter, and so that is one of the major goals here at the House of ATTON, is to again bring forth items that we use every day, but imbue it into our way of life, to once again attain the consciousness of always keeping that at the forefront of the mind whenever you're traversing where the matrix is all around you at all time, and everything is created to distract you and take your attention away from excellence. And our job is to keep everyone sa'ak, which is the Medu word for focus, focused in. So to everyone who utilizes what we have here, we have these very beautiful desk mats here that don't just have to be used for that. These are very thick, very high quality. The print is beautiful, and you can use them to place your sacred items on. You can be creative. We're creators here, so we take these items, and it's like what you see on the Great Saba's hat is a covering, right? It's a covering that you can get here under apparel, and he put this on his hat, right? And so you'll see it also can be used as a mask, but he put it on his hat, and so that's what we do with the items here. So, and also the great ebooks, Stepping Out of the Matrix, Melanin Dark Consciousness. So come shop with us, come support SABA Tehuti. When you support the House of ATTON, you support SABA Tehuti. In case anyone is questioning that. So of course, it's a beautiful thing, what's set up here. We have all the pod classes here, and we have the Great Saba's Cash App and PayPal here as well. So you can utilize these links, and here are the classes. And as you can see, this is the class that we are in right now. And here's the playlist where you can go through all of the pod classes. So it's all nice and organized for you all, and convenient. So Tua for that. And here we have the House of ATTON, where we also go live every Sunday. And we also bring forth classes throughout the week when the Karu, the members, want to also bring forth the class. So it's a beautiful thing that we have going, where when you're a member, you also have the opportunity to utilize the platform to bring forth a presentation that may be important to you that you want to speak about. And so we also do that as well. So we go live every Sunday. So we have the Ma'at Fundamental Friday classes. We have the Tehuti Podclass on Saturdays. And then we have the House of ATTON Sunday study classes. So our weekend consists of teachings and learning and building, while everyone else is utilizing their weekend to do whatever they do. We're here building and studying. So to everyone who participates. And so I also have organized each of the great leaders, myself, Ani Patah, ATTON Tehuti, the great brother Minku Ara Mary Ma'at, the great brother Tefrim Kim Ma'at, and the great brother Primordial Thought 9. Each of us bring classes, and we rotate on Sundays. And they're also organized here. So I created a class called Scribal Sessions, and I just went through number 9, and I went over the Neter Patah. And this is a class that has never been given on Patah. 4 hours of just straight teachings on his name, letter for letter, and why this is his sound vibrational tone. So you can go here, and all my classes are also lined up here. Scribal Sessions and the classes that I was given prior before that. So take your time to go through. We have plenty of teachings for everyone. The great brother Minku Ara just did a class called Standard Bearers, Ta Mare, and Advanced Civilization. Very deep, very powerful class. This great brother is great. So Tua and Hinu to him, and make sure you all come here and support. Watch these classes. Tefrem Kema'at, who goes through the ancient literature, whether it's steles, different papyruses. We can see here through the playlist, Hymns to Asar, part 1 and 2. And here are some of his classes that he was doing prior to doing the readings. So he has some phenomenal classes here. The Great Primordial Thought 9 has joined us as leadership here at the House of ATTON. So he started as a Karu and is now a leader of the House of ATTON as well, with the rest of us here that you see on the panel, Great Brother Minku Ara, Tefrem Kema'at, and myself. So he just did a class called A Father's Day, Dear Sa. Very deep. This great brother is full of wisdom, and he loves to teach it. This was a very special class that he did, so you can definitely utilize this. So Hinu to Primordial Thought 9 for this. And here is the ancient literature readings, the sorrows of Aset, going through different steles, the famine stela, the satrap stela, a hymn to Tehuti, prayers of Pa-Hare, creation stories. Again, more stele readings, prophecies of Nefertiti and lamentations of Ka-Kepere, the admonitions of an Egyptian sage, destruction and resurrection of Heru, the hymn to Aten, the destruction of mankind, pyramid text, continuings of Heru and Set, the eloquent peasant, the story of Sinaway, the shipwrecked sailor. So we're going through all of this ancient Seba'it that no one brings forth and teaches on. So Hinu to the great brother Tefrem Kema'at for going through these. And here is a reading of the Anuma Alish that who just came on the panel. The great brother Anu went through and read. So you can also check this out. And here is the class that he did, who is Marduk. A very phenomenal class. And there are more coming. So Huan Hinu. And here is the social media. Here's our link tree. Everyone go here, join our link tree. We have a Patreon as well. And we have a Spotify. So here at Spotify, Nefertiti, she goes through and she edits these classes. She does a lot to these classes. So she puts a lot of time, energy, and effort, and Marie into taking the visualized form of the podcast and turning it into an audio form, and where it just brings forth the teaching. So if you're in motion and you want to just listen to the classes, that is what this is for. So here you see the class from last week, Transhumanism. Tehuti Podclass number 122 is up. She does Sunday studies as well. And as you see, there's a lot of work that goes into this. So Tuan Hinu to Nefertiti for doing this and giving everyone the convenience of being able to listen to the teachings, just directly the teachings in audio form. So everyone can utilize that. And I also want to show the Patreon. And then after this, I'll pass it to the great brother Minku Ara so he can speak. So when you're a Kuru member, you get access to everything here on the Patreon. But if you would just like to have access to some of the discussions or debates that the Great SABA has that's not here on YouTube, you can join the Patreon and you can have access to these debates here. And also you can participate in the Pathways to Awakening, the digitized experience, where last year when we had the Pathways to Awakening in Los Angeles, it's a recorded event and it was edited, and now there's an hour, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds of what took place at the Pathways to Awakening, live performances, meditation, Ren ceremony, very powerful. The great Saba speaking, and when he speaks, everything is he's teaching when he speaks. So the introduction of the Ren to the House of ATTON from the teachings of Ma'at, and you can go here and purchase this to have that experience. And we will have another Pathways to Awakening this year, and this is where I will pass it to the great brother Minku Ara to speak about this year's coming up pathways. So peace, love, and Hotep.
Peace, Hotep. Welcome back, SABA. Really quickly, I'll say July will be a pivotal month as we are able to move forward with organizing the Pathways to Awakening. July 20th is going to be a big day. That's all I'll say behind the scenes. Welcome back, SABA. In the next break, I can talk a little bit more about the Pathways to Awakening. Hotep.
Hotep, SABA, you're mute.
Everybody hear me? I am back. Peace. Can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, I want to tell everyone that thank you all for those breakdowns. And I want to give everyone a little update. One of the great students, his name is Dr. LaRoche. And he is the founding president of he's also not only a doctor, but he's the founding president of the first Pan-African Congress in Ghana. And here is, we'll go ahead and show him. So this is one of the great students of the Tehuti Podclass, one of the great supporters, consistent supporters. And this is him right here in the center. He is holding up his Ankh there. He's bringing the knowledge of Kemet there. And he is, that is Dr. Daniel LaRoche. Like I said, he is the founding president of the Pan-Africa Congress in Accra, Ghana. So that's one of the great things that's happening right now. Go ahead and give Dr. LaRoche a little round of applause. That's him there in the center, in the white. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. His name is also, he has Tehuti also in his name. And Pan-African Congress and whatever positive things that he's putting in over there in Ghana. And as the founding president, shout out to him. Shout out to him from the Tehuti Podclass. Mr. LaRoche, appreciate you, good brother. And speaking of Dr. LaRoche, I'm going to read his donation here before I answer this question in the Tehuti Podclass. And here he is as a consistent supporter and donator of the Tehuti Podclass. He actually sent in, what's this? What's this here? Okay, he actually sent in the support and with a question. I'll put from, was it June? June 2/9. So we're going to go ahead and give Daniel LaRoche a big round of applause. I'm going to put his support up in the room. And he gives support to the Tehuti Podclass every single week. There he is right there, Daniel LaRoche. And could you read that for me, Bella, please?
For letting me read it. So it's $40 for 97 class on lost art. Question mark.
So give him a big round of applause. Give him some noise. First donation we're reading from Tehuti Podclass. So he wants a question answered on the on this lost ark, or what people are calling the Ark of the Covenant. He wants a class on that, so shout out to Daniel LaRoche for that. I appreciate you, good brother. These are the supports that's given here to keep the Tehuti Podclass going. For all those who are watching, you can send in your support to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at RockASV. Without this, there is no Tehuti Podclass, and there is no experience. I'm going to read one more, because the brother was on the panel, and I don't know if he's still on because I can't see the panel right now. It's Israel. Is Dashe still on the panel?
No, Saba.
Okay. I was going to get him to read it. Okay. So shout out to Dashe. I'll read this right here. Or get someone to read it. I can't see everybody right now, but what is this? Okay, there it is. Dashe, also known as Israel Hoyley. And Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Wonderful, Saba. $25 for a blessing.
Give him some big noise, big noise, big noise. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, beautiful people, we are about to get into the first question here at the Tehuti Podclass, and coming from the two people that actually just appeared in the room. I guess while I was on break, I did not see them prior to, but they are here, and that is Anu and Antu, who asked this beautiful question. I'm gonna put it up on the screen one more time, and Anu and Antu, you all can just elaborate a little bit on why this is even asked. Why would you want to know about a movie? I don't even know if you've seen it or if you just asked it because you remember me mentioning it. But go ahead and share it to the crowd to hear it right here. It's the question. Go ahead and read that. Antu, read that for me.
$40 for what is the meaning of the movie The Butterfly Effect?
Okay, wonderful. So Anu or Antu, whichever one of you all can see this on the screen. Go ahead and just elaborate real quick on what sparked you to ask that that question. Then I'm going to go ahead and get right into the answer.
You mentioned it in one of the Medu classes, and Anu and I watched it, and then we wanted to know more about what you know, how you can break it down, and what you can give to us within this movie.
Okay, and you say you and Anu went and watched it?
Yeah, after you mentioned it, we did.
Okay, did it seem a little, how did it seem to you watching it without the breakdown? Was it something understandable to what was happening?
I could understand it, but you'll give a much deeper understanding for sure.
Okay, and did you see anything, and now I'm going to ask you this question here, and Anu as well. Did you see anything in the movie that had to do with a butterfly? Was there a butterfly in the movie? Did you have a pet butterfly? Or?
No.
No.
So was there anything in the movie that had to do with a butterfly?
No.
In the movie? That's a weird title, isn't it? What? No butterfly? Was there butterflies flying around? No?
No.
That's weird. That's strange. Okay. So we have a movie entitled A Butterfly Effect. There's no butterflies in the movie. He had no pet butterflies. And that's very strange. We're about to find out that right now, everybody, at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. Get your pen, your pads out. Get your information recorder out. However you process, however you save information. New people, get your support ready. You're about to get. I did much extra on this. Anu and Antu. When you know how my answers are on pages, right? When I scroll down the page, and it goes from one page to the next. So I did a 2-page answer for you all, which is one of those long answers. And when I went to save the PDF asked me, "Would you like to save these 4 pages?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" I went back to the PDF, and it said, four pages saved." I said, "No, I did 2 pages. This is going to be one of those long ones." I went down to the bottom. It already said, "Hotep, I'm done," boom, and all that at the bottom. I went to the top. It said, "Welcome to Tehuti Podclass," and I said, "Why does it say 4 pages?" I scrolled down. 1 page was all black. I scrolled down again, and there was a whole another answer that I put together for you all, and I forgot that I did it. So I actually did. I actually went and did an answer on the Butterfly Effect movie, on the movie itself, which was its own long answer. And then I knocked out or something. And sometimes when I put these questions together, I'll wake up and I'll say to my inserts, what's happening. They'll wake me up. They'll say, "You okay?" And I just wake up and I'll like start over or something. And so I actually did 2 answers. When the answer that I had was 2 pages, didn't have the movie breakdown in it. There was no movie in the 2 pages. It was 2 pages without the movie. The movie part was a whole nother answer that I could have just did that one and said, Hotep, I'm done. So I actually have 2 answers for you. This is going to be the movie and what the thing is. And I brought one of my animals that represents that movie. And I'm going to introduce her here for the first time. So there's an animal for you all for the movie answer and another whole answer. I was like, well, as I was putting it together, I was telling myself, can they please stop? Stop. I was trying myself stop because I was like, I already have the answer. And somebody told me, no, give them this too. This is give them the meteorologist breakdown. So we're gonna get into meteorology. We're gonna go into face. We're gonna go into things that are not even in the movie, and then we're gonna go into the movie. So here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Hope you all appreciate this. Enjoy it. I've never done this before. Answer a question, forget that I made the answer it again, and then squish them both together. So this could be fairly long. I hope it's appreciated. Annie, much love, peace and love. Harass Dead, peace and love. Bella, peace and love. Primordial Thought, peace and love. You and Gabriel's question is next, or Gabriel's next. Let's switch. Menkura, peace and love to you. See you in the chat. Antu and Anu, I don't know why I did this, but I did 2 answers for you. I don't know. Bella, peace. Oh, Bella's gone. Peace and love to you, Bella. Anu and Antu, I hope you appreciate these 2 answers. The answer I forgot I answered. All right, here we go, everybody. Press 9. If you can hear me, we're about to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. It's going to be, oh boy, Robert William, Rigo, whoever. I don't know. Let me close these windows so it doesn't interrupt anything. This is going to be different. This is different here. We're going into oh boy. Okay. Here we go. Let me see if this is up on the screen. Let me close that out. I want to make sure everything is fine. All the windows don't interrupt this answer. I'm going to go over here. Boom. Go over here. Expand this. Make sure there's no interruption, because once I start, beautiful family, once I start, it's going to be oh my goodness. Oh boy. I was answering the question. I was like, where's the Tehuti overdrive? Oh my goodness, it's in the next section. Okay, let's go. So let me see here. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are watching the Tehuti Podclass for the first time, enjoy, appreciate what you're about to see. Is going to be a phenomenon that for those new people, you're not going to be used to this type of answer. There's going to be no screaming, no derogatory, no slander of anybody. No, I don't like this. No opinions, nothing. You're going to see another movie. You're going to see another movie. So this answer that is you're about to get is going to be another documentary movie on the movie. Here we go. Everybody ready? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get the timer out. This is how we are going to do this. Hey, TT, thank you for that. Daryl, I see you. I see you for the support. And here we go. Boom. And entire screen. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go, man. I hope this is handleable. Here we go. All right, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON, due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Natiru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government, psyop, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now disguised as what? What is disguised as new conscious, woke, Kemetic conscious movements, which are really just atheism and disguised with no discipline, no spirituality, nothing they do on a daily basis, just talk and argue. Now in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, expose. I do challenge videos to others, spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Arab. The Egyptians are white. The pyramids here in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the Abos. We are the Americans. We are not African, attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice, never showing what they actually believe in, because in truth, those quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer and the fact that they don't live any type of lifestyle, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off the stage or you're insulted for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform or class that exists on the planet Earth where you can send in questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, get a subconscious matrix broken for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And there it is right there. I'm going to put it on the screen, blow it up. And then one moment, I'm going to get someone to come off the screen for just a moment. Hold on. Okay. And I'm going to put the question back on the screen. Let me get this. I'm going to definitely have some temple incense burning while I get into this zone. I'm going to put on some temple incense here. Okay, good. Got the pyramidum cones, and I'm going to put that on with the temple incense. I'm going to put that right here for now. Right on there. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. There we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's get to it. Shout out to the new people that stepped in the room. Here's a new, not new, but here's a young lady I haven't seen in a while, Professor X. I remember when I saw Professor X at first, I thought it was a male because of the group X Clan. I was like, Professor X, the overseer. But it's actually actually a lovely young lady, Professor X, who I think is the same one over on Sonetto's channel. Wherever you are from, peace and love to you. I remember seeing you in the class before. I always give a shout out to the new names that I see. And we're about to get into this beautiful answer. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's go. All right. So the question is, boom. What is the meaning of the movie Butterfly Effect? Another extremely unique question asked here at the Tehuti Podclass. Now, here's the cover of the movie. And before we begin, let me ask the class who is here, which I already did in the panel, who's seen this movie. Even think about would there be a reason to ask about, why would there be a reason to ask about this in the podcast? While you all were on the panel, I actually asked the person who asked it, why would you ask this, and why are there no butterflies in the movie? There's no butterfly inside of this movie whatsoever, but it is called the Butterfly Effect. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Straight information, straight guidance, no contention, no arguing, no fussing, no insults, no cussing, just straight upliftment. Here we go. Well, my students and the viewing audience should know by now, if someone sends a question in pertaining to a movie, but that this will not be a movie review or a Siskel and Ebert movie rating, but instead will be a matrix breaking revealing of the predictive programming that may be placed in the movie, to desensitize you, but it's really based on high scientific facts and ancient spirituality disguised in the form of quote unquote entertainment to desensitize your awareness. Let me go ahead and play the quick movie storyline summary for those who have no idea what this movie is about. Then I will tell you really what this movie is about. So here we go. For those who have not seen this at all, Professor X says, yes, thank you, Ba. Thank you, Ba, at Tehuti. Peace and love to you. Okay, peace and love to you, Professor X. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and play a clip of this movie because some people may be saying this came out 20 years ago. This may not even have come across some people's table at all. So I'm going to go ahead and play a clip of a little summary introduction to it so you can actually see what this movie is supposed to be about. And then we're going to get into actually what this movie is actually about. What has actually existed before the movie was even written. So let me go ahead and play this right here. Here we go. Boom. Move this over here. And let's see. Here we go. Is it moving? Is it moving? Yeah, now it's moving. Okay, boom. We're gonna go like that. We're gonna put it on big screen. Welcome to Tehuti's movie theater. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. What you think is entertainment is not entertainment. You're about to see something here. Here we go. Boom. Is it on the screen? Yes, it is. Here we are. Boom.
Remember when we were kids and I used to have those blackouts? Well, some of those memories have been coming back to me.
There are moments in life we choose to remember.
Do you think that we'll be together forever?
And some memories we can never forget.
All I know is if I read in these journals, I might be able to get Kaylee back.
I think twice about what you're doing. You could wake up a lot worse off than you are now. I haven't seen results like this before.
But what if you could go back in time?
You are completely relaxed. Think of it like a movie. You can pause, rewind, or slow down.
Could you save the one person that mattered the most?
Honey, are you all right?
You. Incredible. I lost you once, and I'm not losing you again.
I mean, you never lost me. What are you talking about?
You got a nice life. You stay away from us.
It's been a while since I've grown.
What about Kaylee? Is she all right? If I go back to the beginning, I might be able to save her. Just tell me if you see anything weird. Weirder than this. Kid, you were happy once. With me.
Why don't you go back and save me?
How are you doing this? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. You can't change who people are without destroying who they were. Every time I try to go back in time and help someone, everything just goes wrong.
Oh my God, what did we do?
You can't play God.
The butterfly effect.
What? Okay. Wow, what was that? What did we just see? Professor X put up spider hat, diamond, rose. What did we just witness? What type of movie is that? And there's no butterfly in the movie. And that is why you are here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let us continue. I know several people are going to go watch this movie now. Here we go. All right, boom, boom. All right, so a science, quote-unquote science fiction movie with a storyline of someone tapping into a mental frequency that taps them into the ability to change the dimensional timeline of reality by quote unquote writing or looking at words change on paper, consciously altering one refined change, then causing a chain reaction, and which alters everything else. Is this a reality? Is this based on truth? And up and above all, what in the world does any of this have to do with a butterfly, symbolizing a change and an uncontrolled to a controlled reality dimension, and constantly being born again? To get these things right and to get the right answer and that, to understand this, you learn to hear for the first time in your life at the Tehuti Podclass with its ancient origins, truth, and timeline at the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. This is Mut. So we're going to start off with this. This is Mut, the symbol of which everyone in Ma'at is quote-unquote born under. The mother vulture, an animal attracted to the dead, the deceased. So this is Mut, the symbol of motherhood, the bird that represents motherhood. But interestingly enough, it's the bird that is found along the Nile and other parts of what people call Africa, always around dead bodies. So unlike regular birds such as hawks, such as blue jays, such as parrots and penguins and all these, this is a bird that is found around dead bodies. It is called a vulture, and we call this the bird that represents motherhood. But yet when you see it, it is scavenging on the deceased. Why is that, Tehuti? You'll find out first here at the Tehuti Podclass. So there's a symbol for motherhood. There's the bird of motherhood. And there she is holding the Shen, which is the word that means encircled life or eternity. Shen. It was actually also the same word for hair in the meta-netter. So I guess there we go. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. But it's the same word for hair. And it was a circular type of hair that represented eternity. And it was a word that meant eternity. And there she is holding it. And she's holding the symbol of life. But the bird is a bird that is around death. What is the double entendre? And what is the palindrome in that? You will find out here first at the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's see what the ancestors teach without arguing it with anybody. Because the original concept, birth of being born, which was brought to the planet by the Natiru, was that one who was once deceased, meaning the Ka was reborn on Earth, and the old self stayed on the other dimension, and vice versa. When one dies here, the bioenergetic template, the Ka is reborn as a pure energetic projectable double. That is called in meta-netter the Ba. And the old self on Earth is deceased because you have what's called Peka Mku. Peka Mku means to separate from negative consciousness. You killed your old self. Your old self is done with, and your old ways, and now you are renewed or reborn. The old self was slain, as in the story of Asar. Okay, so this is how death was associated with birth and the actual bird of death. The Mut was the bird of motherhood, and now we're going straight to the Per Em Haru, to the Re En Arit, which is the, let me shrink this down a little bit so it can be read a little better. And this is the chapter of making Keperu or whoa, what's that? Oh, that's strange. The chapter of making transformation into the Bak, the divine Bak. Saith Osiris Ani, hail, mighty one. Come then to tattoo or the Jedu, arrange for me the ways, the Uat, on my Nesut or my Nesti, my thrones. May I renew myself. And remember last week, I introduced everybody to a definition of Ma'at that nobody ever taught. Anyone, when I asked everybody what Ma'at meant, they said it means balance, it means this and that. Here, the word Ma'at is the word for renew. And I elaborated last class on why that was. So here's the word Ma'at. May I renew myself. May I become strong. I am Seta, Seta or Senta, the serpent, dweller in the limits of the earth. I lie down. I am born and renew myself every day. That is a symbol of the serpent, laying down and shedding its skin, born and renewing every day. I become young, which is Renpet. That's a symbol of Sheshet. And Tehuti, the Renpets, counting the time periods. And you become young every day, which means you're reborn into an eternal life after the physical death. So your old self is gone, and now you're renewed. You're Ma'ah, renewed, and now you're reborn, and you become Renpet. You start over again every day, which means you never get old. There's an actual jellyfish that I taught on that actually does that in real life. So it's reborn, so it never gets old. So you renew yourself every day, you're reborn every day. So here's the word Mut. So when you look up the word Mut, your current Kemetic teacher will tell you that Mut means mother, and he or she is right, but they won't tell you the other meaning. So here's Mut on page 334 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, and it's the word Mut or Ma'at or Mehet, which is the same word. And down here you see it says mother. Here's mother, Mehet, and below it says Mut. You see the vulture right there. It says, you may not see this, but it says met, see Mut, because in actuality there's no letter U in this metanetic word. It's just M and the TH sound and the T sound. So it's met or met, which is mother. And it says see Mut, same word. So Mut means mother. Okay, wonderful. So, and guess what else Mut means? Which your teacher will never tell you because he doesn't truly believe in this. And Mut, mother, here it is down here, to die, dead. The word Mut, death. So the same word as a double entendre or as a palindrome that means mother, one who gives birth, is the same word that means death, because our belief system was that you live to die. Funny, because that's actually one of the quotes I used to say from the group of Professor X, the X Clan. Brother Jay used to say, live to die and I die to live again, 360 degrees. Comprehend. So you live to die and you die to live again. And that was the concept of Mut. And thus now you know for the first time why the word for mother is the bird of death. This is the bird that lingers around death, because to die is to be reborn, but you wouldn't teach that if you're a current Kemetic teacher, which is really an atheist who doesn't believe or teach in the disciplines of getting to the afterlife, because they think that teachings of spirits and contacting ancestors is spooky, the pseudo spooky. So therefore they'll never teach you, they can't teach you why Mut is the word for mother and Mut is the word for death, because clearly in the book of the regenerations of life after death, the Ma is to renew itself and become strong after you go through a transformation and you're renewed, and this is after you die, thus you're reborn, and thus Mut is mother and Mut is also death, so the word for Mut is the death vulture. The ancient birth Neturts were commonly associated with the number 3, which is the trimester, birthing, which is 333, which is 9 months, birthing, etc., called the trimester. Let me take you to 1292 BC to the image of where all religions got the word holy from. So when religions say the word holy, whether it is in Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, and that was from what's called the triple Neturt. The triple Neturt, or the triple Anuna, which people call Anunnaki, was the triple Neturt, and this is where you get the word holy from. The word for holy was Kadush, and here's Kadesh right here. This is found in the stele of Kadesh. So if you go ask a Hebrew Israelite, what is the word for holy? They'll tell you it means Kadesh. Kadesh was actually the name of an Anuna and a Netiru. And this is in the Kadesh stela, 1292 BC to 1186 BC. This is now found today in the Musea Egizio, which is the Egyptian museum. And this is what the triple goddess merged into one. So the ancient mother goddess was associated with the number 3 for several reasons. But one of the main reasons was because the name was a triple name said in 3s. One is Kadesh, Astarte, Anat. So when you ask your Kemetic teacher, your current Kemetic teacher, say, who is Kadesh, Astarte, Anat? They'll say, oh, that's a different culture than us. The Babylonian, the Sumerian, that's not us. That's not us. Wait, hold on. This is in the Egyptian museum, with Ramesses and the people of Ramesses doing the worship to Kadesh, Astarte, Anat. Who's the Netiru, Kadesh, Astarte, Anat? How come Kemetic priest, Kemetic teacher, you never teaching about that female goddess and the Netiru? Oh, when you look up Kadesh, Astarte, Anat, oh, those are the names of the Anunnaki females, the ones over in this from the Sagiga, that people call the Sumerians. What is this doing in the Medunetter with Ramesses and his people worshiping Anunnaki? The triple goddess, Kadesh, Astarte, and Anat. Are those Medunetter words? So when I talk about the Anunnaki and the Anuna, the Kemetic teachers today say, "Oh, you're Tehuti. You're bringing in somebody else." Okay, I'm going to stand with Ramesses on this one because here's Ramesses and his people with the triple goddess of the Anunnaki. But when Tehuti talks about the Anunnaki, the Kemetic teachers get all confused, but Ramesses wasn't confused. Here's Ramesses. Here's Ramesses right here in Medunetter with Anunnaki worshiping. They'll give all kind of excuses and different reasons, but the reality is that the people of Tamaray, which is its real name, Tamaray and the Nile Valley, it's called Tamaray, and Samawi Tawi, the people love to just say Kemet, 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 because they just like to talk about black, 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 but you can't find the word Kemet in the times of Ptahhotep. Another class, but here we go. So here it is. The people of Tamaray, the Nile Valley, had no problem getting down on their knees, worshiping and bringing offerings to the triple mother goddess of the Anunnaki, with Min right over here, and Nergal, and another Anunnaki over here. That's the triple goddess. That's associating the woman with the number 3. We had no problem with that. We understood. Oh, all this time, I never told you what the star actor in the Butterfly Effect movie's name was, did I? Who was constantly being reborn in this movie. He was rewriting history, starting over again, changing the dimensional code. You know what? Let me tell you his typo. Let me tell you his name. Yes, guess what the name of the star of the Butterfly Effect was? Evan Treeborn. Huh? What? The star of the Butterfly Effect's name is Evan Treeborn. That's an interesting name. Why would they give him that name? Boom, Evan Treeborn. Oh, before I get deeper into that, guess what age the Butterfly Effect Evan Treeborn was when he was reborn and altered time for the first time in his first regression? Look at the book he's holding closer. Age 7. Right there in the book is age 7 with Evan Treeborn. Age 7. There it is right there. Butterfly Effect that he's rewriting or looking at the history and changing it. Age 7 is his first manifestation age. Watch last week's class on the number 7. You will understand how the number 7 ties into rebirth in the Purim Haru and what people call the coffin text and everything else that I broke down and built up on the number 7. Here we go. Evan Treeborn. Boom. Go watch my last class on the number 7. This is what it looks like. The cover page, if you want to go look for it. It's Transhumanism, Matrix 6, Metacortex, the Djed Pillar of Osiris. Why is the number 7 so sacred? Go watch that class and you will understand how the number 7 deals with rewriting your history and being born again. All right. Now let me show you the predictive programming in his name. Here it is. Evan Treeborn. What's this? Evan, Welsh name for John. John, which is to be a young man. And Trey from tree. Trio, 3. There's your birth, there's your rebirth, there's the triple goddess, the rebirth goddess symbol. Right is 3, more than 2, and there it is. Trey, our trio, our tres, or uno, dos, tres, three. All of that is the number 3. Tres, 3. That's where it comes from. So Evan is John, and so he's John and 3. Evan Treeborn. Boom. There's your 3. Born and Evan John. But why that symbolism? Let me take you to the book of Matthew 11:14, and here it is, the book of Matthew 11:14. Truly I tell you, among those born truly I tell you, amongst those born of a woman, there has not been risen anyone greater than John the Baptist, yet whoever is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. From the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been subject to violence, and violent people have been raiding it. For the people, for the prophets, and law prophesies until John, and if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who was to come. There it is. John is the first story in the New Testament of one who is reborn, reincarnated as another person. So as soon as they introduce John right here in Matthew 11:11, it starts off with someone being born of a woman. His name is John, but he's actually the reincarnation of someone come back from the past who was Elijah. There's your John reborn. And there's a number 3, and that's the name of the star of the movie, of the butterfly effect, Evan, to be young, John, to be young, vital forth, youthful, and Tree, Evan, Tree, born, Trey, born, Tree, born. So there it is, John, Tree, born, the first to reincarnate in the New Testament, introduced to you in Matthew 11:11, and that's the name of the character in the butterfly effect, who is constantly reborn and reborn, and becomes young and becomes young and becomes young, starting off with the number 7, at age 7, Evan Treeborn. Oh, let me show you Evan Treeborn again. Huh? John Amadori, Aston Kutcher, and Logan Lerman, all as Evan Treeborn. Why? Because the movie is based on him being born 3 times. The triple. There it is right there. That's why he's Evan John, reincarnated like Elijah in the book of Matthew 11:11. Matthew 11:11, and Evan is the word for John, and he's Treeborn, born 3 times, starting at the age 7, which is the number of rebirth in the Purim Haru. And there is John Amorti, number 1, Ashton Kutcher, number 2, Logan Lerman, all as Evan Treeborn. I haven't seen this movie in 20 years. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here it is. Evan Treeborn. John reborn, incarnated 3 times, because John is the first one you were introduced to in the New Testament Bible as the first reincarnation who was there before Jesus. Before Jesus came as the physical man, the reborn on the earth, that story, there was John the Baptist who baptized him, but he was the forerunner, and he came first before Jesus as the first one who incarnated as the one who is God on the planet. That's what the word Elijah means. It's El from the Canaanite Phoenician Eli, which is my, and Yah, which is Tehuti's name. That was Tehuti's oldest name. They got the name Yah from Tehuti. So it's El my Yah. That's what it was, which was Tehuti. He's reborn again. So they gave it to you in the form of Evan, but we're breaking the code, because when you look up Evan, it tells you that it's John. Huh? Tehuti making it up. No. Look up Evan, it says John. I didn't read the dictionary. Tehuti's making it up. Here we go, everybody. Boom, let's continue. Boom, there are your 3 Treeborn of them in the butterfly effect, reborn. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. What does born mean? Somebody tell me. Let me come into the room right here. I mean, this is a simple question. Angela's already putting up fire. Professor X is putting up fire. Explosions. Harassed. I didn't see any of this coming. Oh my goodness. Sheshayet says, oh, the character's name. Yes. So this is a question. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about getting this wrong or right. I mean, everybody in this room has used the word born before, right? Just go ahead and type in the room. What does born mean? When you say your child is born, what does it mean? Just type in the room. Any mothers in the room that's ever said, my son is born, my daughter is born? What does born mean? Go ahead and type in the room. Mothers, fathers, regular people who have used the word born. What does the word born mean? That you've used it for in your conversation. Simple question. Okay, Karas says delivered. Okay, delivered. Professor X says thumb up the video. Where's Professor X? Thumb up the video. That's right. Okay, to bear. That's right. Minty, your mother. To exist. Okay, good. To be born and to exist. Your birth. That makes sense, right? When your birth, that's here. Some people even call birthday. They say birthday as your born day, right? So born, birth, okay, good. That makes sense. So basically everybody has the same definition as born, which is your birth, to bear. Minty says bear, to exist, deliver. That's right. Okay, good. A lot of females in the chat. Good. We need that female energy. This is the whole class beginning off with the mother principle. So that's good. Deliver a baby. Okay, good. Anu says to give birth. Basically, everybody solar return. I've heard that one too. Happy solar return. I've heard that too. So happy solar return. Basically, everybody has the same answer. Very good. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for participating. How you doing, Euros? Thank everybody for participating. Okay, Neferkeperet says to bring to life. So thank you, Neferkeperet. Basically, all these are the same. To give birth, deliver baby, bring to life, come into existence. Bella says, exist, to bear, to be delivered. Okay, good. Come forth. Okay, good. Basically, everybody's answer comports with each other. If you all were in a room and you all gave these answers, nobody would be arguing with each other, right? You'd say, well, yeah, deliver is to come into existence. You're coming forth. It's your solar return because that's your birthday, born day. Your mother gave birth to you. I was your mother. I delivered a baby. So basically, everybody, you exist. You're delivered. Everybody has the same answer. Happy out of the... We're getting more advanced. Happy out of the womb day. Okay, good. But you know... Right, this is Ryan Elliott. Your delivery day. Okay, good. Basically, we're done. Everybody has the same answer. Wonderful. Pop out. We got Mintiotep saying pop out. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess you pop out the womb, right? We got Mintiotep saying pop out. Yeah. You pop out. Wonderful. Okay, good. Mintios of saying pop out. Okay. Professor X says pop it, Tehuti. Excel's for something else, but okay. All right. Wonderful. You know what happens here at the Tehuti Podclass. What happens here at the Tehuti Podclass? On June 29th, 2024, you will learn something about this word that you've never heard before. And that is what we do here. Primordial's ready for overdrive. This isn't even overdrive yet. This seems like overdrive already, right? This isn't even overdrive yet. You know what's about to happen here, everybody. We're not going, yeah, we're not even going to the overdrive yet. But every time you come to the Tehuti Podclass, whatever you thought you knew changes. These are not answers to questions. These are the changes of your reality. So, but I got about 11 answers. Okay, good. Now, what happened to the Tehuti Podclass? You will learn here for the first time in your life. Mark this date, June 29th, 2024, here at the Tehuti Podclass, what quote-unquote born means. Now this word born that you have been using all of your life, that you thought you knew what it meant before today, will make sense to you now that you're attending the Tehuti Podclass, the Matrix Breaker. Let's go see what born really means. Born. Born, barren, bear, we got that. Bear, born, hence also slain. Born in the dictionary is also the word for slain. Nobody typed that. Born means slain. Why? Because of everything I just taught you earlier. That was the original concept. The word mut was the mother who borned you or birthed you, and mut was the vulture that was constantly around death, because in our culture brought to the world, in Ma'at, we taught in order to be born, you have already died. The word for the physical body is the word kat, K-A-T. K-A-T, kat. The T at the end of a Meduneta word represents something being born, or what people say, it makes the word feminine. Well, what is it that feminines do that's much different than masculine? What is the thing that stands out about feminine? What do you mean it makes the word feminine? What is feminine? Because in Meduneta, there's some words that are not female, but it has the ta at the end that makes it feminine, but it's not a person giving birth to anything. Or feminine is the ability to produce life. It means to be born. It's the ability that the triple goddess, the Netert, had, was to birth. That's the ta, the sustainer. It was a loaf of bread, because in the Nile Valley, the sustaining food was bread. It was the very first food, and it represented the very first source of the ability of the hunters and gatherers to move from place to place. Bread and rice. Bread and rice, aka carbohydrates, because before you had a society, before you had a village, you were hunters and gatherers. How were you able to move around in that hot sun in Africa, back and forth, moving around in China, back and forth? When you go back to all the ancient tribes and cultures, you'll find out that their staple food, bread and rice, carbohydrates, because carbohydrates is what builds up the glycemic levels and gives you enough glycemic energy to move around. That's why they say if you're going to work out, make sure you get your carbs in. After your workout, you have to build up your glycogen levels, get your carbs in, eat that rice, eat the bread, eat the potatoes, get the carbs in, because that's what sustains you. Well, what sustains you before you were born? The umbilical cord, which was from the mother. She was the first bread. The mother was the first bread. She was the first source that was giving you life in the womb. That was your carbohydrates. That was your source of life. That's why the concept of the Lord and Savior, when you look up the word Lord in the etymological dictionary, it means bread loaf. Go look up the word Lord in the etymological dictionary. It means bread loaf. And he was born from Mary. Born where? In Bethlehem. Look up Bethlehem. It means the house of bread. Huh? What happened? That's the house of bread. The house of bread. That was the symbolism of this story. That's where Jesus was born, in Bethlehem. That's the house of bread. The house of bread, which is a star constellation called the M, star constellation of Virgo. Go look up Virgo, and it's the house of bread. Seasonal star constellation for the farmers, when their seeds would sprout to birth, to create the bread. So it was a Virgo harvesting time period. That's the M for the Mary, that Jesus, the Lord, who is the bread, was born. Coming from the concept of the Kemetic bread representing birthing abilities, making something feminine. That's why the bread loaf is feminine. Huh? Let's go! Let's go. I don't know. The birthing bread is the feminine, so thus to be born, you're born out of the female, who is mut, and mut is the word for the mother, and mut is also the word for death, because the concept of being reborn, understanding that the concept of being reborn was taught through the story of Osiris, who was what? Slain. He was slain by his brother Set. So that was the first concept that the Kemetians, the people in the Nile Valley, had of being born and killed and reborn, was the story of a man who was slain by his brother. So that's being slain was also being born. So that's Osar was called the god of life and death. Thus, when in the English dictionary, which is the Masonic dictionary, they knew that the word born meant to be slain. But you'll never learn that if you didn't come here to the Tehuti Podclass, because they can't tell you that, because they don't believe in any of this. The story of Asar, the story of you reincarnating here on Earth or being born. Oh, by the way, so let me finish it up. I didn't finish it. Wait a minute. I didn't finish that. So, Kat is the word for the physical body. It says in the Purim Haru, the Ka is the strength which forms my limbs. The Ka forms the physical body. They have it in reverse in the new teaching. The Ka existed first, and the physical body formed around it. That's what the Purim Haru says. I'm not sure what your Kemetic teacher says. In order to be into Ma'at Nile Valley culture, you have to believe that the light body existed first before the physical. It says the Ka is what strengthens and forms my body, not the other way around. So the Ka forms the physical. So that the physical body is that which was birthed from the Ka. So that you just add the feminine principle to the Ka, and you create the word Kat. And Kat is the word for the physical body. It's just Ka with a T at the end. What happened? That's how intertwined our language was. The word for the physical body was the same word for the spirit. It just had a T at the end. Something that was birthed out of, with the feminine principle or the birthing principle, because they knew the physical body was birthed from the Ka. I can't even imagine arguing for 20 hours about the Egyptians of blood. What the heck is going on with all this to teach? arguing with all this to learn. This is what you're supposed to be learning. This, because once you understand this, you can never see the word born again. You can and never unlearn this. You'll never see the word born. It will never be the same for you. The word Kat will never be the same for you again, because you can ask your teacher, why is the word Kat, which is physical body, the same word as Ka with a T at the end? But the T at the end, doesn't that make something feminine, or does it represent the feminine birthing symbol that something can be born out of it? Why? Because you live to die and you die to live again. So that's the Ka is that which forms the physical body. But the physical body, you see, this is going to be a two-part class. But the physical body births out the Ka. Huh? The Ka, which existed in the etheric light realm, forms the physical. But when you die, what is coming out of your body? Like a baby comes out of a womb, the Ka comes out as the Ba, the pure energetic projectable double. So that's the Ka borns the physical, and the physical rebirths the Ka, and that's how you have an out-of-body. And when you see the image of the out-of-body, somebody have an out-of-body experience, is their physical body lying down with other bodies coming out of it. That's birthing. That's why the Ka becomes the Kat. But the only way you could teach that is if you believe the Ka is first, and your Kemetic teacher is an atheist, so that he'll never teach the Ka was first. Because if he does, he has to start teaching about the light realm. He doesn't believe in the light realm. Everything's about the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, everything's physical. No, teach me how the Ka was here first. What state did we exist when we were just Kas first? Because there's some people that say when they're born, they chose their mother and their father. So if you chose your mother and your father, you weren't born yet. You were a Ka first, and then you became a Kat second. And then you were reborn out of the Kat as the Ka again, but this time becoming the Ba, the bioenergetic projectable double. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Peace and love to all my former debaters. You will never see me in a debate again. That was just a little fun I had to just experience what that world was. It was fun, then it got boring, and then just move on. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Boom. So is it possible to change one small aspect of reality and the whole changes? And what does this have to do with a butterfly? You will learn that here at the Tehuti Podclass. That is actually a scientific quantum physics term. What? So first, what is a butterfly effect? It is the understanding that using a system of a pendulum swing to visualize a continuum type or a continuum of reality, something very interesting takes place, and that pendulum swing is allowed to swing in all possible directions. Something unique takes place with what's called variance of the pendulum, and it loses velocity, and it's called phase space. There's something in quantum physics called phase space, and this is what happens. So this is phase space orbits. Uh-oh, man. Tehuti, you made it up. So this is phase space reality, and this is the reality. It starts off what's called the butterfly effect with the slope field method, velocity in the space and this mathematical equation, and the velocity slowing down. Here it is, phase space orbits. So the x-axis, you can plot the angle of the pendulum possibility, and the y-axis is the velocity. And an interesting aspect observing this effect is, what interesting aspect comes about observing this effect? Regardless of where your starting point is in the reality phase space rotation, the movement will always cause reality to center itself back at the source after all possibilities. This is called the fixed point attractor. Here it is right here. So when you're moving the pendulum, now understand this pendulum is not, this is a real pendulum, but it also represents what's taking place in reality. So this is the fixed point attractor. So thus, no matter where you start the pendulum from, as it swings around and moves around, it will create these circles, these spheres, and you'll find out when the velocity slows down, it will always go back to its origin. It will always go back to the fixed point attractor. It will always go back to the center. Whether you move this over here and start swinging it, for some reason, it always lands back here, and the velocity changes and it slows down and it stops right there in the center of X and Y. Okay. Now, the other option of this reality is that there's always something causing the continuous momentum or movement, thus there's no velocity change. So if there's something that's always causing this movement of this velocity, and now even though the reality does not attract to stop at its centered origin, the movement is systematic and therefore predictable. So therefore, if you take several of these pendulums or several of these realities and spin them, the phase space reality doesn't become the center point attractor, fixed point attractor, because they don't stop at a fixed point because it's continuous momentum, and thus they keep swinging and swinging. But if they keep swinging and swinging, all of their futures are predictable. Why? Because the movement in this phase space is simultaneously happening together, and it's always moving in the same circle, so thus it's systematic. Woo. And no matter how many pendulums, equal dimensions of reality, are added, they do not crisscross. Thus, multiple realities take place, each side by side to each other, and thus each quote-unquote future can be determined, and each represents an entire system, and the whole system has one future that is now predictable. Now, the problem came in when realizing that there were multiple systems diverging into one another. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Okay, let me come back on. So the problem arose when in quantum physics or in this reality, or even in you're going to find out in meteorology, or at any point where there's systems of these different dimensional realities or nature system realities, that the systems diverge into one another to create reality. So even though the realities in the first equation of phase space never crisscross, the other systems in their own phase space would diverge into each other, thus creating what's called chaos. Ooh. A meteorologist in 1962, his name is Lorenz, realizing that even though weather can be predicted, because you can predict weather, you can predict the future of weather, even though weather seems chaotic, you can somewhat predict it. He left his computer running that was predicting the weather, that kept the calculation. When he came back, it was completely off. When he traced it, he found that just a slight variable, as small as 1 power in 1,000, created a completely different future in the weather. So he left the computer running, and he found out that in some cases the weather was predictable, but when he left the computer running at the same mathematical equation, the chaos theory came in, because only one part of 1,000 changed, and it changed this scene into scene like this, even though it's a similar landscape, same area, but the weather seemed to change, even if one small part in a 1,000 create a completely different future in the weather, because there were different variables of systems diverging into each other. So even though the first space reality is predicting to go back to its fixed point attractor to center itself, and even if multiple realities are taking place that are happening, that is creating something's creating continuous momentum, it's still predictable and systematic. But when different realities now diverge into each other, one slight change in one of them diverging into each other creates a completely different future. And this is where the concept and study actually began, with a lecture given in 1972 by scientist meteorologist Edward N. Lorenz, further expounded upon it in literature, called The Essence of Chaos. And look what's on the cover of the book. What? What's happening? What? Why is there a butterfly on the cover of the book? Why is there a butterfly on the cover of the book? I don't know why. What's going on? I still don't understand this butterfly. It's on the cover of the book. This is back in 1962, 1970s. There was no butterfly effect movie named, but was there a butterfly effect named? Because we see in this what's called the chaos theory, or the 1 part in 1,000 change in the pendulum swing, which changes because there's divergence in reality interacting with each other. The first one with the fixed point attractor doesn't seem to change. You can always predict, whoop, it's going to center itself. The next one, even with multiple ones spinning around each other and this constant momentum, where they're going to go is always predictable. So thus, if that whole system moves together, the system's future is predictable. Not only is each swing, but the system's future, because they're all moving in a rhythmic prediction, always going in a 360 degrees. But when you diverge different realities, if one small point changes, the computer calculates a completely different reality. And Edward Lorenz put this out and put a butterfly over the world. But I know you all been taught this before. Or maybe not. If not, continue to study here at the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So here's the essence of chaos. What in the world? A butterfly is known as one of the most peaceful creatures. When you think of a butterfly, you don't think of chaos, do you? But why is there a butterfly on the cover of the book? Why is there a butterfly there on the cover of the book? Yeah, I was listening to thank you for reminding me. A little funny thing, I was listening to Sonetta in the background today while I'm doing a workout or something. Little funny little thing this time in this class, but he was saying, y'all call butterflies the N-word. I was like, what? Y'all call the butterfly the N. Look at that, and look at that. I was like, man, the butterflies are called that. No, I didn't. I'm in my home most of the day. I don't interact with a lot of the public, so I didn't know that. But Sonetta taught me something new today, that butterflies are called the N-word. Now I didn't know that. Shout out to Sonetta. I'm still looking for that. I don't know if y'all, anybody in the room, call butterflies an N-word. But anyways, back to this butterfly breakdown. Shout out to Sonetta. But let's get into this butterfly breakdown. This one maybe a little bit more intricate. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So on the boom, we see the butterfly. Why is there a butterfly on the cover of the book called The Essence of Chaos, when a butterfly is known as one of the most positive, it's one of the most peaceful creatures? When you think of a butterfly, you don't think of chaos. Edward N. Lorenz, Essence of Chaos. This is going to begin the chaos theory. Here we go. Oh my. Thus, this is much too complex for the average listener to look at or right offhand on the first watch or the first read, but it was the concept understanding of period doubling route to chaos. Period doubling route to chaos, or order in the way to disorder. So period doubling route or chaos order in the way to disorder. So chaos goes into a form of order, but it starts off in its chaos theory first, which the first one with a fixed attractor appeared like it was in order. As multiple realities diverge, then it begins unpredictable chaos to work its way back into order again. If you all want to go pick up that book, you can, or if you want to go research this to get into get into this much deeper. I'm not going to get into all this mathematics right now, but it's been established that there is an order in the way to disorder for period doubling route to chaos. For any nonlinear smooth antimodal map gives what's called a root or branch of bifurcation branches, and then in an orderly intertwined fashion, periodic branches and to the foliage of chaos, all according to the F and F2. And the diagram contains many places where the dynamics grow in multifractal. If you want to go look at my class on the fractals, which when you look at them, everything's in perfect order. So this is what appears order into the way to disorder, and then it becomes order again, or doubling root to chaos. This is order ab chaos, the original order ab chaos in nature. Order out of chaos principle of cause and effect, that one small change can create a domino effect that will eventually change the larger outcome. The more minute the changes, the more it will remain unnoticed until the final culmination, which at that point is too late to change without the same subtle, tedious sequence of patience. This was proposed by Lawrence in a poetic description. I'm going to read that again. Now, what I'm going to do, everybody, is when I read this again, I want you to think about the society that you're in. I want you to hear this physics explanation, and as you're hearing it, I want you to think about the matrix that you're in, the subtleties and the changes and what's been happening that you've been witnessing in the control order that you are in. As I read this again, this is the physics explanation, but think about the actual world that you're in as I read this and see if this applies to what you're actually in. Here it is. This is order ab chaos, order out of chaos, principles of cause and effect, that one small change can create a domino effect that will eventually change the larger outcome. The more minute the changes, the more it will remain unnoticed, subtle, until the final culmination, which at that point is too late to change without the same subtle, tedious sequence of patience. If you can double that with any form of reality that you've seen, then you'll understand how this principle is now going to go into the reality that you're in. This is proposed by Lawrence in a poetic description as someone who studies weather as, here's Lawrence's actual right words. Predictability. Does the flap of a butterfly's wing in Brazil set off a tornado in Texas? By Edward Lorenz. Lest I appear frivolous and even posing the title question, let alone suggesting it may have an affirmative answer, let me try to place it in proper perspective by offering two propositions. One, if a single flap of a butterfly's wing can be instrumental in generating a tornado, so also can all previous subsequent flaps of its wings. And can the flaps of the wings of millions of other butterflies, not to mention the activities of innumerable more powerful creatures, including our own species. If the flap of a butterfly's wing can be instrumental in generating a tornado, it can equally well be instrumental in preventing a tornado. More generally, I am proposing that over the years, minuscule disturbances neither increase nor decrease the frequency of occurrence of various weather events, such as tornadoes. The most they may do is to modify the sequences in which they occur. The question, which really interests us, is whether they can do even this. Whether, for example, two particular weather situations differing by as little as an immediate influence of a single butterfly will generally, after sufficient time, evolve into two situations differing by as much as the presence of a tornado. In more technical language, is the behavior of the atmosphere unstable with respect to perturbations of small amplitudes. And that is where you get the word or concept of the butterfly effect. That Edward Lorenz, meteorologist, scientist, understood doing this computer programming, leaving it unmonitored, that 1 part of 1,000th changed the entire outcome of the weather. So he picked the smallest thing that he could think of. He picked the smallest thing that he could think of that generates wind, which is a butterfly flaps. You don't even feel the wind. To the strongest thing that you could think of, the most disastrous thing, tornadoes and hurricanes, also wind. And can the small wind of something affect the larger thing? In other words, can a small variance make a large change in the whole picture? And the answer was absolutely yes. When he left his computer running, 1 part of 1,000th change kept going and going and going until the weather was unpredictable and complete chaos, totally different from how it was systematic in the beginning. And that is the butterfly effect. That one small change, and if you go see the movie, that's actually what's happening. Which is why there's no butterflies emphasized in the movie. It's actually talking about a scientific proposition from 1962 and a scientific quantum reality of the Lorentz fixed attractor point and the pendulum swing of different divergence, and one small part of it changing the whole outcome. Whereas the first 2 parts, the Lorentz attractor, with the momentum slowing down and the momentum continuing, the second part, are both predictable. But once a small divergence happens, the unpredictability is gone and the whole thing changes. And that is the butterfly effect. One moment, hold on a second. Okay, we're back. And that is why when it comes to the House of a 10, welcome everybody who just came in. When it comes to the House of a 10 and the Tehuti Podclass, this is the this is the difference in the change. So welcome everybody to the House of a 10, Tehuti Podclass, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, which is exactly what you're getting literally right now. Welcome everyone to the class. And that's why when somebody comes against Tehuti or these things, all I can say is, I don't like Tehuti's shoes. He looked at me wrong. He didn't call me today. I don't like his shirt size. Because once you vibrate on this type of frequency where you're, I am just about this. So when you are just about this, other people coming into your world, they're babies again. They don't know where to start with you. So the only place they can do is, I don't like the A in the House of a 10. Tehuti his left tooth is a little bit more yellow than the right tooth. Because when you come into my world, all you can talk about is this. This is all that this is about. When you come into this frequency, and that's how Kemet was. When you come into the frequency and you look at the papyrus, all it is about this higher level. You can't, and that's why you have to tear down this higher level to get into these minuscule, mundane arguments. When you get into the truth, all you're about is this. That's why you'll never hear anybody say, that was wrong. That's not the butterfly effect. Tehuti made it up. You hear them saying, like, Tehuti's glasses should have been blue today. The spider's brown. And so here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. Let's get back into it. Right back into the answer here. There it is. There's the butterfly effect. So now you know why it's called the butterfly effect. And interestingly, when all the ordinary differential equations formed an image, it looked like this. Let me play footage too. So when all the equations of the Lorentz attractor and the pendulum, they were swinging, they actually formed an image. Let me come off of this. Woo! And they put this in here. And here's what happens when you follow the pendulum swings. It's going to be beautiful to your eyes, but this is actually what takes place with the divergence of pendulum swings. Boom, boom, it's loading up. One moment, let me go ahead and share the screen. And here it is. So it starts off as a line. Actually, share the screen right here. Where are we? Here we go, boom. So here's what happens when you put the divergence of pendulum swings in with the chaos theory. And you keep having them swinging around from a state of unpredictability until the state goes back into what appears to be order. Here's what it actually looks like. I'm going to show you the actual movement of what's the reality depicted in these movements, and you will see something very interesting take place. Here it is, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Can everybody see that? Blow it up right there. Boom. Everybody see that one line? We're going to follow this movement and see what happens. Music. You don't have to cut them in half. No. You can see it. And that's the shape that it forms. It's still playing. Look. There it is. Does it look like anything? That's what happens in the Lorentz attractor with multi-dimensional divergences. And thus you see now why there's a butterfly, because it just so happened that he used the reference to something small that creates the smallest form of wind, a butterfly, to a large tornado. And when he actually put the system in that was running on his computer, into something that formed a shape. The shape ended off in the shape of a butterfly. How that works, only Jesus knows. So here we go, everybody. Let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and here we go. Boom, boom, boom. It formed that shape right there. Boom. A butterfly. Lorentz attractor with particle tracing module and these mathematical calculations. In the end, even though chaos was being formed, and the end, it formed what is an organized shape to us, which is familiar to our eyes as a butterfly, which match perfectly, incidentally, with the example that he gave of the actual chaos theory itself. Thus the butterfly effect represents minute, refined, unseen, slight changes in reality that can change the entire future, starting with an apparent chaos, then leading to a controlled order. Now I have answered this exact question asked, but what if I were to take it to the next level? Step. What if this science and physics of the butterfly effect was being used to create the matrix? Oh, thank you. The matrix that you are in. What if? Because this is how it works. We use the science of nature to define our spirituality in Ma'at, and so did all the other cultures. And we imbued that energy force. If you are the opposite of that, because energy force is unbiased. Energy force is not good or bad. So you can use the energy force to split into any direction you want. It just so happens that before the matrix in Ma'at, we use the energy force for our magic and our netter energy within. We use that to imbue nature around us and all the quantum physics and all the natural elements around us to create our nature. But of course, if you're the architect of the matrix and you have several physicists and magicians working with you, and you don't care about Ma'at, you don't care about the upliftment of man, you're going to say, how can we use this same concept and energy force to control? So it went from a beautiful thing, a butterfly effect, which was the beautiful thing, the butterfly, and now it's did they use it to reverse the energy? Well, to get into that, I've already answered the question. We are now at, I just want to let Anu and Antu know, is your question answered? This is an hour and 12 minutes. The question's already answered. But you know what happens here at the Tehuti Podclass, because this is where the possession came in. I said, I'm not just going to answer the question. It's time to get into... Yeah, I think it's time to go beyond that to the next level, to see how they shifted the energy of the beautiful butterfly effect, which is one small subtle change can control the future that appears to be something created in disorder to create order for an agenda. To get into that, you have to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. Boom. So yes, the physics principle, the butterfly effect, which is to have something that appears to be apparent chaos brings about order, is now a model of the 33-degree Freemasons of the Scots, who they themselves connect themselves to Tamaray Kemet. This came from the Scots Freemasonic 33rd degree order, which tied themselves into Kemet, and they came up with this. Order Ab Kao, Volume 1, Original Complete Rituals of the First Supreme Council, 33rd degree. Volume 1, Order Ab Kao. Order Ab Kao was the Latin order out of chaos, the order from disorder. This term was invented by Freemasons in the actual model of the 33 degree of the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. The name Scottish or Scotland is derived from the Latin Greek Scotia, From the feminine, from the feminine, scotials, dark, shadowy. From a shadowy cast, from Scotus, darkness. In ancient Egypt, there was a temple of Venus, Scotia, and it's said that the country of Scotland had derived its name from the Egyptian queen named Scotia or Scotia. And they developed the order Abkeo, which is to create order out of chaos, but you are also the one creating the chaos in the first place. This ancient principle with the Freemasonic is acknowledged from the study of Egypt. Our Kemet, or Ma'at, as they call it, is actually from the oldest story of one thing changing another, or the principle of cause and effect. What's the oldest story of cause and effect, or one thing changing another, or order Abkeo? Does anybody know? It came from as far back as 1850 BC in the papyrus of IPUWER Papyrus, 1850 to 1600 BC. The papyrus laid in 344 recto is now in the Dutch Museum of Antiquity in Netherlands, Holland. This is where they got the Moses story from. We're not going to get into the Moses story today, but here is the here it is right here. We're going to blow this up, and here's the IPUWER Papyrus. Out of chaos comes order, and what does it say? Forsooth, the land turns around as does the potter's wheel, and the robber is the possessor of riches, and the rich man becomes the plunderer. So things are reversed into chaos. Thus the potter, who is KHUNUM, represents how things come to be. KHUNUM, the potter, that which is created on the potter's wheel, represents how things are created, formed from a refined state, the Ka, which resides and is a result of the returning into the order of Ma'at. So thus the statement, the land turns around as does the potter's wheel. The potter's wheel is KHUNUM's wheel, which creates something, but in the sense of creation, things can do a 180-degree turn and start off as chaos, but then go back to order. And this happens in nature. What's the word? I forgot the word. That's one of my favorite words when I was a child. It starts with an E. Not the ecosystem. It's another word. I'll think of it again. But it's when you leave you think your house is dirty or nasty when you see mold and mildew. So you use bleach and you clean that mold and mildew, scrape it. Now to you, this is a clean house. Then you leave it for a week and you come back and there's some mold and mildew and there's a little blade of grass growing out of the corner. There's one of the tree branches came in through the window, so you cut that off. You clean up the mold and mildew. I forgot the word. Very interesting. It's a word I used to teach about when I was 9 years old. Not the ecosystem. Entropy effect. There it is. Entropy. So you clean off the mold and mildew. You know, the fungus, that which created the plant in the first place. You cut the plant off the window. You get the blade of grass out of there. I got my clean home again. Now this time you and your lady, or your lady and your man, leave and go to Jamaica. But this time you get trapped there and you can't come back. Or you're over there and you win the lottery of $2 million. You're like, I'm not going back to the project house or whatever that is. I got $2 million in Jamaica. I'm a trillionaire in Jamaica with $2 million. Let's set up farmland and stuff. You forget about that house. You're like, kids, you can take care of it, whatever. Let that foreclose. You come back to the house. Nobody bought it. 5 years later, and there's all type of grass. And the mold is now plants in the house. Have you ever seen that? Go look up abandoned homes and watch how the plants and the foliage start to grow over the house and in the house. And you're like, oh my God, this is crazy. It looks like chaos. We got to clean this. Where's the landscapers? But that chaos is actually creating an order. The order is your house was the invader in the first place. So the natural environment that was there, nature says, we don't want your house here. Every time you leave for a little bit, we're gonna put a mold is gonna come a little bit in the corner of the bathroom. This blade of grass is gonna grow through the concrete. We don't want this here. The tree's gonna come into the window, and so you leave it there for 6 years abandoned, and go back to those abandoned houses, and the house is green, taken over by nature. That's the original order Abkeo. What appears to be chaos, and get this mildew, this tree out the house. There's mice coming in here. No, there's not mice coming in your house. The mice were there before you built your house on top of their home. The mice were there first. The bugs were there first. Look at all these bugs. Get these bugs out of my house. This mold and the mold and mildew was there first. You built your home on top of the nature. Nature's like, as soon as every chance we get, we're gonna get you humans out of here. We're gonna get your house, get it out of here. Nature is not gonna help you whatsoever survive. Nature is about order Abkeo. A chaos, what appears to be chaos, and then you come back 25, 50 years later. Somebody else comes back to that area, the abandoned city, 150 years later, and they say, look at this beautiful forest. Look at this rainforest. Look at this beautiful landscape. You can't even see it. The houses are underneath the trees, underneath the grass. You're like, look at this beautiful nature. Isn't nature beautiful? Nature is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the land. Is it beautiful, huh? Look at all this greenery. And then the archaeologists come there and dig it up. And they're like, wait a minute, there was houses here 200 years ago. And that beautiful scenery that you love in nature, you love nature, start off as that little piece of mold and mildew you wanted to get out of your bathroom, huh? What happened? That's how it started. You didn't like it when it's little mold and mildew. You come back 200 years later, look at the beauty of nature. Look at the green grass and the landscapes. Look at the squirrels running around. There's houses under that. It looks like chaos at first. Look at my bathroom's dirty. Now you love it. Like, look how the grass is beautifully organized. Who organized it? Nature itself. That's order Abkeo. Uh-oh. Here we go. So that's nature. So that's a force that can be utilized. It just so happens that people utilizing it on you don't have your intention. So that's the potter's wheel reversing, where things become the opposite. That's the oldest order of Chao papyrus. So remember, this is the butterfly effect. Regardless of where your starting point is in reality, in phase-space rotation, the movement will always cause reality to center itself back at the source. That's a ritual I do with my Naturds to bring them back to 0-point field energy. Another class though. So there it is. There's a fixed point attractor. No matter how the movement is, it always centers itself back to the source of where it started. That's how nature works. That's the entropy effect. And what is the way to get back to the source consciously? It is to remember. Anytime you want to get back, I want to get back to my African origins. I want to get back to my native origins. I want to get back. So you have to go through what's called Sankofa. Everybody that's into consciousness, they always talk about going back to when? When things were centered and balanced before the matrix. How do you do that? You have to remember, which is called Seka'u in the Medunetter, that's order, that's out of chaos. The same writing in the papyrus, the same Hebrew papyrus, the order of chaos writing, teach in the end to get back to source order. Here's the same Hebrew papyrus. What did it teach at the very end of the story? Look at all these remembers. In order to bring things back to Ma'at, out of the chaos state, remember to bring the fat goose, torpor, set geese and offerings to the Netiru. Remember to chew the natron and prepare the white bread. So should a man do on the day of moistening of the head. Remember to erect the falstaff and carve the stela. Remember to make the fragrance perfume. Remember to observe the regulations. Remember to remove this. Remember. In order to get back to 0-point field energy, that is what the cells do in order to heal. They simply have to remember the state that they were in before there was any interference. For you to Sankofa or go back to your original state, this is the papyrus of Ipiru, 1850 BC, the very first papyrus of order ab chaos, when things turned around like the potter's wheel in creation. Starts off, it looks like chaos and things reverse itself, but it's going to bring itself back into order only when you center yourself back into your memory of how it was before the chaos. Remember to use this flax. Remember to use the neutron. Remember to set up your statues. Remember. And there's a chapter in the Prem Haru called the chapter of remembering. Remember. That's where you get the mother goddess Sekmet's name from. Sekhmet means to remember. Seket. Second. It's the power of memory in the Prem Haru. The T makes it feminine. So it becomes Sekhem, Sekaun, which is memory, and then the T, Sekaumet. That's where you get the word Sekhmet, was the female goddess of memory, going back to the womb again. And the Egyptians were black. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into what is actually taught by the ancients and not the distractions. Remember to get back to that fixed point attractor or 0-point field energy. Here we go. Boom. And guess what the Egyptologists label this papyrus as? Let me take you to the Varium Lyceum, Volume 1, page 150 of the Ancient Egyptian Literature. Here it is. You can go get this, Volume 1, Ancient Egyptian Literature. How is this described? The IPUWER papyrus. Let me shrink this down. The admonitions of IPUWER has not only no bearing whatever on a long past first intermediate period, it also does not derive from any other historical situation. It is the last, fullest, most exaggerated, and hence least successful composition in the theme of order versus chaos. This is 1850. This is the order versus chaos, to come back to the origin from chaos, to remember, to go back to the 0-point field, the origin. Thus, order ab chaos. So again, this order ab chaos, order out of chaos principle of cause and effect, that one small change can create a domino effect that will eventually change the larger outcome. The more minute the changes, the more it will remain unnoticed, until the final culmination, which at that point is too late to change without the same subtle, tedious sequence of patience. Thus, if you create an environment of control with such subtle changes, little by little, that the sheep will not notice the changes and any new changes because of the desensitization, they transform from this. Remember these? X-Clan. Remember Paris? Looks like he's about to assassinate the president. Remember these? Remember this type of music? The red, black, and green, the unks. Remember this? Remember when men used to dress up and hide behind a tree on album covers to shoot bush? Huh? Can you tell me your new artists today? Who do you listen to today that has that kind of album cover? Go. Who came out today? Which one of your little Yeezy, little Yaki, little Yachi, little Bachi, little Yutzi, little Doozy Verts, little this, little that? Which one of your guys you're listening to today? You're worried about Kendrick Lamar and Drake battling and all these things. Show me the Kendrick Lamar and Drake album cover when they're on the other side of a tree like this to Biden. That's Kendrick Lamar's album cover? That's Drake's new, huh? And those are the best of them, right? Where's the little Uzi for little? I don't even know the name. The baby, the Bootsy. I don't know the name of these creatures. But you see them on their album cover on the other side of a tree like this with Biden. Do you see that? Do you see them with the red, black, and green and the unks and the hats like X-Line? Is that? Can you name an album like that, please? That's out in the last 6 years. What's the name of that group? I need to know that. Don't name a group from the past that's still coming out. I want to know about the new guys that are 25 years old today. Any album cover like that? No? What happened? Because the subtle changes change something, and you can't even remember where the change happened. When did the change happen from X-Clan to Little Uzi Vert? Who was the first change? It happened so subtly that now there's no more of Paris and X-Clan. Now there's only the monkey music. But that takes tedious patience for those who are doing the order abkeo, to be patient, to wait for years, cause the little subtle changes, get rid of this rapper, add this one in slowly. Who's the new Lauryn Hill today? Is that the WAP? Is it called the WAP music? What is? Who's a Lauryn Hill? Huh? But you can't change it back. You know why? Because it takes tedious patience and discipline. You know how patient you have to be to change the hip-hop music from 1996 when it started dying with Tupac and cannabis, in the 2000s with Eminem, to subtly change things slowly and wait for 20-something years until all you have is the mumble rap. You have to be patient and disciplined to wait for that and add the subtle changes. That means in order to change it back, you have to have the same patience and discipline. You have to have structure. Name the conscious movement that you study with that has a structured system today. Bobby Hemmett said, I don't follow nobody. Follow nobody. Don't follow me. Don't follow him. They know. What's the structure system? Because if you say you follow Ma'at, that built a place called Kemet, which was a structure system with ranking and order and patience to build something for thousands of years. What's the structure system today? When you go to those other channels and everybody's arguing on the panel, who's the ranking system? What's the system of culture? When you go to the Dogons, there's a structured system. When you go to the shaman, there's a structured system amongst the Navajo. There's a structured system amongst the Zulu tribe. There's a structured system in Kemet. Today in the woke community, what's the structured system? Who's who? When you say, that's my Kemetic teacher, what's his title? That's a structured system where others are under or over. You have to work your way. Like in Kung Fu, you have to work a certain amount of years before you become a black belt. You can't just come in and say, I'm a god. I'm a priest, I'm a god, I'm a king. What's up, kings? What's up, king? What's up, god? What's up, queen? You're already a queen? You're already a queen? You're already a king? What's the name of that culture that was calling people kings and queens? Prior to this mixed up brain we have today. What's the name of the Eskimo, the Mayan, the Aztec, the Sumerian, the Babylonian, the ancient Egyptian, the ancient Chang dynasty? What's the name of the culture before European invasion that everyone was, what's up, king? What's up, queen? Or did you have to work for that for years through tedious, structured discipline? To be, you think Hatshepsut was called a queen when she was 6? Huh? Queen Nzinga was a queen when she was 8? Queen Nzinga was a queen when she was 7, right? Do you have a document where Queen Nzinga was 7 years old? She was Queen Nzinga. Queen Tai was Queen Tai when she was 5. She was already Queen Tai. Nefertiti was Queen Nefertiti when she was 11. But you all around, hey queen, what's up, my black queen? What's up, my king? You're already calling each other kings and queens because you have absolutely no respect for the structured system of your ancient culture. But you dare not walk into the fire department and introduce yourself as the lieutenant, would you? Go ahead. Walk into the fire department and say, yo, I'm the black lieutenant. I'm lieutenant. The chief would say, pull out your badge, sir, please. I'm lieutenant. I'm chief lieutenant in this fire department. Walk into the United States Army. Call yourself general. I'm general. And see if you get out there. If you get out alive, see what happens. Go to Saudi Arabia and call yourself the general of the Saudi. Call yourself these names in actual structured cultures that exist. You can only do it with cultures that don't have a system anymore. Now you can freely just steal those names with disrespect. Now you're a black king. Now my name is Queen Sekhmet on Instagram. I'm King Babaloa. King of what culture? What sovereignty? Where's this? You're disrespecting the culture because it takes tedious patience to be the president of the United States of America, to be the president of Ghana, to be Queen Tai, to be Queen Hatshepsut, to be King Ramesses, to be Bruce Lee, to be a black belt 3rd degree master. It takes patience. But when you're in a society you don't respect, you can just walk up, I'm black belt, I'm King Black Belt, I'm Bruce Leroy. I'm Bruce Leroy. That's right. I'm Bruce Leroy. Until you meet Jet Li. And you wake up the next day wondering what happened. Go ahead and disrespect Jet Li. You only disrespect your own culture. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So that tedious change turns this into this. Who are these guys? Triple Red and what is this one? The little Uzi man with the purse. So X-Clan and Paris. Here's your X-Clan and Paris today. Somebody named Triple Red. Is this person dead? I don't know who these are because I don't listen to any of this. I just grab their names off the internet. I just put in new internet rappers and it gives me these things. But these are the things I used to see in horror movies. I don't know. I don't know if this person's dead. I'm not sure even what this is, but this is what we saw in horror movies. And this looks like a very unattractive woman. I don't know what this is. It said a little Uzi Vert. I don't know if you all know who this is, but it looks like this doesn't look like Lauryn Hill to me. So this, I don't know if this is supposed to be the new Lauryn Hill. Is this the new Erykah Badu? I don't know what this is. Looks like a tough woman. Is this the new Rod Digger? Is this the new Roxanne Shante? So I don't know what this is, but the women look tough and the men look like dead creatures from a Poltergeist movie. But that used to be this. That's the subtle change. Boom. By the time you get to this, how long you think you'd have to talk to this man to turn him back to this? Never. You know how long it would take to talk to this man if he's even alive, and talk to this woman here to turn this woman here and back into Lauryn Hill? No. Here we go, everybody. So even though you were there for both these conclusions, you cannot tell when the change actually began, or when the psyops is taking place right in front of you on national television. Who here in the viewing audience remembers when the highest level of national security building, White House area / U.S. Capitol building area, was rushed and infiltrated by civilians with handguns for the world to see right on national television, as easy as rushing into your grandma's kitchen while she's baking cookies? For those who don't remember, let me play a clip of that movie. Let me ask everybody, who remembers a few years ago when the White House in Capitol Hill was rushed by people with handguns and cell phones? Anybody remember that? Anybody remember that? Let me go ahead and play a clip of that movie here. Here it is. I'll play a quick clip of that. They got the men looking like dead creatures, women looking like tough. I'm not sure what that even is. Completely unattractive, whoever that is, little whoever those are. But that's a transformation because I don't remember anybody looking like that. But when did it suddenly start? But here it is. Here's the. Anybody remember this? Everybody, here we go. Oh, this is not this. Anybody remember this right here? There we go. Who remembers this? When the White House and the Capitol were rushed by people with handguns and cell phones. Huh? Here we go. Press play here. Boom, boom, and boom.
I think a lot of us have some questions, a lot of questions, not just for Donald Trump. I've got no questions for Donald Trump. He's an insurrectionist. There are no questions. He should be arrested today. He should be sent to jail today for insurrection against the United States of America. But I do wonder this morning, why they weren't better prepared for this? Why weren't the Capitol Hill police better prepared for this? Why wasn't the city of Washington, D.C. better prepared for this? Why wasn't the National Guard better prepared for this? Why weren't law enforcement agencies all across the region better prepared for an invasion? An invasion against the people's house, against the world's greatest deliberative body. And for those of you who've never been up on the Capitol, I spent quite a bit of time there. And even as a member of Congress, I had to have my ID to get in. If I walked across an adjoining street when no cars were on that street, but I didn't have a walk sign, Capitol Hill police would scream at the top of their lungs and tell us all to get back on the sidewalk. When I was walking to a State of the Union address across the street from the Capitol, 5 Capitol Hill police started screaming at me, telling me I had to clear the area. And yet, yesterday we saw some of these same Capitol Hill police officers, who, by the way, I never complained when they were tough. I want them to be tough. I want them to protect the people's house. Yesterday, we see them patting terrorists on the back. We see them taking selfies with people who are committing an insurrection against the United States of America, politely opening the door for terrorists who had scrawled on the door, "Murder the media," who had broken through this glass, letting them just walk through, letting these Trump supporters walk through freely and politely opening doors to the insurrectionists. And then letting the terrorists walk out of the same Capitol they had laid siege to and threatened the lives of members of the House and members of the Senate who they said they were coming to get, including Mike Pence. There has to be an investigation. How many of these Capitol Hill cops are members of Donald Trump's cult? How many?
It is a cult.
How many allowed this to happen?
Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom. How many people remember that? How many people remember that movie there? Here we go. Boom. You believe this was real, of course, right? All happening at the exact same time as all that. The storming of the White House Capitol all happened at the exact same time as the George Floyd COVID-19 deaths in 2021 have surpassed last year's count, CDC. The major riots that took place, all the burning of police stations, insurrection, siege of the White House, George Floyd, and COVID all taking place at the same time. That's a lot of chaos, would you say? They were the most chaotic moments in American history, all taking place at the same time? Wow, that is right, Tehuti. COVID was at its peak. George Floyd and the American terrorist rape scene of the state capitol with phones taking selfies with securities all happened at the same time. Yes, here's the main star actor of the movie, Jake Angeli, the main one the media focused on during the Capitol invasion. Why'd you call him an actor, Tehuti? Well, that's what his bio says. This is the main invader dressed up as a sheep or ram, dressed up. Here he is. There's the arrow pointing to the mask because this is happening the same time as COVID. So the same time as COVID, George Floyd, the insurrection, siege of the White House, police facilities being burned down, all happened at the same time. This was the main man he focused on. And when you look at his bio, he's Jake Angeli, an actor, voiceover artist. Here he is right here. Do you see the COVID mask at the same time they rushed the U.S. Capitol? Because all of those states of chaos seem to coincidentally happen right around the same time. Oh, wait, here's another picture of Jake Angeli. So here he is again, bum rushing because he says he's against the government. He's against the government. He's bum rushing the Capitol building. He's the main star of it. And here he is. Well, I have another picture of Jake right here. Here's another picture of Jake and the security. So this is Jake and the security here. He's facing security in the Capitol as the insurrection and the siege of the Capitol. But here's another Jake and security with the COVID mask off, which means yes, they were happening at the same time. And here's another picture of Jake with security. But wait a minute. This time he's with Giuliani. Giuliani's smiling, and the security's behind them. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to this movie that you are all in. Yes, those who are the true puppeteers. Let me shrink this down again. Those who are the true puppeteers of this chaos that is going on. Oh, there's a typo here. So the predictive programming through movies. So it causes subtle changes in television, subtle changes in music, subtle changes in biological imperative, and your outlook on the quality of life itself, all symbolized by the butterfly and the little butterfly effect changing time and space and a control of a society and the sheeple. Through subtle control, the butterfly symbolism is all around you. You just didn't notice. The story, movie, Psyops, was all over MSN News. These stories were all over CNN and MSN first. That's where they were. MSN, the Internet News, and Microsoft News. All over MSN News. Oh, wait, MSN? Wait a minute. MSN News. I remember MSN. MSN. What? MSN News? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, MSN News. Yeah, that's right. MSN News. Oh, the MSN News with the the logo of the butterfly. Yeah, there it is. MSN News symbols the butterfly. Why? Why is MSN? Let's break the matrix here. Here's MSN's logo. It is the butterfly. Specific type of butterfly too. We're gonna find out. Here we go. Yes, those who are the true puppeteers of the chaos and the propagators. Boom, the strongest form of propagation, programming, the internet, news, and news in general, controlling the thoughts of the masses by displaying all the psyops in the world, widescreen, and there's your butterfly right there. There's your butterfly right there. And why? Let me ask the class, what is the most popular name for the mind control program you've heard of? Let me go to the class. Just type it in the room. What's the most popular name when you think of, whether you believe in it or not, when you think of a mind control program, what is the most popular title of one that comes to mind when you think of mind control? They always mention the same word, the mind control program called, there it is. Robert Williams like, what? MK Ultra. Yep, that's the first thing that comes. YouTube, that's hilarious. What's the MK Ultra is the first name that comes to mind of the mind control program whenever you think of mind control. There it is, MK Ultra. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's break this matrix. Here we go. MK Ultra. Here's a document right here. MK Ultra. It's a project that will include the study. Basically, MK Ultra was a real thing. Was a mind control program. And there it is. These things are blotted out for security. But there it is, MK Ultra. There is the document right there. Subject, MK Ultra, Project 8. There's MK Ultra right there, mind control. Yes, MK Ultra. Another question. When you think of a butterfly, now we're going to tell you your mind works. When you think of a butterfly, what's the most popular thing that comes into your mind? Think of a butterfly, everybody, and just name one. What's the first butterfly that comes to your mind when you think of a butterfly? Think of a butterfly by name. What type of butterfly that you think is beautiful or stands out? Or just the first one that pops into your mind. What's the first butterfly that comes into your mind? Go ahead and type it in the room. First butterfly that comes in mind that you know the name of. This is called a blank butterfly. Monarch, 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 monarch. Okay? Neferkeperet says monarch. And two, monarch. Harass, monarch. Angela, monarch. Only females are answering. Oh, here we go. Nook Panook, monarch. Okay, monarch. Right? Why is that? There's thousands of species of butterfly. Why is that the first programmed in your mind? Even go and ask your friends to name another butterfly. Don't look it up on the internet. Ask them, Nicholas Noatic, monarch, Robert Mon. Just ask them to name another type of butterfly. Forget about the first one that comes to mind. Just ask them, what's another species of butterfly that you've talked about? Ask your friends to close their eyes and see what pops up in their subliminal subconscious, what's been programmed. What is the first butterfly they think of when they think of a butterfly? By species name. Everybody you ask mom, dad, everybody. Don't go look it up on the internet. Look, what are the names of species of no. The first thing that comes to your mind is, in the programming, monarch, 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 monarch. That's the first thing that comes to your mind. Monarch. Why is that, everybody? Is that the only species of butterfly? That's the first one in your mind, though. And you all don't even go and catch butterfly. Are you all butterfly studiers? Do you study different species of butterfly? How is it that people that aren't even familiar with species of butterfly from different parts of the world? Nicholas Noatic is from Denmark. Neferkepret's in Tennessee. Angela Gates somewhere else. All these people different places. And everybody had the same answer. Do you think you've been programmed? Or do you think you're actually studiers of butterflies? The first one that comes to your mind in the programming, of course, monarch. Monarch butterfly. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? We are here. I'm here to break the matrix from you all. This is it. Why is it the first one in your mind? It's the only one. The puppeteers, the English, Scottish Freemasons, and the secret societies that are controlling this new butterfly effect, the ones that created Order Ab Chaos, 33 degree of the Scotia, as a motto. Do you have any idea why it's called a monarch butterfly? Why is it even called a monarch butterfly? Monarch butterfly. Uh-oh. Monarch butterfly in honor of William III of England and Scotland, because he was the Prince of Orange. William III, King of England, Scotland. Monarch. Boom. The butterfly ruling is called the monarchy. That's the monarchy. That's the name of a ruling government. The monarchy, the same name as the butterfly. It represents something that's ruling over the sheeple, over the people. The monarch, actually named after a particular king of Scotland. You remember Scotland, the same Freemasons that created Order Ab Chaos? William III, the butterfly. The same ones who rule you by this day, the butterfly effect, the Order Ab Chaos. Remember this? Order Ab Chaos. From the book, Volume 1, Order Ab Chaos is Latin for order out of chaos. From disorder. This term was invented by the Freemasons and is actually the motto of the 33rd degree of Scottish. So the Order Ab Chaos comes out of Scotland, Scottish rites, the Freemasonry. In your programmed mind control, the only butterfly you can think of when it comes to mind is monarch, was named after the King of Scotland, and the word monarch means rulership. As if this butterfly is ruling anything, it actually represents Scottish Rule, the same ones who brought in the Order Abkeo butterfly effect rule, Psyops. Controlling Psyops, the playmakers that created the storming of the Capitol movie that you thought was real, announced that there were 3 involved deaths. Do you remember that, everybody? There were 3 involved deaths of the storming. There were 3 involved deaths and killer and deaths in the storming. And of course, if you've been to my class before, you've gotten many breakdowns of the letter B and the number 3, which happens to be the first letter of butterfly. Let's see who MSN, ABC, and the other Psyops broadcast told you they were. There was 3 in the Capitol killings. Here we go. What's your name? Ashley Babbitt. Hey, Ashley Babbitt. Woman shot by Capitol Police. Ashley Babbitt. Last name starts with a B. Who was arrested for the shooting at the Capitol invasion? Somebody was arrested. Who was that again? Let me go see who that was. I remember that guy. Oh, this guy right here. Here it is. Thomas Barigny. Thomas Barigny. Nice name. I've actually never heard of that last name in my life. Class, how many of your friends and family have the name Barigny? You have any friends and family named Barigny? Is that your best friend's name? That's your cousin's name? Whose friend is that? You hanging out with anybody lately? Where are you going? I'm going to the Barigny. Barigny. Anybody know anybody named Barigny? So Mr. Barigny is the one suspect of the shooting. The one who got shot by the Capitol Police is Miss Babbitt. Last name starts with a B. Where else did they tell you? Who else did they tell you was shot at the Capitol invasion? Butterfly effect, mind control Psyops. Who else? Brian Sicknick. Hey, Brian. The other name that starts with the letter B. Boom. All their names are with the letter B. 3 people involved in the shooting at this event. Let me ask a question. Anyone here with any real-life friends or family with the name Sicknick? I'm just checking. I don't have any friends named Wolverine either. But let me check in the room. Person 9, if your friends or family are Sicknick. Any Sicknicks? Any Sicknicks in the class? Sicknicks? Stand up, Sicknicks. Sicknicks? Any of you have friends named Sicknick? No, that's not. Nobody? Your teacher at school. His name is Mr. Sicknick. Your doctor. It must be your doctor. Your doctor's name is your dentist. No? The bus driver. Your school bus driver's name was Sicknick. No? Your babysitter. Her name was Mary Sicknick. Remember Mary Sicknick, your babysitter? No? The mailman? Craig Sicknick, your ex-boyfriend. Angela Gates, remember your ex-boyfriend Sicknick? Nicholas Noatic, your ex-girlfriend, her name was Sicknick, wasn't it? No? Was it Sicknick? Sicknick. I don't know. I don't know anybody named Wolverine either. Any of you all have friends named Bruce Wayne? That's a, I don't know. It's hard to find those names outside of a movie. Miss Babbitt, Barigny, and Brian. The 3 mentioned and promoted and advertised and shown consistently in the storming of the Capitol, all with the letter B. And they give you these names, and you don't question. Man, I never heard of Sicknick. Sicknick? Boom. Oh, there was another name circulating for the Psyops Mind Control Project, MK Ultra. Whether you believe it's true or not, it doesn't matter. It was circulating and put in the minds of the masses. Guess what it was called? Kathy O'Brien, born December 4th, 1957, is an American conspiracy theorist, the author who claims to have been a victim of mind control program called Project Monarch, which she alleges was a part of the CIA. Here's another book, Feedback from Therapists, Survivors by Kurt Barker, Overcoming Monarch Mind Control. Boom, Project Monarch. Oh, back to MSN, Microsoft. Back to MSN, with the butterfly symbol. They were coming out with a new program app. Let me show you. You may want to get it. I want to show you this new app that Microsoft is coming out with. You may want to get it. What is it called? It's on ZNet. Microsoft takes another step towards launching its new unified Outlook, Microsoft's Project Monarch. You may want to get this program. It's a new app that's out. It's coming out. It came out by now. It's called Project Monarch by Microsoft. The same MSN. Forget about it. Okay, yes. This continued false psyops was to have you think the people in rulership were actually at odds with each other. They're actually at odds. The monarchy, that Trump was being impeached. The same time Trump supporters were breaking into the White House the Capitol building as accepted terrorists at the same time as the chaos situation of the largest recorded, widest pandemic in Earth history, resulting in you getting, jabbed at the same time as the most massive chaos display of police brutality in the world's history, the largest known worldwide project in history, the George Floyd killing. Meanwhile, the monarch was in control of the chaos the entire time, altering time and events and the minds of the people, creating the chaos to bring in their order. Hey, guess who showed up? Dressed for the occasion for both events. She showed up with George Floyd, the George Floyd ritual, the false psyops, and the U.S. Capitol situation. And the Trump situation. Remember her? She came in Kensei cloth. She came in Kensei cloth. You got to come with your Hollywood show. You got to come with the props. She came with the Kensei cloth. On one knee to represent. Who else was on one knee? Oh, it was actually the killer who was on one knee. Yeah. What? They were echoing. Was Floyd on one knee? I don't remember Floyd on one knee. But they got on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds to say they represented George Floyd. But I don't remember George Floyd on his knee. It was actually the killer that was on his knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. So if you get on your knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds and you're echoing and imbuing the position of the killer, if your mother was strangled, if your daughter was strangled and killed by a man going like this, abusing her and strangling her and holding her like this for 7 minutes, holding her like this on the ground for 7 minutes, choking her, taking the air out of her little 5-year-old body, and you wanted to pay commemoration. Somebody came to pay commemoration to your daughter. When they came to your house, they said, "I want to pay respect to your daughter." Sure, I'm really hurt. I'm very sensitive right now. I don't even want to think about the situation. Can you show me? What do you mean you want to pay tribute? Here's how I pay tribute. I'm going to go like this in front of you for 7 minutes. Because that's the position that the killer was doing for 7 minutes as he killed your daughter. So I'm gonna do this position. That's the killer doing that for 7 minutes. Try that. Go to somebody whose daughter was raped or killed, or go to somebody's son who was killed, or go to a friend whose child was murdered, and imitate what the killer did. They were stabbed for 5 minutes, so go to their house and get a fake knife and go like this and say, "This is in commemoration to your son. Remember, he was stabbed for 5 minutes?" So they got everybody to get on their knee in the ritual for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, but that's what the killer was doing. Is that what Floyd did? Don't say it's for Kaepernick. Kaepernick wasn't on his knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Only one man was on one knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. It was Chauvin, the killer. And they had the whole world echoing the killer. You don't think that's a ritual going on? In every ritual, you echo and imbue the position in Kemet or whatever culture you're in. You imbue the position of nature that you want to echo through microcosm through yourself. You imbue that position and you pretend you're that thing echoing and imitating nature that's around you. So if you get on one knee for 8 minutes and 40 seconds, who are you imbuing? George Floyd or Chauvin? And none of you ever asked that? There was no protest for that? You tell me somebody got in front of you on national television, Nancy Pelosi and thousands of people got on the position of the killer's position, and none of you have any emails about that? Can you all send me an email or some type of proof that anybody watching this was against that? Or did any of you watching this also get in the position of the killer to pay tribute to the one who was killed? You want to imitate what the rapist did to your daughter, because that's what you do to a family member. You show them all the moves of the rape, and that's how you pay tribute to the love of the daughter, right? Or are you under Project Monarch? Yeah, there she is right there. Hey Nancy, how you doing, man? You dressed up as you dressed up in kente cloth. George Floyd never wore kente cloth, by the way. You don't show me a picture of George Floyd with kente cloth? Did George Floyd represent any type of kente cloth is one culture. Kente cloth has nothing to do. It's one culture is kente cloth. That's not a national culture of all ancient civilizations. It's one culture, people wearing kente cloth. Why is Nancy wearing kente cloth to represent George Floyd, but in the position of the person who killed George Floyd? I mean, this is a scary movie. You all like this movie? You all like it? Weird movie, right? There she is. Right there. But this time, for the monarch butterfly style, when she came for the situation that happened with Trump, the other chaos situation with the insurrection, impeachment, all that chaos. She's just a little different for that occasion. You want me to play that one? I'm going to play that one. She's just a little bit different. She wasn't in the kente cloth for that one. She was in another type of something else. I don't know. Do y'all remember? She was in something else. I'm going to go ahead and play that and see if clip 2, clip 1. Oh, I better have it here. Hold on. Let me go ahead and play that here. I have to find the original one. Let's see. She was dressed. She wasn't in kente cloth. Oh, here. Wait. Took off. What's this? 2. I'm gonna have to go back to the original one. Okay. Wow. Okay, here we go. I have to go back to the original one. For some reason, that's not in here. Did it get wiped off my thing? Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Wait. Is it this? Let me see if this is it. Chaos. No, that's not it. That's not it. Hold on a second. Did they get wiped? I hope it didn't get taken out. Wait, where is it? Hold on, everybody. little bit of patience is 2. Existence nightmare. Oh, I gotta go back. Okay. I have to go. Hold on a second. I gotta get this. I have to get this. Whoa. This is interesting. Let me go back and see if I can get the original one. Let me go back to this. Open. Let me see if that's gone too. Is that off of my computer completely? Wait a minute. Oh, that's gone. Wait. Okay, everybody, hold on a second. I gotta go get this. I have to manually go get this now. My thing is, it's off of both of my things. Let me see. No way. That's very nice. Let me search for like this. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, let me go back. I have to find the actual footage. Wait a minute. False. Wow, this is deep. Okay, here we go for this. Okay, let me see what pops up here like this. Let it. No match? It's off of there too? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. No way it's not. No way it is. No way. Okay, here we go. Is this it? If it's off this, then it's gone. It's gone for good. Wait a minute. Let me scroll down. There's no way. No. Wait. Okay, here we go. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna have to. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to go like this then. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna move to Korea. Here we go. Oh wow, they got. Wait, let me scroll down. Is it coming off as I'm looking? No, we can't do that, right? I need Sasha's iPhone 7 or something. Okay, here it is. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what just happened there, but okay, we're gonna let me see this off. Okay, boom. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna control like this. I gotta find the original thing. We'll pass Trump. Here we go. Okay, good. Okay. Let me turn this up. Wow. Here it is. Trump will find himself on trial. Okay, we're gonna. Whoa. Okay, here it is, everybody. So she came dressed for the occasion. So I'm gonna go back here. That is odd. This is an interesting life. Okay, here we go. So there it is right there. So boom. So here's Nancy Pelosi for the first chaos situation of the popular one, which is George Floyd. She came dressed like this with the kente cloth in the position of the killer. There she is. Okay, boom. And then the next chaotic situation that's never happened to America before, which is the insurrection, invasion, and siege of the White House simultaneously with the insurrection impeachment situation with Trump and all of that. She came for that too. I'm gonna give you let me go ahead and put that on the screen here. She came dressed a little bit differently. And we'll go like this. Here we go. Boom. Can you all see that? Yep. Blow it up. And here it is. Here.
Senate. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi hasn't yet decided when she'll deliver the article of impeachment that will trigger the start of the trial.
You'll be the first to know when we announce that we're going over there.
The impeachment trial could begin this.
Came just a little bit differently. A little bit differently for the occasion, because this time she came with That's a real nice mask that combines all three. So there she is for the Floyd. Over here with the kente cloth, that chaos situation in the position of the killer. There she is like there. And then here she is with the insurrection situation in Trump's final days. And the COVID mask, which is the other situation of chaos, all combined into one. She's wearing the chaos, the COVID mask, while the situation with the Trump and the insurrection and the siege, and it's called Trump's Final Days. And there she is with that beautiful mask on. Where do you get one of those? Any of y'all have this COVID mask? Is this a popular one? Is a new style that's out? Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciate this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned or if any of this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of appreciation called the butterfly effect, monarch, mind control, or any creative title that you can come up with to PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Moon, Hotep, I am done. And nah, I don't want one of those masks. I'm okay with that. Hotep, I'm done. Put the link in the room for the supporting team to come in. The students to come in. I'm going to check the chat, and then we're going to go to see. There's your answer, Anu. 2 hours and 15 minutes. The butterfly effect. I'm going to go to the comments. We got Axes here, and Panook appreciated that. There are the people that asked the question. Ryan put boom. Robert put butterflies. I'll wait because there's a lag. So if you are typing in what you thought of the class, I don't get any real time. So I gotta wait for a minute, but I'm gonna check the cash apps. Angela Gates put 100. Wonderful SABA. We're gonna check the cash apps in the PayPal. I want to see what happened here. There you go, Anu and Antu. There's your Butterfly Effect movie. How you like it? Butterfly Effect 2, the new movie came out.
Well, very much, Salvatore. I'm infinitely appreciative of you. That was a wonderful breakdown, the way it was put together and the way you showed everything, the progression you went through, the story that you went through. I love how it started off with Mut and the life and death, and I like how you progressively went all the way to the movie that's happening now, and how you assured that Order Ab KO and the subliminals happening, and then showing something else, but without like saying it, just showing the progression of it. So that was very great. I'm very appreciative of you. Without you, I would be lost. I know everybody else here would not know this. I would not know this. So I'm very appreciative of you.
Thank you so much.
So for your appreciation, and it was your question. So without that question, nobody would have got this. I've never taught that before. You said something, and too. You did too so much.
Yeah, I did. It was very, very mind-blowing, and to see that is just so powerful and life-saving. So to us so much for all that you do for us and all the time it took you to put that in and showing all those details and the mask she was wearing. It was mind-blowing to us so much.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. Who's this cartoon character at the top here under Annie Patal's box? Looks like a drawing. It's Neferket Red has made her return back to the Podclass. How you doing there, Neferket Red?
I am doing wonderful. To offer asking Saba, how are you doing?
I'm tired. I'm ready to.
Tired?
I'm ready to go catch butterflies in the field or something.
Yeah, that was a very beautiful and elaborate answer to that very beautiful question to offer for that. It was very, I really appreciated and loved how you started off with just explaining or teaching on the mother aspect. And I was also thinking about just butterflies earlier today, and how
Really?
earlier my hometown in Mexico, the monarch butterfly is it's like a sanctuary for the monarch butterfly, where my parents are from. So I thought that was really cool. So yes, that was very beautiful. And so to offer teaching on this beautiful subject.
Wonderful. Glad you appreciate it. And thank you for popping back, and thank you for your insight and appreciation.
Anika.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what happened to the hair. The hair looks something's different, but it looks it looks.
I cut it.
Oh, you cut it. That's what it is. And it
Yes.
looks thick. It's not moving. It looks like. Okay. Very interesting. So maybe people can do with their hair to change the whole look, but very interesting. Is there blue shining from it?
There's a light that's blue behind me, so that's why it kind of looks blue.
Okay, I thought you had some new hiccup over there, getting blue light coming from your third eye. But okay, all right, wonderful. Let's go to Primordial Thought 9. How do you like the Butterfly Effect movie now, man? You're in it.
Saba, if ever you're giving the opportunity to direct a movie, that would be phenomenal. If someone gave you the rights to direct something that can really tell a story the way you do in these build-ups, it is phenomenal. And to top it all off with the mask with the butterflies on it, that was that in itself was that was a way to end this whole build-up. That was phenomenal. The way you make things plain. I was telling Gab, I was like, you know what, man? While we was watching, I was like, you know what, like, Saba has us like, anytime we see something on TV or if it's as popular, like, you really got to examine it. Like, you better examine it, because you might be performing a ritual. you might be being controlled to participate in something that you have no idea about. So I appreciate you for helping us to be able to stop and really examine something, and to really try to find out what it is that is being presented. And you are absolutely right, because even before I met you, I used to always tell people, like, hey man, you can't just change something in somebody. You have to, like, it's little by little they do little things, and when those little things are done in a slow manner, you don't even realize that you're a part of something that was literally changed before your eyes. So I was ecstatic when you brought that up. Like, when you brought that up, I was like, man, I used to tell people the same thing, but I'm not explaining it like you explained it. So it's just cool that you when you're holding on to something, you give it meaning. And I think that that's phenomenal. So to us, I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your appreciation. I look forward to looking in the Gmail. I look forward to seeing what people, how people truly appreciate this, because that was not the answer that I put together for Anu and Antu. Only the movie part, where I ended the movie part and led into the definition of the butterfly effect with the weather and Lorenz, and why it's called the butterfly effect and the small changes. That was the end of the answer. That was the first. That was 1 hour. So I already answered the question. And it's when I scrolled down and saw, oh my goodness, I I left that. That was the first answer, and I forgot about that one. The second one with all the order APKO and all the science and all that. That was something I did because I forgot that I answered 2 days. I answered a couple days ago. That was like 2 and 1. That was 2 times. Wondering, why is this taking so long? And I realized that I answered twice. So because the question was about the Butterfly Effect movie, wasn't it? So the movie was answered.
Saba, if you doing things like this, blacked out, you blacking out and don't even, man. What you do when you conscious?
When I go to take my breaks, I ask my intern what was the class I just did. When I get out there, my intern is like, "Oh, just clapping, hitting her legs. Oh, that was awesome." And then she was asking me questions, and I'm like, "What?" And I don't know. If I keep all of this in mind all the time, I don't have it triggered. Imagine how many things I've taught on. Can you imagine how many things I've taught on? All the classes, primordial. And when did you come? When did you start watching the podcast? When it first began?
Yes.
What year was that?
What was that, Saba? Was that 2020?
2021 or say 20?
Yeah, about 2021. I caught you at the end of your time with Killer Priest.
So see all that I've taught since Killer Priest? Imagine if all that was always in your mind. How would your workday be?
I couldn't function, Saba. I couldn't operate.
Okay, you could not operate, right?
Correct.
Now do this for me. What do you say?
I say yes, correct.
Now do this for me. That's 2021, and you can't operate, right? Take that and just go add to 1992. That's when I started teaching. All right, Menkora, how you doing, man? How you like that movie?
Yo, the Pata Award, not the Oscar. The director of the year goes to Master Teacher Saba Tehuti. The battle rapper of the year, the Matrix Slayer of the year, the Isfat Chaos Breaker of the year. You just get all the awards, Saba. You get them all. Like that was phenomenal. So you definitely bodied that. Very powerful. I love how you started with the Stele of Kadesh. That, man, it will take me forever to describe what you just did. But Tua to you for the investment that you made and learning from the teachers of all of the magicians, because it definitely paid off. And you were definitely paying attention in class. So Hotel Henu to you. I don't know how you did that, but that was powerful. Definitely the essence of chaos, you find in that, the chaos theory, everything that you're able to track down so you can do the magic that you do is very powerful. So salute Henu to you.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. That was Nini, I'm gonna that was a lot, and I'm glad you appreciate that I'm doing. Thank you. On to the wonderful Bella in blue. We got one has blue coming out of her her frequency from some light coming from the end. The other one has a blue headband on. What's up with the blue heads? How you doing, Bella?
I'm well, Tua for asking, Tua for Snuffer teaching. I liked it very much. I like all things that come from you, and Tua for all your work on the other side, and Tua for your patience and discipline and thought, and Tua for being the amazing Saba that you are.
Nina, glad you appreciate it. Gabrielle Lopez. Oh, Gabriella definitely has to come up soon. You're next, Gabriella. You you asked me. You're the only one that asked me about the next question, so you're coming up soon. She says, to a SABA, it's truly in mind and opening. Same time, it shows me everything they do is embedded and has an intention. Yes, and to a Bella, to you for out of the blue. To a Bella, for you for your great appreciation of me. You appreciate me beyond anything that is that you say here. So to for your great appreciation. And Tef Remkem Ma'at, Butterfly Effect. How you doing, man? You like butterfly?
Yeah, that's I was showing Shantae some of the breakdown. That got kind of scary, so I'm like, wow, this is man, that was absolutely phenomenal. Very scary, and games that's being played and tricks that's being played on us is it's never ending. It's very, very sick. Very sick what's going on, very sad. And I'm very thankful to have you as a teacher so that you can break us out of this matrix. And was wondering, was it going into the next question? I was like, looking at, I went back, I said, is he answering both questions?
It's over 2 hours, huh?
Tehuti Overdrive is serious.
When I was putting together the answer, I was getting scared for everybody. Actually, I was putting together the next one coming up too is the same. The next one is the same answer as this one, but I was going through the emotions of what this must feel like to somebody just watching it, and I mean, imagine that. All the years since everybody was getting on one knee, and at TEF, have you seen one email, one YouTube video before me, anybody talking about, wait a minute, the getting on one knee is the position of the killer? Have you seen any book on it, any YouTube, any Black conscious speaker, any of the RBG movement, Black Lives Matter? Black Lives Matter was doing it. Nobody said, wait a minute, we're getting in the position of the killer. Nobody said that, but Tehuti. That's it.
Nobody.
And it's so obvious. And that's the ritual, that's the practice, and that's how you do desensitization, where you can basically get to the point where you can do anything in front of everybody. In the next class, I'm going to elaborate that it's like when you're in a relationship of let's say domestic violence or something, and you start off with a joke first. You say, "Hey, big head," or "Hey, such and such." That's how the matrix starts. You start off with an insult first, and then the insult is laughed at. Who are you talking to, such and such? And you start like that, and then you get into an argument, and it starts off as a little push or shove, and somebody touches you and hits you, and as time goes on, you don't do nothing about it. That touch gets harder, and then it turns into a hit, and it's slowly happening, and because you're being desensitized to the first, "Hey, big head," by the time somebody recognizes it from the outside, they say, "Yo, why does your face look all scarred up?" And you're like, "No, it's a regular day," because you're desensitized to it. But you would never do that on your first date. I'm gonna elaborate on that in the next class. How come nobody goes through domestic violence on their first date? Anybody raise your hand? Anybody heard about their friends going through domestic violence when they meet their first date at Applebee's? No, they don't. You don't get beat up at the bar when you buy the girl the shot of Heineken. You don't give her a hit. Cameron said, when I start my relationship, I hit them first, so they don't say in the future, "You don't treat me how you used to." But is that really? is that ever happened to any of your friends? They start off the relationship. No, it's a gradual thing. And I'm going to elaborate that in the next class. That's what happens to your mind. It gradually. So by the time somebody stands in front of you in the position of the killer, for 4 years, nobody said, except for Tehuti, that's the position of the killer. Because I stay away from it all, I'm not desensitized to it. That's why I know all of this, but I honestly don't know the difference between what the iPhone 7 and whatever else. I don't know what that is. The difference between iPhone 7 and 9 and all those things that Primordial laughs at me about. I don't know the basic, all the little changes, all those little things, because I only know what it takes to break the matrix. When the iPhone 7 and 9 or whatever that is becomes a form of AI, which it is, and somebody asks me a question, then I'm going to know everything about the iPhone 7. And until then, I stay away from all I do is spend time with my animals and my natures. I know nothing about, I don't even know the name of the rappers I showed, Uzi Vert. So I stay away from all that, but I'm glad you all appreciated and enjoyed it. We're going to go into the Gmails, read a couple of the some of the supports given, and I'm going to see if I'm going to see what people thought of that. I'm going to see the appreciation. Let me go see. Let me read the Gmail. 1 second, everybody. Let me come off the screen for just a moment while I reset my page. Hold on.
Question, Tua and Anu for asking that question through the alley-oop. Sorry about the basketball analogy, but it's beautiful to pass the torch to Saba and let him light up the world. I think that's a better analogy. Definitely, that was the good one to ask. So, Hinu, what's up to you?
Tua, for giving your attention to this class and to Saba Tehuti. Everybody make sure to support our Saba Tehuti. He deserves it. And also make sure to spread the word about the podcast, because everybody in the world went through what happened in 2020. They all knew about the COVID and all that stuff. So I would think a lot of people would like to know what was really happening. So spread the word.
Thank you so much for all those who are friend requesting me on Facebook. I get a lot of friend requests per day. I'm letting everybody know right now, peace and love to all those who friend requesting who actually are about what I'm about. I will tell you, when you friend request me, I just go to your Facebook and I scroll down for 2 months. If I don't see a podcast share, I delete you. And I delete 5 to 7 or so friends a day, by the way. So if you notice that you're not my friend anymore, or however that works, it's because when I first came onto Facebook, I was innocent. Like I said, I'm not the computer world AI. I'm not into that. All this. I'm not into this. Whatever is going on in this day and time, I'm not really into it much. So I thought that when I saw friend requests when Facebook came out, I'm from the MySpace Black Planet, so I thought it was somebody who wanted to be a friend. It's like, if you're a friend, then that means you're into what I'm into. So I was expecting to have like 2,000 friends, and I was like, oh, there's gonna be 2,000 people listening to my teachings, 2,000 people assisting and helping with the podcast. And I noticed that of the 2,000 friends I have, there's only 50 people watching the podcast and 20 supporters. And I'm like, where's my 2,000 friends? I thought I was 2,000 friends. You're not my friend? No. So I was innocent then, and I was just accepting friend requests. I thought it actually meant that somebody was a friendly thing. But I realized in the AI world, there's no emotion, so there is no friend. A robot AI doesn't know the definition of a friend, so they desensitize you with that word and said friend request. But how can I have 2,000 friends and nobody's contacting me? And how you doing? What can I do for you today? What are you doing? In 92, that's what a friend was. So I came on the internet and accepted all these friend requests, and now I scroll down there. I look at everybody's profile. Believe me, if you're a friend requesting me, I've gone through 3 months of your profile. I see people doing the what they call unstable. I don't know all these different dances. I see everything on people's we're getting sturdy. I see all these different things on people's Facebooks, and I don't see the podcast share. I see everything. I see something about No Diddy. I see all these weird things that I'm not familiar with. I don't know No Diddy and all these weird things, and I see no podcast share. So I delete 5 friends a day. I'm letting everybody know that if you're a past friend on my Facebook and I don't see the podcast share, that means your intention of being a friend has nothing to do with what my life about. My entire life is this. So if you're not sharing this, then why would you want to be in contact with me? I don't want to hang out with you. I'm not going bowling with you. We're not playing soccer together. I don't do anything other than this and what I do with my networks. I don't do nothing else. So if you're a friend requesting, you have to be about this. If you're not, then maybe you're friend requesting me to get information or spying or going down my friends list to sell your products, you're deleted. So I delete about 10 friends a day. It's going to go down to about maybe 40 people. So I'm going to give a shout out to all those giving me friend requests. If you give me friend requests, you're about the podcast. If not, you're deleted. Okay, let me go to the donation support and see what people thought of that answer. This is where I see what people actually thought of what I'm doing out here, what's happening. And we'll go to Black Alucard, the wonderful brother that was translated by Atef. Where did Atef go? Are you still there, Atef?
I'm still here, Great Saba.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Atef was the what are we gonna call this? What are we gonna call this? What did I just teach on? Butterfly? I guess. We'll call it butterfly. Okay. Shout out to the brother, the first supporter of the Tehuti Podclass in this time that you all got is the brother that was Black Alucard, who was translated by Atef. Read that for me, Atef. What did that say?
It says Black Alucard, $40 for TFTK. Thanks for the knowledge.
All right. Give him some big, big noise. Wonderful, wonderful. Shout out to Black Alucard. Yeah, there it is, Mukpunak. That's what I see when I go to my friends on Facebook. This you're getting sturdy. I don't listen. I don't nothing. Eventually, I'm just going to be under a tree in Korea. So you all be here as long as you can, because I don't. I'm not blending in well. I don't like this world, this stuff. So okay. So shout out to shout out to Black Alucard. Shout out to you for your great support. And that's fine, because it doesn't actually matter where I am. I can do the podcast. I told my interns I can do a podcast anonymously from under a bridge. So, but eventually, this is getting. Luckily, I don't go outside at all. Really, when I go outside, I go outside. I can't. I don't. I'm just not equipped for the what I see out there. It's very, very strange. I told my interns I'll never drive. If I ever drive, my car would be equipped with all type of guns and oil, and I couldn't do that thing. I couldn't do people honking at me and guys jumping out and people walking across the road. My car would be James Bond. I can't handle it. So I'm shout out to the next supporter here. Is the wonderful lady who's actually on the panel right now. She's on the panel right now as one of the most consistent, largest supporters of the Tehuti Podclass. And that is beautiful Bella. Bella, go ahead and read that, and then we're going to give her all kind of big noise and transformers and all of that. Read that for me, please.
Tua for letting me read it. It says 72 for all of my love and respect, omniscient family.
Give her some big, massive noise, transformers, everything. Who's on the soundbite? Oh my goodness. Oh my. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Bella. Appreciate you very much. I always say this, but this was a young lady that started off by going to her piggy bank one day and turning it into some money and sending it because she found out that I was in a situation. I just went to her piggy bank and took out something and sent it to me. And I tell everybody that if you're a homeless person under a bridge and you have $2 to your name and you donate 50 cents to the Tehuti Podclass, it's a more powerful donation than if Elon Musk donated 10,000, because 10,000 to Elon Musk is a drop in the bucket. 50 cents to a homeless person that has $2 in their name, they give 1/4 of their entire income. 50 cents is 1/4 of all the money they have to their name. So when somebody's in a situation, whatever you give based on the situation you're in, that is the most powerful thing to me, because it's based on whatever you're in, whatever situation you're in. I don't know everybody's financial situation. So the young lady gave something where she just had a piggy bank. So shout out to Bella, appreciate that, and shout out to that from piggy banks to $72 donation. Appreciate you very much. And that's coming all the way from, I have different living areas, but this area that I'm in right now, we call it headquarters. So coming all the way from headquarters, thank you, Miss Bella.
You're welcome very much to you and your necklace and all your animals. I appreciate all of you.
Nini Uk, I'm about to bring out something very interesting soon before I come off to the break. You're gonna love it. Everybody's gonna love it. And like Menkora loved, I usually have an animal that represents things that I am about. So I've been about this butterfly effect in its original form for years, and I've waited for 5. One second. And so just to show you that I have something to represent it, because sometimes I have animals that are not they don't come out in the podcast, and they're just for a special moment, or they're for just my personal life, because I breed the reptiles, so not all of them are podcast animals. But if a question is asked and it pertains to the animal, I will bring it out, which I'm about to bring out soon. This one, which ties directly into the butterfly effect and her name. Here we go. All right, so the next donation support is the wonderful Ox Effect. And Menkora, could you read that for me, please?
Yes. From Ox Effects, 2072 for Butterfly Effect Build-Up.
Give this man some big noise, please. Thank you, good brother Ox Effect. Ox Effect, appreciate you. And of course, coming right up, the other. Oh, hey, what? Wait, hold on. What just happened? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Number, okay. Let me get off of that. The consistent couple, supporter, donators, right on the top of the screen. Every single podcast since they were able to, and even sometimes when they were not able to, they still gave, and that is none other than Anu and Antu. $20. If either one of you could go read that for me, please. Thank you.
$20 for revealing the Order Abkeo in the real life movie.
Give them a hand clap, please. Thank you, Anu and Antu. Appreciate you, and appreciate you for your communication and updates of different things that are taking place. Some people wouldn't even say anything, so I appreciate that very, very much. I get your messages, and it was powerful, and I responded. I think you responded back, so to you for that communication. Nanya sent no, when you type in butterfly, that's the one, right? See? What do you type in for that, Nanya? Just butterfly? What's that? you put a butterfly in it, it's only the monarch, the orange one, right? So nobody knows. Tough. You know any other species of? When you think of butterfly, what's the first name species you think of?
I couldn't even think of none, but I asked Shantae, and that was what she said. That's one of her favorite things is a butterfly. You remember in the Monday class? Remember she was asking about the butterfly? Yeah, yeah. Listen, I was like, okay, good. I'm gonna show her this class, and then it started getting scary. It started getting real spooky. I was like, oh my goodness. I look forward to showing this in its entirety.
And wonderful, and I like that people appreciate that when I give a class, even though it's scary, even though it has what the government and such puppeteers are doing, there's always going to be some part of the class that is going to elaborate on the original meaning of how something started positively, the origin of something. The butterfly effect had nothing to do with anything negative. Had nothing to do, but when it's changed into order ab chaos, changing small things slightly to create an order out of a chaotic situation and make millions. We didn't even get into George Soros, and I have another 10 classes to do on that. So, but there's always starts off with there's always something positive for what it meant to us, the butterfly effect. All right, I'm going to read a couple more. Then I step away for a minute. Of course, the who is the great? It switched. It switched to Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams, a good brother. Robert E. Williams, always supporting. Always supporting. I saw your other one, Robert, about the magnetic classes. That'll be coming up later on today. I see that in there too. Shout out to Robert E. Williams for this one here. This is wait, where'd it go? Here it is. Shout out to good brother Robert E. Williams. Give him some big noise, and the noise for the appreciation of his consistency. $27.72. Could you read that for me, Nefra Keparet?
Yes. It says the butterfly effect. We're in the movie. $27.72.
Yeah, you're in the movie. Thank you, Nefra Keparet. Give them some big claps and noise. You're right. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to read. I think there's a couple more, but what's this? Gabriel Lopez. Primordial. Here we go. Where is it? Did it save automatically? Oh, I see. Okay, shout out to here it is. Primordial Thought 9. Give him a hand clap. Primordial, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, SABA says $15 tip for the Ma'at effect to a SABA Tehuti, Hindu Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra.
Some big noise, please. Okay, appreciate that. I see Gabriel Lopez, but I'm gonna read that one after I come back. But Nicholas Savenden is next, and then I do have to take my break, and I will show everybody something. Shout out to Nicholas Savenden, and he actually sent another one too. His name is twice here. Shout to Nicholas Savenden, all the way from Denmark, affecting his life all the way in Denmark. And Nicholas Savenden, $60.72. And two, could you read that for me, and two, please?
Yes, $16.72 from Nicholas Savenden. For support, Lil Uzi, a woman, haha, that's so funny, and it's needed because it's some serious stuff going on with shaping the younger people. To offer your greatness, SABA.
Okay. Shout out to Nicholas Savenden. Yeah, Lil Uzi, a woman, oh man. Shout out to Nicholas Savenden, give him some hand claps, please. And I will go ahead and just do Gabriella's, and then I'm gonna take a break. I do. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Whoa. Nicholas Savannah, you are great. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was saying the Little Uzi was the new Lauryn Hill. I don't know who they were. That's strange. Okay, now this is the last tip I'm going to read. I take a break, and I'll come back and answer the next question, and that is the wonderful young lady who is carrying new life in her womb. This class started off with Mut, which is the mother. So Gabrielle, they got a little jewel on motherhood there. And this is Gabriela Lopez. Primordial thought. I don't know who's back there, if it's Primordial or Gabriela, but could one of you read that for us, please?
Yes, SABA says $27.72 for bringing order back to us. Purple Eve, Blue Eve.
Thank you. Give her some noise. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment, but give her a big noise. Got my site back. All right, everyone. Let me get this off the screen. Wonderful, everybody. Rosemary Cool Rock, come to the screen. Primordial, come to the screen. I'm gonna say Annie. Never kept right. Is Annie? Is he knocked out for the night? Are you taking position, or is he in the background doing whatever work he does?
He did have a very long early start to his day, so he went ahead and just took the night to get some rest.
Okay, so you're taking over from here.
Yes, I'm gonna do my best.
Okay, good. Are you the one doing who's doing the sounds?
That's Brother F. Yeah.
Okay, I want you to do your crazy. Get on the next sound bite. Do your DJ, all that little giggly, all that stuff that you do. Do that. Atef, yeah, let her do it next one for at least a couple of them next time. Atef. I know she's on the buttons there. Okay, so Menkura, you there, Menkura?
Yes, Hotel Saba, I am here.
Okay, wonderful. So I want to show everybody this right here. This is my beautiful female, and I have a metadata name for her that I will say when the next class comes up. But when I got her, she was to me she was representative of the butterfly. So we've been calling her I've been letting my nurse call her Spicy. That's not actually her name. Her name is Spicy. But when I got her, I kind of keep that because it's a memory of what I had to do with her. And that is when I first got her. When I did the trade or whatever I had to do to get her, the owner said, oh, that one there, that one's kind of spicy. Watch out for that one there. That one's unpredictable. This one here is calm, but this one's kind of spicy. You don't want to get hit by this one. This is spicy. So we started calling her Spicy, but I call her Butterfly, and she represents this exact effect, which is changing something that is very minute and small, and creating a bigger situation out of it, which is exactly what I'm doing here at the pod class. I'm doing the order ABKO in the pod class on all of you in the positive way. If you go back to whatever you were before the pod class, however chaos your brain was, whatever you were thinking, whatever you thought was right in that situation, prior pod class, and you compare yourself, if Nefer Keperet goes back to Carolina Mencia of 3 years ago and put them side by side and say, whoa, that was, what kind of chaotic brain was that? Wait a minute. If anybody goes back and goes to what you are now, you're seeing I'm taking chaos and creating order out of it. So she represents that. And here she is right here. And the reason why I called her that was because her pattern has butterfly images on the back, on top of pink. So here she is right here. And when you see her face looks primordial. I remember when you first saw the first one, you're like, oh, that's a real thing. That one has horns. Wait a minute, that's the horn one. That's the real, something like that. You saw the horns and you're like, that's the horn one. That's not the joke. That's the horn one. So here's a bigger version, and here's her head. I'll show you the head first.
Go big screen, Saba.
Oh yeah, let me go big screen. Yeah, that's right. Usually any. Hold on, I got it. Here we go big screen. I'm gonna go big screen. Here she is. This is Butterfly right here. She represents everything that I just taught. And if you look at her back position, there are the butterflies right there.
Wow.
And there she is right there. And when I first got her, they said, you see all the butterfly images, and that's what she represented when I first got her. But I just continued to call her Spicy to remind myself that I was warned. Like, that one, you don't want to hold that one. That one is that one's spicy. You don't want to get hit by this. People are saying, hit by what? Oh, this is one of these too. So yeah, that's you don't want to get hit. So that's a bigger one than the other one that I had. So I'm gonna come off on big screen. That is the one that represents to me the small change. You make a small change, and that small change causes a domino effect, which is the butterflies. And she is that. She only rattles now when I do it.
Saba, do you pick them up in front of them just to prove
What does
a
that
point?
mean?
Like, do you pick up the snake in front of them when they try to warn you? Like, do you do it right off the bat?
No, I don't, because when I first interact with them and they're owned by someone else, I have to feel them out. I have to see what I'm dealing with. Now, sometimes I have. One guy jumped to the other side of the room on his bed. He was like, whoa. And I went in, but I had a glove on. I went in and picked that one up. That was Papyrus. And I went and picked that one up. He jumped to the other side of the room and jumped on his bed in the corner so they wouldn't jump out and get him on the other side of the bed. And I was there holding it. So sometimes I do, but no, I take them home. I spend enormous amounts of time. I don't suggest anybody do this. I take enormous amounts of time with them. and they're extremely fast. They move faster than you can see, and that's what I just take time. And sometimes when I'm putting the podcast together, I have them on the computer keyboard. So I'll put them on the computer keyboard when I'm doing the podcast, because if I type too excited, they may hit me. So I put them on the keyboard purposely, on the keyboard. Sometimes Nana will come in the room and she'll just see this big black thing behind on the computer, because I want to be in a calm state I have to be in a certain frequency while I'm doing this. So I have these sometimes right on the camera, right here, right at face level. So if I get hit, they hit me in the face. I'm on computer level. If my fingers move too fast, if I'm too jittery, hit me on my finger. While I'm putting together the podcast, on top of the hours that it takes, they're on the keyboard to keep my mind at a certain frequency. Because if I get out of that frequency, they'll let me know. All right, everybody, I'll be back. Peace and love. This is Butterfly, representing the butterfly effect with the butterflies on her. And I'll be back. Peace. Support the podcast, man.
Tap. Peace and love. Yeah, that was a beautiful serpent there. SABA don't never cease to amaze me, man. It's never ending. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I know we got the best teacher out there. I used to say the best teacher on the internet, but SABA is absolutely incredible. And these teachings are it's very simple. How can you not be grateful? How can you not appreciate, what he's doing for us and what he's showing us that's been in our face, that's in our face? I don't understand it. I really don't understand how he doesn't get more support. There's only like 50 people in the podcast. It seemed like it used to be more once upon a time, but I don't understand. It's like people rather the lie than the truth. I just don't cease to amaze me, man. I'm extremely grateful for my SABA. Extremely grateful to support. It's an honor to stand next to him and to learn, to sit at his feet and learn, to stand next to him and support him, and to be with all of you all, to be here with all of you on the panel is something that's absolutely incredible, given what he's showing us. And I'm like, it's just us. It just don't cease to amaze me. And his breakdown, I was like, the question was about the Butterfly Effect movie, and he took it all the way out of the way. He took it to George Floyd. Oh man, it was absolutely incredible, man. Who was that asked the question? You, Anu?
Both Antu and I asked the question.
I saw the movie a long time ago, but I didn't remember what it was about. I remembered a little bit about, I think, dual reality. I couldn't, when I was watching it, I was doing something else when I was when he was showing the question initially, and I was trying to remember back like he taught in class. Remember, and that's the reason why the ancient literature that I read is so important to me now. It all makes sense. Like when I tell people you got to put the boat in the water where you at. Initially when I was doing my presentations, first of all, I ain't planned none of this. I just wanted to know the truth. I just wanted to learn. I just wanted to be better. I just wanted to grow. But I had to realize that everything was a lie. And little I just started dissecting little things, and then all of a sudden, poof, I come stop, on YouTube, like, you know what I mean? Like next to a rapper that I like, it was just, even that, it's a movie. It really is a movie. And I told SABA that. I said, SABA, when I had my first one-on-one, I was telling him, I said, when I'm really evaluating like how this is playing out for me, I'm like, SABA, it's almost like a kung fu movie, to where when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, because it's like I went through all of these different religions and these different schools of thought to actually remember, like taught, and to take it all the way back to the source, and that how can you not be grateful for that? How can you not be grateful for the truth? Man, it's really time that our people start waking up. You know, young people out there dying, old people dying. There's no respect. And like Saba said, you know, how he's building us. I see it every day. I experience it every single day. Because for me, I just want to learn. So when I'm speaking, people are constantly giving me adoration. They're like, hey, you're so smart. Hey, where did you learn that? And I'm redirecting them and directing them to the podcast. But it's like you show it to them, and then I ask them, hey, did you check out the class? Did you see the link? And, you know, they're like, oh, yeah, nah, I didn't check that out. You know, it's like people are more interested in these sitcoms and TV shows and what's going on, which is just pure entertainment. But it's almost like you said, it's desensitizing us, but it's almost like it's making people dumber, you know, because it's like people constantly give me adoration, and then I look at the things that I do versus the things that I used to do, and versus the things that I see other people doing. And then I begin to understand. I'm like, oh, okay, because I'm constantly trying to view myself in this knowledge. And so reading the ancient literature, you know, it helps me to remember, because most of the stuff that I read, well, pretty much all of it, I'm completely unfamiliar with, right? So as I'm reading it, I'm like learning, and then the stuff that Saba is teaching begins to make sense. It begins to make more sense because his teachings are so thorough, right? And then when I connect them to like one of the a reading that I'm doing, because I'm always working on something, like, you know, when it comes to the ancient readings. So, you know, and as I begin to read them, it begins to make sense to me. His teachings, like remember. And when he said remember, my mate actually today, she was asking me about Sekhmet. Go figure, you know, about memory, you know. So it's like the synchronicity, it all lines up. Everything completely lines up with me, you know. The way the movie is playing out is beautiful. I can't even, I can't fake it. You know, people constantly telling me how smart I am. And I'm like saying to myself, man, it's not that I don't feel smart. I feel grateful. When people say that to me, I'm immediately taken back to a class or something that Saba taught. And I'm like, man, I'm so glad to have Saba. I'm so glad to be on this frequency, because I look back to where I was, and man, I was completely lost. And I look around me, and people are completely lost. You know, everyone was talking about the knee and the football. Oh, man, it's just so crazy, man. It's like the whole world is participating in this ritual, like you said, and we have no idea. You know, it's so scary. I'm gonna let y'all brothers talk, because I'll just keep going on and on. But I'm grateful, man. I'm entirely, and I'm grateful for what Saba is doing for me and my family. Like me and my mate was working on my presentation for tomorrow. I'm not gonna ruin it, but just to have her by my side, right? Just to have that support is something that I'm extremely grateful for. And when I see you two on the screen, Antu and Anu, you know, it brings joy to my Eve when I see Primordial Thought and his mate, and, you know, Nefer Keperet. It's like Saba's building families, man. You can't fake that, man. You absolutely can't fake that. And you have to be grateful. So, in Nutai, great Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, because he's doing so much for us and our families and our children that, you know, if I was to begin to get scared, like as far as bringing children into the world, I'm immediately grateful, because I'm like, this is the knowledge that the young Fatah is going to be brought up into. And this is the knowledge that when you two, you know, build your family, expand your family, this is the knowledge that they're going to be coming into. So it absolutely gives me hope. Even with my own family, it gives me hope. So, Tuai and Hindu to our great Saba, and Hindu to all of you on the panel, and Hindu to everybody in the chat and all the supporters. Peace and love.
The for words of Tef. I'm looking forward to your class tomorrow. Definitely. Is it gonna be a Rumble class? Might end up on Rumble, or you think it'll be fit for YouTube?
Okay, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. No, this one is not. This is actually a part 2. I'm not gonna ruin it yet. I'm not gonna say it yet, but this one will not. However, I will say that Shantae helped me with this one, with a little bit, with parts of it, right? Because I enjoy the partnership of creating with her, and her input and what she's doing, because that's how I'm learning. Like when I present, like when I do a reading, at first I was like, man, the reading at first I couldn't fully understand it, why I was actually drawn to it. And then I don't just pick something, like it picks me. So what I read is like, I tried it on me. I tried to just sit down and open the book. That don't work for me. My Eve has to guide me. But no, and this is not a Rumble one, but I'm saying that to say this, that Shantae helped me with it, and she's the one that adds a lot of it's gonna go on Rumble. But I'm motivating her. I told her what Saba said, that she has to present. She's working on it. We're working on it. So we do have some things coming. So Hindu to you, great brother. This is a part 2.
Definitely looking forward to it. Looking forward to her class as well. I'm presenting this Tuesday coming up. Like you, I'm not gonna say what it is, not yet.
You say Tuesday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's great. That's wonderful, great brother. That's wonderful.
I know your class will be phenomenal, especially if there's a reading with it as well. I'm the same way too when it comes to letting my E guide me on certain stories, unless the whole book is just extremely interesting. That book that Sabatudi recommended one time, Astrodynamics, that's one of those books that I can just read any page, or Psychic Self-Defense.
What's the name of the book? I think I missed that.
Astrodynamics. And then there's another book by the same person, Robert Bruce. It's called Psychic Self-Defense. Those books right there, recommended by Saba and a few classes, are great books. That's one of the books I can read just straight through. I love reading the ancient stories, the ancient literature. It's very insightful, definitely. And because of where we're at, we know that these are real stories. These aren't just, I don't even know what people say anymore. Fake stories about fake characters, like it's just order and all that stuff. So we know that it's a real story. So it's very interesting to read it and envision what was going on back then, and just the various different things that was happening, all the peace, all the conflict, all the life, all the death, everything that makes life happen. It's very interesting to read these stories to see how they affect us today. And we don't even know until we read the stories, because they're so old. They're in our subconscious mind, and they're in our DNA as well. And we do things, but we don't even know why we do it until we read some of these stories. So I love reading the ancient stories as well. So I'm really looking forward to your class, most definitely.
So, our great brother, you say Astrodynamic. What's the author? Who's the author?
Robert Bruce.
Tua.
Yeah, it's a fantastic book on the real time zone, out of bodies, has practices in it, very in-depth book with a lot of explanations. And I like the psychic self-defense one too, because it teaches you how to protect yourself from negative entities, and it shows signs of negative entities. You read that book and you'll learn a lot about energies that are around people that we mistaken as like a bad mood, or when someone says they feel like they're not themselves and stuff like that. He goes over all that stuff, and he's a very famous remote viewer and projector. Very good books.
So I see it. I'm putting it in the cart now. One of the things that I used to do, I'm like, how did I miss that? That's one of the things that I did early on, was anytime anybody said a book, I would make a note of it, take a picture of it, write it down, something. And then when SABA started saying books, names that I had never heard of, Nebuchadnezzar and Merriam Litcham, I'm like, what is that? I started, making a note of it. So I'm definitely going to be picking this up. And 2 out for that, Great SABA, and 2 out for that, and New, for allowing me to remember.
What's great about reading those books too is that you can exercise the knowledge you learn from the podcast, and you can look at it, because the way he explains it is not from the point of view of Ma, because he doesn't have the same understanding of our language. So when you read it, you'll be able to understand certain things from a deeper aspect because of what we've learned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant when I'm doing the readings. Like, different things are being like, it's just I'm having these deeper insights every single time. And that's why it's so great that that my mate is helping me with it too, because it allows her to understand. Because this class that I'm doing is a part 2, and I did a part 1, but I wasn't sure, the aspects of it, because I'm learning and I'm a baby. So I was like, wait, I did this already, but my Eve was guiding me to do this, and I'm opening the book and I'm looking and I'm like, did I read this? I didn't read this, but I did. I didn't. But yeah, definitely. It's so important to remember. So 2 out for that. Primordial, what's going on, great brother? How we doing?
Hey, peace. We doing good, man. I love listening to y'all too, and New for that. Definitely psychic self-defense. I'm about to go. I just like the sound of it. I'm about to go get that one. 2 out for that. You definitely right, a tough. Number one, ain't nothing better than the turf sitting there helping you out and spending that time with one another, just building into the knowledge. That's a beautiful thing in itself. That's powerful. That's definitely exchange of energy, right? Because you could be in the studies and she can be on Netflix, right? And ain't nothing better than y'all spending time together, reading together, putting something together that is beneficial to your ka, to both of your kas. So that just brings just excitement in itself. In regards to just the impact that SABA's making, that in itself is rooted deep, right? Like you say, when he's the best teacher on the internet, or just the best teacher of all time. He the best teacher living right now. Just that in itself, if there is anybody who's better than SABA, then man, I hope they come forth or send a letter or something. You know what I mean? Like, just individually mail us or something, so we
Where
can.
they at?
Yeah, you know what I mean. If you don't want to be noticed and you don't want to be known, go and send us a envelope or something, man. Because SABA out here changing lives, and he building families, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. Yeah. SABA, like, people don't realize how much we really learning from him and what he's actually doing, and that consistency, that power, that the rituals he do to go and get these buildups, even some of the reserve studies that he's been pretty much holding since the 90s. Hey, what do you do with that, right? Like, that's why it's very interesting. That's why I like when he said, like, I laugh at the things that SABA don't know. That is basic knowledge to us, but because SABA in his own lane, man. He in the lane of the Pau. and he pretty much telling us, like, yo, that's the lane that we all should be in. And the information that we know of what we call basic and just common knowledge of things, in this matrix, he like, nah, like, that's a waste of time. It don't do nothing for you in the Netakurt. It has no benefit. It has no benefit to your immortality. So those are the things that I kind of ponder on. You know what I mean? So Great SABA's back.
In a few minutes.
Great SABA.
What's up? Yes, what's up? I am back. Is everybody on the panel, or did we lose some people? Never kept Brett, Bella. Everybody still here that was before Tef? Okay, good. Manco Raw. All right, everybody. We are here for the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Where's Gabriella? Tell Gabriella to put her head sideways in the screen, or where if she can squeeze in there, squeeze in the box with you. Put her shoulder in front of your shoulder so her head would pop up, because this one is for her, Gabriella. If you're there,
I'll let her talk real quick, SABA. She ain't gonna get on camera. She don't feel like she camera ready, so I'll let her talk.
Get off the water. Tell her to get off the water slide.
Hello, SABA. Hello to everybody.
Are you speaking from the water slide, or?
Sorry, I didn't have the headphones on. What did you say?
I was asking if you were speaking from the water slide.
What? Actually, I was with the octopus.
Oh my God, what is going on? Primordial, see, you got water slides, you have octopuses. This man has the 50-cent money.
Yeah.
You got live octopuses? I just have snakes. You have octopuses? Wow.
I had to cool down, so I was like, I can't do the slide right now, so we're gonna do the octopus.
What in the world is the octopus, please? One of the things I don't know again. What is that? Please, somebody tell me.
No, it's just it's like an inflatable water thing. It's just an inflatable octopus.
Oh, okay.
Big sprinkler.
Yeah, big, huge sprinkler.
Last time somebody asked me about an octopus was Killer Priest, and I showed the octopus images on Mars. That was the last thing I knew about an octopus.
Octopus.
But okay, you got octopus water slides.
I actually was watching one of your classes from the past, and that's very funny that you mentioned Mars, because you were talking about this website that you were showing all the pictures of Mars, and you were showing like different things that they tried to make it seem like are rocks, but are not. So that is very funny that you mentioned that, because that's still fresh in my mind.
Wonderful. And so you have this question, Gabriella. Gabriella is the next question. Let me show everybody here. To those who are definitely sending in support as I'm going through this, and I want to show everybody. The next question is coming in from that wonderful voice you're all hearing in the background. For those who are just watching, not knowing what's going on, that is our Primordial Thoughts lady. That's the voice of a big brawly man on the screen, but you're hearing a little voice. The voice is his lady, and he's the one on the front screen. So she's the one that asked, can Primordial Thought hear me, or he needs the headphones?
Oh, I think he needs the headphones. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Primordial, can you hear me, brother?
Talk to me, Saba. I'm here.
I was telling everybody that if they don't know what's going on, if they hear a little pretty voice in the background, but they see this big brawly man on the screen, that's your lady there in the background, and she's just not coming to the camera, but it's you on the screen. So she's the one that actually asked the question. So I'm going to get her to elaborate a little bit on why she asked this question right here. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the next question for the Tehuti Podclass. Let me move this from the bottom, and it is the George Floyd ritual. This is the next question we're going to be dealing with in Tehuti Podclass here. The George Floyd ritual. You're going to be asking, when in the world is that? Gabriella, could you go ahead and just elaborate a little bit on this question, then we're going to get right into it.
Well, the first breakdown, I mean, this goes for all your breakdowns and builds up. You've really opened my eyes to just the matrix and how they have us in this, what would I call it? This trance-like that we see around the world, that they're doing rituals and don't even bother to question. So I think I'm at a point where even though how you said last time, most people would be scared of asking these questions because of the answers that they receive. For me, it sparks, it lights, it fires my my curiosity on how far deep am I in this matrix? How far deep am I in this psyops, this trance that they have us in? And I know it's I can't imagine how deep we are in, but I can't help but not stop myself from wanting to know, to truly be free from all of this, and know what the ultimate freedom for me is, because I know that journey looks different for everybody. But the breakdown that you gave for this part one of this question, there was a fire. And so when you said, when you made that offer to say, whoever wants part two of this question, go ahead and send your support, I did not hesitate at all. It was automatic, because I am slightly, I wouldn't say scared, but I don't know the word to that, but I know I'm more curious on, okay, Saba, you've opened my eyes to a lot of other things, and I'm ready to take it another further step into this, another leap. And it's funny because Primordial and I were speaking, and with the pregnancy, when you go to the doctors, they have you ask all these, they ask you all these questions, and they want you to do all these things. And Primordial and me have been talking about asking you a few questions on pregnancies and the care that was happening in the truly awakening days versus now, because now you have the blood testing and the glucose testing and all these different tests, and I'm like, what? Primordial said, I wonder what the glucose test really is, and I just kind of sat there and I was like, yeah, that'd be a great question to give Saba. So to be honest, it's almost like wanting to break free from this and just get the truth. And Truth can be scary, but it can also be very liberating, and can create a huge positive impact. And I feel like everything you've taught, that's all it has been, just a positive, eye-opening, and you know, people talk about being woke and all these things, and I don't even think people realize what being woke means. I think for them it's an understatement, and this class, this family, yourself, is the definition of being awake. So that's just part of my reason why I feel that I did this, because why not? $50 or whatever the amount is, like, gets spent on dumb, not important things. So if this is gonna help me in whatever way it's meant to help me, why not? I work hard for my money, so I'm invested in this. So yeah, as you can see, I have a lot of reasons why, but yeah.
Wonderful. That's you're gonna get everything you just asked for. You're gonna get everything you just curiously are venturing into. So you're about to get this is it. And let me ask you a question, Gabriella. If you're still there, right?
Yes, I'm still here.
Your understanding of the George Floyd incident, prior to me mentioning it, did you have any idea that there was some kind of ritual going on, or not?
No. To be honest, when that ritual happened, all I could see and feel was anger. I've never been one to be able to sit there and watch things like that, even in shows, movies. I just I think maybe this is something from another lifetime or something, because I just truly can't sit there and watch things like that. And so the first time I saw that, I was deep in the matrix. So I wasn't even thinking that was a ritual, but all I know is that it triggered anger in me, and sadness. But no, I did not think that was a ritual.
Okay, we're gonna get into it right now, everybody. Thank you, Gabriella, for that. Letting people get clarity on what inspired you to ask that, and all the emotions and all of the journey that you're on, and everything that actually culminated for you to snap fast and just say you're not going to waste any time. You're going to ask some question because it was something mentioned in the podcast. So we're going to get it right into it, everybody. Everybody who's watching this, get your pens, your pad out. We're about to go for another ride, another journey. That answer was over 2 hours long. Thank you, TT. Tua TT. You can hear me, Tua, for that. That was 2 hours and 15 minutes. We're gonna get into the next one. This one is not gonna be as long, but as or more scary, because this is actually part 2 of the POIMANDRES class. But it's also part 2 of the class I just taught. We're gonna get right into it, everybody. For those who are watching, please support the Tehuti Podclass. This is the only way that I'm able to do this. Prior to me doing this, I was doing fitness training. I was training people that you see on television, training normal people, training fitness professionals. I was performing at the beaches, doing a lot of things that was taking up a lot of time. And I've stopped all of that to do this, because this is actually my true love. Helping people and training people is also my love, but this is my true love, which is raising up the consciousness. And I stopped everything else I was doing in my life, which I could easily go back to, and I stopped it strictly to do this and move this organization and this movement and everybody, help everybody, personal one-on-ones and everything 24 hours a day. This is my complete life. This and the 30-something animals that are around me. This is all that I do. So for those who truly appreciate this, if you appreciate this like you appreciated all that you spent on Krispy Kreme and donuts and watching the Avengers and buying the new Fendi socks, whatever it is that people spend money on, the new cotton candy and everything at the fair for your children, and $20 on this ride, $10 on this ride, and throwing a rock at a balloon or whatever it is that happens at these fairs, and whatever it is, whatever Knicks game and whatever it is that you're doing, support this, because to most is more important than that. If it's not, then you're definitely still within the matrix, and then continue giving reciprocity to Colgate, Crest, and the Avengers. But if you truly support what it is that I'm providing, then support the Tehuti Podclass. With that, I'm going to read one more donation, and then we're going to get into the next question, and that is coming in from the good brother Owen Hythe, who just actually sent in a donation. It has a date on it. And, go ahead and give Owen Hythe give him some hand claps for this. It says 6/22/24. Always supporting my royal brother. So that's from last week. Owen Hythe, if he misses a week, he'll actually date it, and somewhere maybe tonight he'll give another one and give the date of this class. So he wants to make sure that he donates consistently every single podcast. So he literally puts dates on his donations if there's a class that he missed, just to show that he's not missing. What? That he's not missing any class. Hold on a second, please. One moment. Hold on. Let me just hold on. That was Komodo. Okay. Well, at least he has all that to land on. All right. So shout out to him. Give him some hand claps, please. Big noise, hand claps. Thank you.
Yo, let's go.
Thank you, Owen Hythe. You are honorable, and ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing this live, which is what I just mentioned, and that is if Owen Hythe misses a pod class, he'll give a donation for the date on it. So at that date, as I was talking, this came in. So I'm going to go ahead and just to show that he gave two because he missed one. So here it is that came in as I was talking about his last one, and that's $27.72. This is a different donation than the last one, and it says something different. Did we read what the last one said? Yeah, I did. Bella, can you go ahead and read this one for me, please? I'm simple eyesight.
For letting me read it. It says 2773 for above university level teaching.
Wonderful. Give him some hand claps for this, and then we're going to get into the next question. Thank you, Owen Hythe. Appreciate you very much. Into the next question, ladies and gentlemen, the George Floyd ritual. And I'm going to get this off the screen. And here we go. So peace and love. Nefertiti's already smiling. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that you on the Wheels of Steel? Was that you on the effects, Nefertiti?
Yep, that was me.
All right. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, there we go. DJ Nefertiti has returned to the podcast. Was that with you for the last one too before this?
Yes, I did.
All
both.
right. Okay, thank you, Nefertiti. Wonderful. And the next ones that come up, if they're a little bit more, you can play with the buttons. I know this one you just did the hand clap, but when you see anything over $30, $40, $50, go crazy on the dashboard or whatever you got there in front of you. Thank you. And thank you, Bella, for reading. Appreciate you. All right, everybody, we're going to get into the next question here at the Tehuti Podclass. How you feeling over there, Anu? You feeling good?
Yes, I'm feeling great, SABA. Very much so. Looking forward to this class. I love these topics.
Wonderful. Antu, you feeling good?
Yes, I'm feeling good, SABA.
Okay, good. Primordial, you feeling okay?
You already know, so we ready for that Tehuti overdrive beat as well.
Okay. Stevie Wonder, Menkara, Marie Ma, you feeling good?
You look like Stevie Wonder. I can't be Stevie with these teachers. I'm seeing everything, Saba. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic. Everybody don't know what you're doing with the FF. So I really appreciate you giving us this, because your original plan was a different plan. So definitely y'all got to support. He's giving y'all something extra, extremely special. So Hinu and hotel to you, Saba. Yeah, no, I'm not Stevie Wonder. I can see everything, baby.
Do you have any shades around you right now? Do you have any shades around you?
I don't got no. But yeah, I do have some. I do have some here. You want me to put them on?
Yeah, put them on. Just put them on real quick. I want to see some. Maybe I'm seeing things. I may be blind. I don't know. Me and my nerds over here talk about you all the time, looking like Stevie Wonder. So maybe we're seeing stuff. Put the sunglasses on the next.
Okay,
yeah,
on the next one.
Next one. Okay, next one. Okay, I'm gonna go to someone who definitely doesn't look anything like Stevie Wonder. Bella, how you feeling over there? You doing good? You feeling good?
Yes, I feel great too for asking. How are you feeling?
I am doing great. I'm very good. My eyesight is working 100% with these glasses, and they work 100% when I don't look at the screen. And I'm feeling very good about that. I put the glasses on, and I'm feeling good, and that makes me appreciate. I talked to my interpreter about Stevie Wonder a couple days ago, about anybody who feels like you're depressed, stressed out, whatever you feel like you're going through in life. How would you feel if one of your senses got taken away from you and you were in a world of complete darkness? Stevie Wonder, which my interpreter knows him and has interacted with him, is in a state of always happiness, and he lives in complete darkness. Imagine living in a world where you had loved ones where you couldn't see them ever. Imagine never being able to see me or see your cats or see anything around you, and all you see is darkness. So people who think you're going through a stressed out situation, you're depressed, you're angry, Stevie Wonder is constantly happy and smiling. And he can't see the person across from him telling him that they love him. He doesn't even know what that person looks like. Imagine that. You don't even know what your own mate looks like. So shout out to you, and shout out to there we go. Look at the screen, everybody. Stevie Wonder has arrived. Tell me this man does not look like Stevie Wonder. I knew I wasn't going crazy. I knew it. Me and my interns were not going crazy. This man looks like Stevie Wonder. There you go.
Don't nobody really want no smoke.
Oh my goodness! Shout out to you. He's done the head moves. He did. Shout out to you, Bella. Shout out to you. I'm feeling good, Bella. Thank you for asking. Appreciate you very, very much. And we're gonna blow this next question up. We're gonna take off and land this plane. So here we go. Are you ready? Atef, Rem, Kim, Ma'at, how are you doing?
Absolutely wonderful, great Saba. Definitely looking forward to this George Floyd breakdown. They was asking me about the getting the class shut down with the rumble. I'm like, Saba going in on the last question. I'm like, wow. I definitely look forward to you going in on this one. And I love the way you're able to give us the truth and not get the channel flagged. I love it.
And what were you saying about what was the first thing you said about getting the class shut down and what?
On the Rumble, they try to, Rumble is a little more lenient with the things that you can show. So me and Anu was talking about the Rumble because a lot of my classes, what I was doing earlier, was getting the channel flagged. So, I love how you're so strategic, but still able to give us the truth and show us everything and tell us everything. So, Tua, great Saba.
Thank you. Tua to you, and Hanu to you, and Tua to you. And you're going to see that in full effect. This one, much more than the last class. This one, you're about to see what you just said in 100% full effect. I'm going to be talking about different things and not talking about different things. And you're going to see something very interesting. So here we go, everybody. You all jump back into the room. You doing good, Neferkepra? You doing good?
I'm doing great.
Okay, good. Everybody's doing good. I asked everybody's doing good. Miku Kepra can see again. So everybody's doing good. So I want you all to jump back in the room, and I'm going to get into this answer. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. You all ready? Peace and love to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, get your pens, your pads out. Everything. Peace and love to you. Thank you. Bella with the symbols there. Thank you with the hand signs. Appreciate you. Peace. We're about to take this plane off. Here we go. Ready? Let's go, everybody. You all can hear me. Press a 9. And I'm going to go big. I'm going to go screen share. Press a 9. Master K has entered the building, shaking the room. Master K. Shout out to you, Master K. Big Blunt has come in. Big Blunt. Sounds like a big man. Big Blunt. Shout out to you. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into this next question. And let me go ahead and put my timer on. Last answer was 2 hours. This one will be maybe less than half that. We'll see how it goes. Let me check my screen. Make sure everything is fine on this end. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. That's good on this end. And here we go. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. And here we go. You all can see me and hear me. You're pressing 9s. Perfect. Maharu, how you doing? Good, brother. This is another consistent supporter every podcast. We got Maharu with the 9. We got Bella with the plane taking off. Watermelon TV, Dashe with the 9. And here we go, everybody. Let's get into this answer. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity being stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, immortality. Does immortality exist? What is the original language? What is the original religion? Spirituality. Who are the Natiru? How about health and diet? Purity. How about mental health? Mental detoxification. What about my out-of-body experiences? Ancient sources. Are there government psyops going on in this matrix? What about telepathy? Quantum entanglement. Quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness, the atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers who will never have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather teach from memes or only do debate, debunk, expose, do challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs that the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are Arab, the pyramids here in America are older than the ones you guys have there in Egypt. We are the Abos. We're American Indians. We're not Africans. Attacking everyone will never give you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their families actually practice, never showing you what they actually believe in. Because in truth, ladies and gentlemen, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just like to argue, have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions. And then you're laughed at, or you're put off the panel, or put off the stage, laughed off the stage, or insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform and class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions in with reciprocity, of course, and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type of answer, customized, and on top of that, taught live to you. With each answer, you get a subconscious matrix broken, or many subconscious matrices broken for you. Is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions, the section that Tehuti will answer? And Gabrielle Lopez just went through the question. She wants part 2 of that question. Now, part 2 of what? Part 2 of the POIMANDRES spirit force of the George Floyd ritual psyops. People may be wondering, what type of strange question is this? I do not even understand the question. This actually stems from the past class I did on the Hermetic POIMANDRES plagiarized from Osiris and many other Nether concepts, where I said this at the end of the class. Here's the class if anybody wants to go back to it. This is the cover page of the class. POIMANDRES, it's the third eye. Hermetic Spirit Force, POIMANDRES, plagiarized from Osiris. The true origin of the third eye, taught for the first time. Post Matrix by Tehuti. Send live questions with reciprocity and support. The Tehuti Podclass. And I ended the class by saying, Hotep, I am done. Boom. And if you all want part 2 to the magic energy of POIMANDRES manifested, expounded on, how they use the POIMANDRES spirit to execute the reduction of Earth's population through the blank virus, while simultaneously utilizing the POIMANDRES spirit force energy to execute the George Floyd ritual, you can send in that request as well. And within a few minutes, Gabriela Lopez sent in the donation requesting the breakdown and buildup of this exact thing that I said. She wasted no time. The support came in within minutes of me saying it. So shout out to Gabriela Lopez. The average person watching this Tehuti Podclass right now would not even understand the language of the question that was being asked, especially if you did not go back and see the POIMANDRES class. Most people would not even know what POIMANDRES even is. I'm going to go ahead and light my temple incense, and I'm going to go ahead and get right into this question right here. We're going to put the temple incense given to me by the lovely Titia Moon. We're going to place that right here for now. Burn, smell good, and give me the vibration. Here we go. All right, boom. So here we go. So what if the world and what you think is reality that you live in was orchestrated, pre-orchestrated to control your limbic system, adrenocorticotropic, emotional states to direct your emotional reality, and thus choices in the direction of the agenda of the Matrix puppet master? If you watched last class that I did about an hour ago or so, you would understand that this is actually what is happening, or any past classes I've done. Let me ask the classic question, the viewing audience. This is a simple question. What is the term conscious woke people use for those who are under hypnotic control of the powers that be? Those blind followers of the Matrix system. Here's a hint. It's an interesting word that combines a particular animal with the word people. Let me come to the chat and ask everybody, what is the popular word that people use for those who are not woke, those who are in the control of the system or the Matrix? It's a word that has an animal and a person mixed together. Does anybody know this word? Mukpanuk is fast on the draw. Sheeple, there's the word. Sheeple. Oh, Big Vapes is in the room. Big Vapes, peace and love to you, Big Vapes. I know somewhere in here you ordered a metadata class, as you always do. Shout out to you. Sheeple, right? Sheeple. Sheep. Angela Gay says sheeple. Is that an English word? Is it interesting that all of you know that word? None of you said any other animal word. Sheeple seems to be another word that is permeated throughout whatever state, country you're in. If you speak English, it seems to be a word that is describing people that are still asleep and don't know that they're being controlled. There we go. We got a new person, lovely loyalty. Perfect. Love loyalty. Sheeple. Isn't that an interesting word? Seems to have circulated. Why that particular animal? We're going to find out today at the Tehuti Podclass. What is the energy force that actually generated that actual term? And it generated from an actual psyop that is taking place that actually originates from the energy force that takes care of that particular animal. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You're going to learn it here for the first time. Okay, so you all have it right. Boom, there it is. The sheeple. see a lot of memes about it. Blindly following what the government controllers' news media tells them. Sheeple. And they show sheep. Okay? Yes, you are right. But isn't it a strange term being used? I want everybody to think about this. Isn't this a strange term being used in this day and time? How many of you know farmers with sheep? That is very uncommon, and uncommon for a reference to be used commonly now with grocery stores, meat markets, AI, and Tesla cars. A farmer's shepherd reference in 2024, and not just in memes. Did you know that this is now an official English word in the dictionary? So here we are in 2024, and we find this word, this concept, sheeple, being used as a popular term in 2024, 2020, but we cannot find its ancient equivalents being used for any set of people in control that is equivalent to this blending of words. But we're in 2022, where most of you don't know any farmers. Most of you have never seen a sheep in real life. Most of you get your meat from grocery stores. We have Tesla cars, AI, high-tech cell phones, all type of things taking place that have nothing to do with farms, but yet we are continuously still using this term that deals with something of the past. Farming was something, people still do it now, but it's something of 500, 1,000 years ago that was a very common, the most popular occupation thousands of years ago. Not so much today, but here we are using that term today in 2024. Have you ever wondered why are we using that term in a day and time where most people don't know any farmers and you've never seen any sheep, and there's several animals that are controlled by people? But why the sheep in 2024? And that is what you're going to find out today in the Tehuti Podclass when you find out. If you didn't see the last class on the POIMANDRES, let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So now it's actually an official word in the dictionary. Here it is. Did you know that, everybody? We're in the dictionary, and sheeple is a word in English now. People compare to sheep being docile, foolish, or easily led, which is actually any farm animal. Every farm, a cow, any farm animal that's on a farm is docile and easily led, except for a donkey. But all farm animals are docile and easily led. But for some reason, we've attached ourselves to the sheep concept, as opposed to any of the 100 animals or any of the animals that are also controlled by people, to the point where it actually becomes an English word. And I want you to read the bottom one and remember what I taught last class about the butterfly effect and the slow changes. And by the time you go to change it, it's too late. People may be saying, you made that definition up, Tehuti. No. That is actually the definition also of sheeple. The same definition I gave you of the butterfly effect in order abchaos. Let's look again at the definition in the English dictionary of sheeple, and you're going to see almost word for word my definition of the order Abchaeo, Psyops, and the butterfly effect merged with order Abchaeo. Let's go back to the dictionary. By the time the sheep will wake up and try to change things, it will be too late. Did anybody hear me say that last class? That's the actual definition of the sheeple and the Psyops. It's an English word now, and it's a definition of the butterfly effect, Psyops, that I gave, because it is the same thing. The butterfly effect, Psyops, and the sheeple are the same thing. So here we go, boom. But why is the consciousness of being asleep and unaware associated with this particular occupation in 2024? And it seems, it's clear that this reference is coming from a distant past. Oh, do I have any waters? Yeah. A distant past. Yes, I do. Yet there is no ancient people word for sheeple or its equivalent in any ancient language, which means there's no reference in ancient papyrus or ancient texts where people were unconscious and they were associated with sheep. But today, in a time where there's not much of any farming that any of you have ever seen, now this is in the dictionary. But in ancient writings, the comparison of people being misled and being blind and a sheep is not in the writings in a day and time when farming and sheep was actually the most progressive, most common occupation in the world. But now it's popular when there's no farming. Why is that happening? And that is what you're about to find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. Welcome. Please support. Here we go. Ready? Let's get into the magic. And this is because pre-matrix, to be compared to a sheep following your master or your netter, was actually one of the highest compliments, because at that time there was no matrix. All animal references for pertaining to an aspect of nature that reflected immortality was positive. Thus, Osiris was the great shepherd in ancient times, associated with prosperity and renewal of the land, which echoes renewal of the immortal body. Typo. And his shepherd symbol was also the word Ku, which was the most ancient word on this planet Earth's history for spirit and consciousness on this planet. The oldest word for spirit recorded and consciousness on this planet was the word Ku, and that is actually the farming tool of the great shepherd Osar. And this word right here is the word Ku, which means spirit and intelligent consciousness. So pre-matrix, to be associated with the sheep as following the great shepherd was a compliment at the time when farming was an actual occupation of popularity. So if somebody went back in ancient times and said the term sheeple, or translated it to whatever the equivalence of being a sheep was, at this time, people would be confused as to how that was an insult. Because at this time, pre-matrix, we associated farming with immortality, and the actual farming tool was the oldest word on this planet Earth for spirit. And the great farmer was the great shepherd Osar, who was the first symbol on this planet of the story of immortality. So being a sheep or a lamb in a time pre-matrix was a compliment. It meant that you were under the nectar of immortality, because he was the great shepherd and you were the sheep that was following and echoing the great shepherd, being led through high consciousness and immortality. It was a compliment back in these times when farming was prevalent. The magic of the matrix is to take something that your neurons are familiar with, because neurons work through what's called mirror neurons and familiarity, and the matrix inverses it with the same energy that triggers your conscious mind, similar on a physical level. A knife can be, for example, a knife can be used for spreading butters on bread, preparing a meal for biological imperative and survival. But of course, that same knife can be taken and be used for the most heinous crimes, such as serial killing and kidnapping. It reverses it for the opposite agenda. That's the reversal of the shepherd energy of the Ku consciousness, represented by the winnowing fan. And the winnowing fan was the separation of negative conscious thoughts by symbolically burning them away and purifying the Ka spirit, which transformed into something negative. This was the winnowing fan. It was a tool used to separate bad wheat from good wheat. So it was the separation of the most prominent food along the Nile Valley, which was bread made from wheat, and some of the wheat was unedible and some of it was edible. And the tool that separated it was this tool here. So it represented separating that which was good for you from that which was bad for you. In other words, purification. So it was a positive thing. But of course, the matrix inverses through diametric Orwellian matrix psyops and reverses the energy of some that can be used for good and bad, such as a knife, a gun. Water can be used to hydrate you. Water can be used to catch fish for your survival, or you can use water to drown someone. The agenda is yours. The aspect of nature stays unbiased. And that is exactly what they did with the aspects of nature of farming, sheep, and the concept of the winnowing fan, and the concept of the Ku energy being positive and purified. They transformed the sheep consciousness of positivity into this man right here. And who is this? Jesus now has the winnowing fan, and then Jesus becomes the shepherd, the winnowing fan, and this is found in Matthew 3:12. His winnowing fork in his hand will clear the threshold floor, gathering his wheat into the barn and burning up the chaff with the unquenchable fire. So it became associated with Jesus, and of course, right into the book of Psalms, Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, making me to lie down in green pastures, because Asar was the Uwajit one. Do you see what color Asar is? Asar is the green one, because he represents the green pastures, because the green pastures are the green land of farming and prosperity. This was farming. So green pastures and farming and shepherds at that time was associated with immortality and prosperity, which is today, the American money. They say, give me that green. You got that green? And they say, yo, what do you do, man? I don't know, I gotta go out there and make my bread. Because bread from the wheat was the winnowing fan product of the most popular source of carbohydrates, as I elaborated on last time. So it was the most popular replenishing source of glycogen levels and carbohydrates on the planet, and it was used for the ability to move from place to place. Bread and corn and rice and things coming from wheat and grass and that which was carbohydrates. So nobody farms anymore, so now your survival is a piece of paper called money, and now you call that bread. But you don't eat that, but you associate it with that which was of the farmer thousands of years ago. Then the sheep and the farmer, the shepherd, one turn into Jesus, and the sheep will turn into the blind one. So this is the transformation of the energy, and it's going to go right into the Hermetic POIMANDRES psyops. And here we go right here. Okay? So that is the green one right there. When they copied it into the book of Psalms, then Psalms now associates the great shepherd with the one maketh you to lie down. Now ask your Christian pastor the question, why would you lie down on a green pasture? Because the images of Asar is him lying down with greenery coming out of his body, representing that he's the land and he's the fertile land, and the farming reproduces out of him. Why would you lie down on a green pasture? Why would you do that? This is coming from the Asar principle of him lying down, because it represented death and resurrection, and he was the Uwajit one who got his soul restored. So thus, he is the shepherd. He lies down on the green pasture, and he's beside the calm waters. He restoreth my soul. That was Osiris. He leadeth the path of righteousness for the name's sake, because he pekka em kud. And now you walk through the shadow of death. I already elaborated on the shadow of death, because the shadow of death is a double realm, a dark realm, called the dark double realm in the Purim Haru. It's literally called the double realm and the dark realm. That is the shadow of death realm that you walk through, because of the double of this world. And then you have your rod and your staff, which is this and this, because that's the rod and the staff of Osiris. The concept of the staff rod, comforted, was lifted from the shepherd's staff and eventually the winnowing wheat fan, and it was given to David, and Jesus, who's called the second David. And David in the book of Psalms is associated with his book, the first place you see the begotten son, because this word here, ku, over here, Osiris' winnowing fan is ku, and that was one of the other names for Tehuti. The way that you drew the ku was two ways. One was the winnowing fan, and one was the Habu ibis bird of Tehuti, because Tehuti represented consciousness. So that's the David, which now became associated with the winnowing fan and lying down in the green pastures, is the word Tahut. That word Tahut, it's from Tehuti. That's where David is from. The word David is Tahut, because in the Metanetter, the letter T and the letter D are sometimes interchangeable in the same word. So you say, the way you would say Tahut would be Dawood or Tahut. It's the same word, because he was the one with the winnowing fan, he was the one with the consciousness of the coup, and he was the one responsible for writing which birthed the Purim Haru, which contained the story of Osiris. So there it is, and here's the green one right here. He's called the shepherd in the oldest writing of spirituality on the planet, utterance 219 to 224, east wall of what they call the pyramid text. And you find right here, may you give the herdsman's staff in the hands of Unas, cause the shepherd's crook in the hands of Unas. And here's the shepherd's crook, because there's the Hek and the Kub, which were shepherd symbols, symbols of immortality before the matrix associated sheep with blindness. This was the conscious Ku, immortal life, energy, was transformed into a suicidal Jesus, your new shepherd, based on death, suicide, and is now an energy of control and human sheep herding. Well, before your Bible and you created Jesus, the Greeks had already taken the spirit energy, converted it into Greek gods and Greek stories and Hermes and the Hermetica origins, and this leaves the original secret coded name of what they transformed the sheep controller into that which is found in the. This leads to the original secret coded name of what they transformed the sheep controller to, and that is found in the Corpus Hermeticum. So before there was a Jesus, before there was any of that, there were the Greek stories of Acephalus and turning Tehuti into Hermes, and the shepherd was there, and then it got translated to and put inside of the Corpus Hermeticum with the actual name of the shepherd controller, and that is right here. And the Egyptian origin may have been, here it is, from Poimandres. Poimandres is the word. Egyptian origin have been proposed by Frank Granger, and it goes into, according to him, the name Greek version of the Coptic would be Poimandre, a knowledge of Ra. So this Poimandres became the word for consciousness, which is the knowledge of Ra, and this is why when people are intelligent today, they say you're enlightened. They say I have a bright idea, and you associate high intelligence with light. He's an enlightened one. You show a little light bulb popping up in a cartoon, and that's when somebody has a thought, because consciousness was associated with the Ku, which was the word for light consciousness, which was the knowledge of Ra. They took the knowledge of Ra and translated that into Poimandres, and yes, Poimandres became the new version of the knowledge of Ra, who was also in the very introduction of the Corpus Hermetica as what? Poimandres, the shepherd man. So they took the consciousness of the knowledge of Ra, or the Ku, and they translated Poimandres into the shepherd man, and also translated Poimandres into the knowledge of Ra, and also translated into a shepherd man. And this became the high god in the Greek world that controlled everything, which was the man shepherd. And thus those who he controlled were the sheep. Boom. Poimandres, the shepherd, all-powerful god of the Greeks, mastermind of everything. And thus is the spirit force now controlling the order Abkeo principle, and which you will soon see will be echoed throughout the most impactful, emotional, worldwide police brutality rituals to have ever been performed to the sheeple. Thus, the Poimandres, which equals shepherd, Psyops, is the spirit energy that creates the herd mentality and creates the sheeple, done through psychological bait and switch, illusionary magic that creates the misdirection, chaos, in order to bring their order, or what is called order Abkeo, which I taught on the last class, under the shepherd, which equals the controller, frequency, POIMANDRES, the shepherd controller of the sheeple. And now for the first time in your life, you know why you're using that term of those under mind control to be associated with sheep, to be herded. That's where it comes from. POIMANDRES. Like I covered last class, how is it possible for the entire world's largest pandemic event, the world's largest police brutality, worldwide event in history, the longest, largest worldwide protest in the history of this planet, the insurrection, impeachment simultaneously of the president, and for the first time in American history, White House or Capitol Hill national security breached and a peaceful invasion of the American government took place on national television for all foreign terrorists to see, and the only people that were killed and injured by the shooters, all their names start with the letter B, and they all overlapped in the same year. How is that possible to all have been happenstance at the exact same time? All of these things taking place. The largest police brutality event in history, the largest worldwide protest. They were protesting for George Floyd in Italy. They weren't protesting for Rodney King in Italy. From Italy to Asia to all over the world, it was the largest protest that took place in the same year, 2001, where they put out that COVID death reached a high in 2021. The same time people are dying, they're at the George Floyd protest with masks on, and at the same time, right down the street, as they're protesting, right down the street, there's an insurrection at the White House where people are breaking in, taking siege of the White House, burning down police stations are being burnt down, FEMA's on the street, all of the president's being impeached. All of this is taking place in the same few months. What an awesome coincidence. That's awesome. Each event all pertain to people being herded into one area at the same time. Interestingly enough, all pertain to groups and masses of people all doing one thing at the same time, all believing in the same thing as groups of thousands at the exact same time. By the way, let me just take one of these major sheep herder POIMANDRES controlled events here, and I'm going to play the governor of California's words for the solution of one of these great events. Let me go ahead and play the governor of California. I'm going to go ahead and play what his solution is of just one of these great catastrophes. There's a solution. Let me go ahead and play that solution here and see what you all think of this solution. And this is coming from the great Governor Gavin Newsom. Come up with a solution for one of these events here. Let's listen to him because as a governor, he's experienced and he should know and a solution to help us. And let's see what he says and see if you all want to follow the advice of the great governor, because he has a solution for you. And let's go ahead and play and see what the solution is. Gavin Newsom, what's the solution, brother? Go ahead and drop it on us. Let's hear.
This is the phase that I want to speak to all of you today about, is a phase that I would frame as an optimistic phrase, that we move from surge and we begin to transition into suppression, ultimately on our way to herd immunity and ultimately to a vaccine. This is the phase that I want to speak. This is the phase that I want to speak to all of you today about, is a phase that I would frame as an optimistic phrase, that we move from surge and we begin to transition into suppression, ultimately on our way to herd immunity and ultimately to a vaccine. This is the phase that I want to speak.
Wonderful. That's the solution to one of the situations is herd immunity. Herd immunity. That'll help us. Boom. Herd sheep lockdowns, as clearly stated by the World Health Organization. World Health Organization, coronavirus disease, COVID-19, herd immunity lockdowns. Herd immunity lockdowns. There we go. Are you all? How you all feel about that? Is that good? You want to go into some herd immunity? That's an interesting wording. What a coincidence! What an interesting way to word. What people should do. What should a person do for the solution to this great horrible situation that's taking place? How about behave like a herd? Herd immunity. Lock it down through herd immunity. Okay. Thank you for that solution, Governor Newsom, and thank you, World Health Organization. We will take that in consideration to go into a herd status. Yep, that's a good solution for us. Wonderful. So we got the solution. Yes. What if all these events were orchestrated, meaning designed in a way where the events did happen, but not quite as you thought you saw them? Magically encoded for power of misdirection to guide your emotional state, like Gabriella said. Gabriella said, when I saw the George Floyd thing, I was angry. I was very, very angry. What if these things are designed to guide your emotional state while simultaneously harnessing a ritual for the sheeple, so that these horrible events were a way of watching how sheeple react while behind the scenes a larger abomination and atrocity was occurring that you were programmed not to see. For the master illusion, magic to occur, what if all this coincidentality, overlapping events, were symbiotically working in planned harmony? Would that be interesting, everybody? That'd be interesting. That would be very interesting. Okay. Okay. Oh, Starline tribute. Planned March trial and George Floyd's death could be COVID-19 super spreader event. Let me read that again for those who can hear. Planned March trial and George Floyd's death could be COVID-19 super spreader event. Seems like these situations not only happen at the same time, but also when they mention one of the events, in many cases, the other one is mentioned right with it, and how one affects the other. So now the George Floyd trial can be a COVID-19 super spreader event. Can be an event. Super spreader of COVID-19 directly associated with George Floyd's trial. Another event. Super spreader. Well, luckily for you, one of the one-ups that you receive having me, the SABA, as your teacher and guide, is that I am also a performing magician. Close in the ranks of your highest levels of illusionist on this planet, and this is why in my past, when I was gifted tens of thousands of dollars, I gave it up to learn the secrets of illusions and hidden magic so that I could see them and recognize them performed on the worldwide stage. I realized by looking at the system that there was actual magic taking place. When I saw that the CIA was associated with Aleister Crowley, and the government was associated with Ingo Swann, and I saw people of magic being associated with the government and transposing information, and the government going to magicians and using them for things like remote viewing, subliminal messages, I realized that if I understood how this worked on the same smaller stage, it would just be echoed into the bigger stage. And when I studied the smaller illusionary stages, I saw the exact same principles, and even the same magicians, some of the same magicians associated with different events. I would just leave it like that. So because of that, because I put the money into that, I was able to see things very sensitively as to what was taking place, because there were the exact same illusions and magic that I was learning, because I went and learned all aspects of magic, the illusionary, the Ifa, the magic with the K, the Gnostics, Voodoo, all of that. I took my investment money and I went into all of that, and then I saw it being performed in front of people, in front of my eyes on a worldwide stage, the things that I was learning in smaller room magics. So therefore, now I've been taught on a number of codes, and now I've taught on the number of the code of murder in many classes, the numerical code, and even showing you that they made a pre-predictive movie on this number code with the code right on the cover of the movie trailer. I showed this several years ago on the Killer Priest show, and it was a movie that came out called Murder by Numbers. People thought this was just a movie, but for some reason on the cover, the letter E was transposed into some other looking strange thing that looked like the number 3. And nobody in English ever uses the letter 8, the number 8, as the number B or vice versa. But yet, in the word numbers, in the word by, why is the letter 8 there? The letter 8 is never used in mathematics or by English professors interchangeably with the letter B. The number 8 is never used by mathematicians or grammatical scholars to substitute the letter B. The letter E is never used by mathematicians or grammatical scholars to substitute the number 3. But here we have in a movie, for some reason, why is the number B the letter 8, and why is the letter E the number 3? Because that is actually the mathematical code for murder itself. It is what's called the inverse 8-3 and 3-8 in gematria code for murder. Let's look at the first big media to come out with the details of the George Floyd story. The first big media to come out was CNN. And right on the cover of the opening page when it came out was George Floyd's death was murder. The accused officer knew what he was doing. And then below it, prosecutor Minnesota officer charged with murder, manslaughter. Okay? Because these words, murder is the gematria code for 14, 6, 9, 23, 22, 9, and that's 83, and in inverse, it is 38. Because the magical code, or the letter K, is the 11th letter in the alphabet, and it represents duality on a silent level. That's why you don't hear the letter K. Sometimes when you look at the word magic, you'll see it spelled with the letter C, and other times you'll see it spelled with the letter K. And you'll notice in a lot of English words, the letter K is actually substituted with silence. You never hear it, like in the word knowledge. Because interchangeable with the letter G when it made a sound, it was gno. That's where you get the word gnostic from. And then in the word knowledge, when the letter G, the 7th letter, became 11, the letter K, it became silent, like nighttime, spelled N-I-G-H-T, night for darkness, or the Knights of Templar, which were the ones that were pushing Christianity and killing people around the world. You don't hear the letter K, but you hear the same sound, night. And you don't hear the letter K, because it's the number 11, which represents duality, which is the palindrome, because it represents life and death, or the 1-1 orchestrate, the 1-1 number. So the 1-1, which was 11, duality, equality, was also 83, because of course 8 plus 11. And inverse, it is 38, which is the same as death. 4, 5, 1, 20, and 8 is 38. So murder and death and the gematria code are the number systems for 38 and 83. And thus, making sense why, go back to murder by numbers and see 3, 8, 83, and 8 and 3. 38, 83, murder by numbers, because the actual word murder is the number 38 and 83, and that's why it was right there in a movie, right in front of your face, and death is the same murder right there. So they put out the murder, which happened to take place in Minnesota, right? Okay. Wonderful, everybody. So here we go. So where did CNN say this happened? In Minnesota, which is what? 495551621, the same 38. The same 38, murder in Minnesota with the death of George Floyd. Death is 38, murder is 38, and Minnesota is 38. And what is the top? What was the top Psyops news channel that came out with this? It mainly focuses on catastrophe, murder, death. That was the first biggest news media to come out with the George Floyd death story. That was CNN, because of course CNN and GEMATRIA is 34040, which is 83, and that is one of the biggest Psyops news channels that is all about death, murder, and false news, fake news information. And it is CNN, which is also 83. And that's the biggest news that first came out with this story. Boom, all of it was 83. Oh, do you remember when the police truck pulled up to arrest Floyd? Remember the first police truck that pulled up? This one right here. You remember the one with the 83 on it? You don't remember that? No? You remember the one with the 83 on it right there? That was the one that pulled up in the CNN in the CNN video, and in all the videos that came out. This truck pulled up with 83 on it, and that was a truck that pulled up that they put George Floyd in and killed him beside. There's your 83 right there on the truck, right? Or what street? Does anybody remember what street George Floyd was killed on? What street was he killed on? Let me come to the chat. I don't know. I forgot. Maybe you all could tell me. What's the street that he was killed on? Anybody remember? Go ahead and type it in the chat if you remember the street that that he was murdered on. 83 death murdered on in Minnesota. 83, where the truck pulled up with the 83. But what was the street though? He was killed on a particular street. It was by the Dragon Walk. There was a Chinese restaurant called the Dragon Walk. What was the name of the street? Was it Main Street, King Street? Anybody know? I know it was some years ago, but anybody remember the name of the street? What was the street there? Let me go back and look. I don't know. Maybe it was King Street, Main, Denver Street. No, some street he was killed on precisely. Right there, taken by the 83 truck. Let me go back and look at the street. Oh, he was killed on 38th Street. Wonderful. So he just happened to be killed on 38th Street. I know. Tehuti made it all up. Tehuti sent the truck there. So wonderful. So murder and death, 83, murder by numbers. The first big channel to come out with it was the Murder Minnesota, Murder CNN, of course, because it was murder, death, 38th. Wonderful. That was the first one to come up with, and it came out with the story that you heard took place in Minnesota, of course. It had to take place in Minnesota, because Minnesota is 38, of course. And then CNN itself, which came out with the story, big news first, was 34040, which is 83. The truck that pulled up to get George Floyd, that was truck 83. That was truck 83 because, they killed the poor gentleman on 38th Street. Sorry this all happened to George Floyd, but boom. Of course, his death murder was also on 38th Street because murder is 56954 and death is 45128. Well, 38th Street, the street that he was killed on, right beside the 83 truck. I know. The team made it all up. All right, so here we go, everybody. Boom. Let me ask the class, how do you feel when you saw this? And I already asked the person who asked it, Gabriella, how do you feel when you saw this clip? I'm going to play a clip right now, and I'm going to ask you all, maybe not how you feel right now, but how did you, and it still could be how you feel right now. When I play this clip, type in the room the emotion and feeling you get when you see this. How do you feel about this when I play it for you? You just tell me how you feel inside when you saw this. Gabriella said when she saw this, complete anger. This is actually the clip that's circulated throughout the world that caused the protests, the riots. This is the first one. I'm going to show it to you. I'm sure everybody remembers this. And there it is right there. It gives a warning. Here's the first one that came out. And here it is. This unfortunate footage.
My face is gone. They breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand. Please, I can't breathe. My face is gone. They breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand. Please, I can't breathe.
Let me ask the class, how did you feel when you saw that a couple of years ago, or even now? It doesn't, maybe time didn't change how you felt, but when you're watching that, when you're watching the officers, and you're hearing that screaming, that mama, and I can't breathe, please let me stand. How did that make you feel? Go ahead and type it in the room. Lovely Loyalty said, welcome to the magic show. All right, how did it make you feel? At least it said angry. Angela Gates was enraged. I mean, imagine that. You got this one video. Remember, when this happened, this was the video that you saw. That in itself is quite interesting. It's interesting that all of you saw this one video. There was about 4 of them circulating. This was the one that first started spreading. And you felt angry, and that's natural. If you see a man being stomped, kneeled on the ground, and he's saying, mama, and I can't breathe, please let me stand up, officer, I can't breathe, and you see a man with his hands in his pocket, that's common. I know we always see police officers perform police brutality with their hands in their, but okay. So you see the hands in the pocket, and this is enraging, and you see 4 of them kneeling on him, and it's enraging. Lovely Loyalty is giving anger, angry faces, cold-blooded with the axe. How do you feel right now? Angry, sad, triggered. Big Blunt says he feels he can't breathe. Feel like I can't breathe. Look at us having flashbacks. Rigo saying this is disturbing, and it should be. It should be disturbing if what you're seeing is a man being. At that time, he wasn't dead yet, but there's a possibility as you're watching, and like, hey, hold on. Usually, when you hear about the police brutality, you'll hear about it. Such and such was killed. Officer shot up. But this time, for one of the first times, you're catching on footage the man alive first. That means there's an opportunity to stop this. This is creating a rage because you know he could die in front of you. You're not hearing about it in the news. Man shot by police. Officer kills black man. You're actually watching this in front of you. And it's not a hostile situation. You're not watching the shuffling and you're not watching punching, a fight. You're seeing a very calm thing taking place. You're seeing people standing in a position, kneeling. You get to view it right there. There's no hustle and bustle disturbing the scene. This is creating an infurious rage watching this video. Rigo says it still makes me want to go help him. Lovely Loyalty says dirty excuse of human beings. It's not right. Minty says, mentally disturbing, makes me wonder about what we're not seeing that goes on. Never Kepret said it still makes her sad and angry. Still chokes up. Lovely Lottie says, see right through the pigs. so everybody watching this has the same emotion. Anger, rage, as you're watching this. Have you been in an argument with your man, an argument with your son, an argument with your woman, an argument with your mom, and you're angry? When you reflect back at the argument, after the argument is done, have you ever said, oh my, you know what, I was wrong. I said those things? I can't believe that. Now that you're calm and looking back, you're like, how did I? That was me saying that? Anybody ever been through that? So what is this that's happening in the anger and the rage where you can't stop that? How come when you're calm and you look back, you realize, oh my goodness, I need to go apologize. I was really saying those things to that person and all that stuff. Man, that's not really me. But while you're saying it, you're not wanting to stop. You're enraged. When adrenocorticotropic and the limbic system kicks in, it knocks out memory and thought process. You're now controlled by the rage. Testosterone raises. Your critical thinking is knocked out. So while you're in that state of rage and anger, you're blinded. So what's actually taking place until after the event, and you look back, or you watch the video of someone recording you saying, that was me? No way. I need to go fix that situation. While you're in it, limbic system blinds you. Adrenocorticotropic blinds your view of things, which is the perfect way to control somebody. Put them in a state of heightened emotion. And in that state of heightened emotion, it's hard to reconcile. It's hard to see, isn't it? Pull the person out of the bar fight and ask them why they were fighting. And most people say, I don't know why I was fighting. I don't know. You ever got angry and hit your table? And hit your table? And when somebody walked in and say, what did the table do? Why are you hitting the table? You throw your cell phone down, you're angry at the person, and you slam your cell phone down and break your cell phone, and the person on the other end didn't get hurt at all, but your cell phone's destroyed. Because while you're in a state of rage, you're blinded. Let me walk you through that without a state of rage. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Let's see what's actually taking place. Then I'm going to take a short little break and step away for a moment. But let's see what's taking place here, everybody. That was a horrible video. And when I say a horrible video, I may not be meaning the same definition of a horrible video that you may mean. I may mean an actual horrible video. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Play the video right there. Are you sure that is what you saw and heard? I'm about to break some major matrices in your mind live to snap you out of the herd sheeple limbic matrix of POIMANDRES, the sheep herder, shepherd controller of the sheeple. But of course, in order to take you into that level, in order to do that, everybody, because when we go into this look again, your emotion may waver. Maybe. But let's take a look back, now that it's years later, and analyze something, a few things, with critical thinking, and just ask yourself some questions. But in order to do that, we're going to step it up. We're going to go into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready? Let's switch. I will play it again and return with questions for you. Let me play it again and return with a couple questions for you. Let's watch it together one more time.
My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please let me stand. Please, man, I can't breathe. My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please let me stand. Please, man, I can't breathe.
Let me ask the class some questions here, and I'm going to step away for a minute. Are you ready? Ready? Let's go. Then I have to step away for a minute. And you ponder on these questions while I step away. The team will jump in for a few moments. I just have to step away for a minute. But here we go. Ready? Let me ask the class. Did you see him clearly? Who is recording the voice so clearly? The voice is crispy clear, like 2020 technology. Is it the same phone that is recording in what looks like a 1996 Nokia pixels? Does it sound like it's looping? Did you hear the same thing twice at all, listening to that? Have you ever been on the phone with someone and without paying attention, you move the phone a little bit, just move the phone a little bit. You move it a little bit away from your mouth, and the person on the other end says, "Can you put the phone closer? I can't hear you." When you turn the phone a little bit to the left away from your mouth, the other person says, "Your voice is getting fainter. It's kind of fading away. Can you move the phone back?" You notice the person recording is moving his or her phone everywhere. You cannot focus on anything really. Do you even notice that though the recorder is moving the phone in different directions, even away, almost a 180 degree away from Floyd, the volume pickup is steady. The volume through the whole event is the exact same. Yet the phone is moving all over the place, even 180 degrees. But if you were to talk to somebody, even on your cell phone, and even if you moved away and put the phone down on the table and moved away, the person say, "Hey man, your voice is getting louder, I can't really hear you." If you move your phone a couple inches to the left, the person would say, "Yo, could you move the phone back?" This person was moving the phone 180 degrees to across the street, moving it up in the air, down on the ground, spinning around. The quality of the sound stayed consistent, even though the phone was moving 180 degrees, but you cannot move the phone 2 inches away from your mouth without the other person on the other line saying, "Yo, can you bring the phone back to your mouth?" And in the midst of catching you're the one that catches the live police brutality of George Floyd, of someone about to get killed, that you know all the news companies are going to want because you gave it to a news company. In the midst of all that, the person starts recording a bus driving by. Let me show you this video again without the Sheeple emotional control of POIMANDRES, and you tell me if you notice any of those things now. I'll play it one more time and tell me if you notice any of those things now, or if this seems like a normal video, because this is what you would do if you had the camera, if you had your cell phone, you know, your 2020 technology cell phone. You tell me if the video footage would look like this, and if the sound would stay the same, and if in the midst of this man dying, you would turn the phone away and start recording a bus going by. Because of course, capturing buses on footage is an important thing for us to know when someone over there is being killed, and you have the footage. You want to get that bus because somebody could have missed their stop. You want to make sure you have the proof that the bus driver.
Breathe, man. Please let me stand. Please, I can't breathe. My face is gone. I can't breathe, man. Please let me stand. Please, I can't breathe.
Because of course that's what you would do, right? If you had the cell phone, that's what you would. Where's my phone? Because you have your cell phone now. Police brutality is taking place right here. You have the footage, you have the proof. And of course, when you take your cell phone and you go to record this event, there's a bus. Don't miss the bus. This is what you would do. That's what you would do, right? That's what you would do, right? Because the birds are up there. You're standing still in one spot, but you have to do this. You have to move away, wiggle the phone, move up, because that's how you would record a police brutality, by moving your phone all over the place, while the other people standing there hold their phone like this. But when they hold their phone like this in the footage I'm going to show you afterwards, it's not going to look anything like the footage you saw that got you angry in this footage. This footage moving around, you can't make out what's actually happening. It's very difficult. The camera looks like it's from 1996. Is that the quality of your camera in 2020? That's what your iPhone looked like? And that's how you would record. But yeah, the person right beside that did the same recording from the other angle. Their video is crisp. Because that person had a Metro PCS from 1996, and everybody else has a phone from this day and time, and that person had Parkinson's. You know, I can't. That's how you hold cell phones, especially when we're recording a possible murder, and that cell phone is the evidence. That's what you would do, right? Of course you would, or maybe you wouldn't, unless something's trying to be disguised. You saw the video. Here is video footage screenshotted from the other camera, from the other phone. How clear does that look? Is that 4K? What is this? There's the other footage from the other side. Super clear. Very, very clear. I could see the different shades of the sun on his boots. This is a screen. This is not a picture, ladies and gentlemen. This is, you know, when you screenshot a video, it's a little bit blurry. This is a blurry version. This is a screenshot from a video. This is not a picture. The video that you saw, you couldn't make out any officer's their face. If I pause that, their face is a blur. George Floyd's head looks like it's about the size of a palm of a hand. It doesn't look anything like this, which is crispy clear from a video. Why is this one super clear in 4K? And the other video, the guy had Parkinson's, and it looked like it was from the days of the Atari. This is what we accepted as reality. And I'm going to come into the audience and ask the question, and then I'm going to take a break. Where is George Floyd's head and shoulders? Could you tell me that, please, right now? Please describe to me. Where is his head located? And where are his shoulders located? And this is video footage. This is the same. This is from another person with another camera at the exact same time as the other person. He was saying the same words. Please let me. And do you notice it looped? Please let me breathe. And then it looped again. Did the person stop recording for those few seconds? Loop it? Did the person walk away after watching this horrific act? And they just looped because he only had 4 seconds of video? One of the 4 seconds is a bus going by? So tell me right now, audience, I want you to look at this video and tell me, where is George Floyd's head and shoulders in comparison to the truck? Go ahead and type it in the room, and then I'm going to take a little break. Where is George Floyd's head and shoulders in comparison to the truck? Meaning, the person who took this video, they're standing on this side of the truck. Is that correct? They're on the left side of the truck, and thus George Floyd's head and shoulders is here. And just describe what you see or think you're seeing. Where is his head and shoulders? I'm going to come into the room and just tell me where is his head and shoulders. I'm going to take a little break. Where are his heads and shoulders in that picture that you're seeing? Well, Rigo is here. It looks like it's under the car. Is it under the car, like under where the engine is? Or is it protruding? If this is the truck, is he under the car? Or is it protruding? Is his head and shoulders protruding from the truck so you can see it from the other side? Where's his head and shoulders? I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to let the team jump in the room for just a moment. And I'm going to take a quick break, and I want you to ponder on that. And you all talk about it amongst in the panel. Where are his heads and his shoulders? And then I'm going to come back, and we're going to look at that same image again and see if that's what you see. So from that image I showed just off of memory, come into the room and tell us where his head and his shoulders. And I'm going to step away for just a moment. Hey, Ansu, and Nefer Keperet. I don't know if Scribe is still knocked out, but you have the ability to let people into the panel when I step away. So we need you to definitely come back in. Oh, Ansu, where is his head and his shoulders in comparison to the car?
It looks like it's under the car. I can't really tell where. I don't know.
Is it under the car like a mechanic is working on a? He's under the car, or can you see him?
No, I can see him.
If you can see him, then the part of him that you can see, is that part under the car?
No.
Okay, so part of his body is covered, but his shoulders and head is protruding from the car. Okay, good. All right, Atefrem Kema'at. Where are his head and his shoulders? Is he under the car like a mechanic, or is it protruding from the car?
Looks like it's protruding from the car.
Okay, good. I don't know if that's Annie or Nefer Keperet. I think it's Nefer Keperet. Nefer Keperet.
Hey, what's up?
When you looked at that and you were really sad, did you notice where his head and his shoulders were?
I noticed that he was laying on his belly. That's all I can remember from the video clip.
Okay, no problem. Okay, wonderful. There's no wrong answer. I just want to know what everybody sees. You know, people go to certain shows. They may see some. Each person may see a different thing. You know. So Bella, his head and his shoulders. If this is the truck, here's the truck, and you're on this side of the truck. Is he on this side of the truck? Is his head and shoulders on this side of the truck, or is it protruding out where you could see it from the other side? You want me to put the picture up again? I'll put it up one more time.
Yes, please.
Let me put it up one more time. Maybe we were so angry we didn't remember what we were looking at. Let me go ahead and show. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Is he completely on one side of the truck vehicle, or is his head and shoulders protruding from the truck so that you could see it from the other side? You could see it from both sides.
I think you could see it from both sides.
Yes, because the person holding this camera, what side of the truck is he on? Is he beside Shavin, or is he on the other side of the truck? Or is he on Shavin's shoulders? Where is he?
He'll be on the other side.
Where is he? Is he sitting on Shavin's lap? Is he there with the other police officers on the side of George Floyd and Chauvin, or is he on the other side of the truck facing his camera towards Chauvin and George Floyd? What do you see?
I think he's facing the person with the camera.
Right, so what side of the truck is the person on the camera on? Is he on the same side as Chauvin, or is he on the other side of the truck?
He would be on the other side.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. I just want to know what everybody sees because, you know, we all have different perceptions. We may see something, who knows? Tef, you saw the person with the camera, they're on the side of the truck with Chauvin, or they're on the other side of the truck?
Look like he's on the other side.
Okay, good. I'll be back. I'm going to let you all build for a moment, and I'll be right back. We're going to get into what side of the truck, what's going on.
I love these quick questions. What'd you say, Bella? What was that? You ran it back. What did you say?
Like when the recording was showing, it looked like they were recording from the same side that they would be on, but the picture looks like it's from the opposite side, if that makes sense.
Is that what you just ran it? You just looked at it again?
Yeah, like when they were recording, it looked like they were like facing the back of the officer, and then the male on the ground would be facing the direction of the camera as well, but the picture looks the opposite way.
I love these kind of I love these questions. I love when SABA breaks the matrix. What do you see? And to look at you, what are you looking at?
I'm talking to Anu. I'll let him explain what he just told me.
I was thinking, if this is if the car is facing forward, and this is a picture taken from the left side of the car, the other video was taken from the right side of the car. So in the video, where is the person taking this picture? Where are these people? If they're on the opposite side of the car, you would see them in the video. That's what I thought to myself.
Yes, you know, now since SABA I never really used to notice it before, but now when I'm watching shows and stuff, when I see stuff on TV, you know, I don't really watch that much TV and movies and stuff. I see the mics sometimes. I see things in the mirror. You know, I'm looking close. But you know how movies flash and they show really quick. I look now and I'm able to sometimes and detect certain things, like certain scenes when they happen, and then they'll show the same scene and the person will be like sweaty, and then they won't be sweaty. It's just like different things. So, you know, my perception is becoming a whole lot clearer with different things. What does it say? The camera person was so close to the cops. Crazy movie shot. Normally you can't be near cops when they have someone detained. Is insane. Yep, that's true too. Yep, that's absolutely true. Love, loyalty. Yeah, man, we in the Matrix, and this is a movie, and so grateful for SABA to break this down and open our eyes and let us see things more clearer. I know when this happened, I was angry too. I was very angry, but I was like thinking that, like, that's how they set things up, you know, and this was very early in SABA. I remember SABA talking about the Matrix, and then I was paying attention to him, and he was talking about something on that podcast, and he was talking about the Matrix, and it glitched. And I used to be watching on my phone at work. I used to be listening, and I would be like ducked off in the staircase, and I would be laughing because my insight was opening up, you know. And then he was talking about the Matrix, and I was like, oh snap, I saw it because it had glitched. He said something, and he was like, it was the Matrix. And then Killer Priest was like, yeah. And everybody just started laughing. And I was like, it couldn't happen that fast. So I like reset my phone and try to rewind it back. And, you know, even on here, he's been showing certain things, and then the screen, it'll go to the, it'll like glitch. It hasn't happened in a minute, but it's happened like a few months ago, where he'll be teaching on something, and then it'll kind of like glitch, and it'll go out, and he'll be like, what just happened? You know, it's real, man. This energy, this is sick too. You know, it's sick because it's like they playing a game with us, and we sheeple. Just exactly what he's teaching on, you know. We are the sheeple, so I'm glad that all of you are here. Now for Caporet, you hanging in there, huh? You normally be in the patch.
Yeah, he had a long day, so I let him know that he could, you know, go ahead and get some rest, and I'll do my best to cover for him.
Well, you're doing a great job. It's good to see you up here. Minku always goes. Minku always be gone. This is my time right here. I come in at this time. This when I'll be ready. I'm up. I'm ready to go. What time is it right now? It's like here. It's like I don't even know. I can't even see what time. It's 1:09 right now where I'm at. But I'm so used to staying up at this time because now my family, they be asleep, so it's my time. But I'm getting ready to go to the beach tomorrow. You know, family time. I love that SABA's building families. No arguing, you know, just pure learning, just pure knowledge, pure stepping out of the matrix. I can't see how people will want to do anything else. I really don't understand it. 1 a.m. in Kentucky, big lunch. Yeah, it's 1 over here too, but I'm ready. People ask me all the time, how you stay up? I'm like, y'all stay up and watch the Chao. You know, you'll watch something that's not beneficial. How can you not, you know, want to learn something or you know, empower yourself? Because this information is empowering. It's empowering to know the truth. You know, I was getting emotional when he was doing the last breakdown because I was bugging out. Like, how does he go from answering the question about the butterfly effect and take it way to George Floyd. I'm like, if you're going into the second question, I was like confused a little bit because I was kind of in and out and I was doing stuff with my family, but I was paying attention and I had to run it back. I'm like, did I miss something? But it's just so deep. You know, the matrix is so deep. So thank you for asking that question, Gabriella, because we definitely need to know. And I remember him, you know, touching on these things in the Monday classes. And yeah, I know what she wants to ask. I know some of the things, like, you know, having a child and, you know, when you go to the doctor, it's like you can't trust. It's almost like you can't trust nobody. You know, with the vaccines, and they want to give your children all kinds of shots and draw blood and put this on you and put that on you. And welcome back, Great Saba.
Peace. Thanks to be back. All right. So did you all agree on the side? You all saw him you all saw his head protruding out of the protruding from the bottom of the. Of course, he's on the bottom, he's on the ground, but he's protruding from the truck so that you could see him from this side. I want everybody to know clear that the two videos are two separate videos. So, of course, one video was the person on one side, the other on the other side. That's not really relevant. What's relevant is the picture that you see. Can you see that from the other side of the truck? And the answer is absolutely yes, because if you couldn't, there'd be no picture. The person would have to move around to the other side to take the picture. So the person is right there on the sidewalk, and the people are on the sidewalk, and the people on the sidewalk are having conversations with the police officers, and they're saying, "Yo, get off of him!" And you can hear. I haven't played that video yet. While he's saying, please let me breathe," the people on the sidewalk talking to the officer and talking to Shavin, and one person is videotaping. When the person is on this side doing the video and he moves around, it's very interesting that the sidewalk is empty, but we'll get to that later. So here we go. Let me get back to this, everybody. Let's get back to it. You all jump back in. I'm going to go for a little bit longer and maybe take one more break and then come back and finish it. But I had to do a little break real quick, but we're going to go back and finish this, everybody. Peace and love. And I'm going to go ahead and go a little bit longer. Here we go. Gabrielle, I hope you're okay. No premature babies. I'm not trying to scare you too hard. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? All right. Okay, now. All right, here we go. Boom. Screen share. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody pretty much answered. He's on the you're viewing it from, obviously, it's the person on the left side of the truck, and that's why you can see him protruding from this side. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. The other video that was done at the same time as this, one person recording from this side. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. One person recording from this side, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. It's the same time the videos are going on, and Shavin is looking at the person directly, the person recording. I'm going to go ahead and play it one more time, and then I'm going to pause it for everybody to see, and you all tell me what you're seeing. What you saw that got you very angry, and you saw something directly afterwards, and I want to know if those two things coincide properly. They should, because it's definitely the same event. It's definitely the same situation as supposedly supposed to be, and we're gonna see. Let me see. What's this one? Oh, perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play the videos merging into each other. Here we go. I'm going to play them merging into each other. and you all watch what happens when they merge into each other, and just tell me what you see with your eyes, and we'll just go from there. Here we go, everybody. Let's check this out and see what's happening here. Boom, boom, boom. Stop sharing. Present screen. Boom. Here we go. Okay, boom. We're gonna go back here, and there it is on the screen. Let me see if it's big. If it's big screen, let me see. Big screen. Is it big screen? That's I think bigger screen. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? So here we go. Let's go ahead and play this. And you're gonna. So here's the video from the other side, from this side, and we're gonna merge it in, and I'm gonna go ahead and play it again. Here we go. Boom.
Newly circulated video, 3 officers have Floyd pinned on the ground, while another stands over them. You can hear Floyd pleading for air.
Please let me stand. I can't breathe on the
The officer who pressed his knee to Floyd's neck has been identified as Derek Chauvin.
Rewind it. There we go. Here we go. There we go. Can you please tell me, somebody, where did you say his head and shoulders were? Because here, clearly, he is completely on this side of the vehicle. There's Chauvin with his knee on his neck. He is completely, here's the bumper of the truck. This is the bumper. His head is not where the bumper is yet. Here's George Floyd's head. And if I go up from here, he's not at the bumper.
Stands over them. You can hear Floyd.
Let's see. No. He's not at the bumper yet. Let me see if I can go back. Here you know who
stands over them. You can hear Floyd pleading for air.
Amazing.
You can hear Floyd.
You know who's at the bumper? This man right here. He is standing at the place of protrusion of the vehicle. Here's the bumper. Outside of the bumper, if you're standing over here, what you're going to see is the back of this man's leg. You're going to see this man's body because he is protruding from the car. He is on this side, and here's the bumper. If you're on this side and you have a camera, what you're going to see is just the truck, because George Floyd's head is not moved up to where even where the bumper is. And you have to be past the bumper, and not only does his head have to be past the bumper, but his complete head and shoulders have to be past the bumper.
Air.
And when it merges, boom! What's this? What happened? What's going on? Now, when it goes to the other camera, his head is completely 2 feet off the bumper, to the point where you can see his shoulder. Here's his full shoulder is off the bumper too. Here's the bumper of the car. His shoulder is protruded past the bumper. His head is about 1.5 feet away from the bumper, and you can see it fully. But wait. George Floyd's head is not even where the bumper is. It's not where the bumper is over here. With a man who can't hold his camera steady. Here's the bumper of the car. George Floyd's head is here. The man's foot. If George Floyd's head is here, where's his shoulder? On this side of Chauvin, in between his legs right here. This side of Chauvin, where George Floyd's shoulder is where the door of the truck is. George Floyd's shoulder is where the opening of the door of the truck is, and his head hasn't reached the bumper. But here, George Floyd's shoulder is past the bumper. and his head is way past the bumper. Which video? It's the exact same time. That's why they can merge it into the other video. He's saying the exact same thing. Mama, please let me breathe. On this video, and they just shifted it to the other person with the other camera. But when this video was doing the footage, no one's on the other side recording. It's an empty street. The man was, remember, he was panning the camera around, and there was nobody there on that side of the street to record at the same time where George Floyd saying, please let me breathe. But in this video, as soon as they shift cameras, while he's saying that, George Floyd is now being recorded by someone over on this side, and he's moved up about 2.5 feet from where the door is, and now you can see him from that side. Did they move him up, and did Chauvin get off of him, and they said, yeah, pull him over here, and Chauvin, get back on him here. Okay, guys, record now. So one guy has Parkinson's disease. He can't seem to control his camera for live footage on the craziest event of police brutality that's ever taken place in front of anybody live. He can't hold his camera steady. He's recording bus routes, recording the street. George Floyd, he has on a Nokia Metro PCS phone from 1996. The voice is staying the exact same no matter where he moves his camera. And the guy on this side is recording, and George Floyd at the exact same time is 2 feet up, a foot up past the bumper of the car. How's your anger? Because I'm still angry, but my anger seems to have shifted. It seems to be shared anger now. My anger is shared because now the anger is not just of what's on the footage, but now it seems like something is tempered, something else is happening that I'm not being privy to, like something is being hidden or why can't this guy stay still? When I pause that scene, I'm gonna go back one more time. One more time to the original one. Let me go ahead and put this one in, and I'm gonna pause it just so you can see the quality of the 2020 phone that the person had, and everybody just tell me how your phone was in 2020. That's only a few years ago. You remember how the cell phones were in 1996, and then you tell me the difference. If show me some footage on your cell phone and just let me know if it looked like this, please. My phone, I have the same phone. I have one of the same phones from 2020. Still. Now here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Let me see what I'm sharing. This is the walkthrough that we have to do because it seems like this isn't being pointed out, but we have to point this out. Here we go. Is this it? Is this one or is it this one? It's this one. Here we go.
My face is gone.
I'm pausing it. How do they look, everybody? How's that? How are those faces right there? How's that quality? Is that 1080p? What is that? Is that 720? 1080p 4K? What's going on with the Mr. Potato Head? Is that The Sims? What?
Please.
How's that quality right there, people? Because that's the pause of the video. That's the pause of the video. How do they look like to you? How does that look? Looks good?
Please understand. Please,
you see all those other people on the other side recording, right? You see them all? All those people right there. They're invisible, but can you see them? You see all those other people there? Remember, it's the same time because the same voice, the same sentences. Oh man, please let me go, please. And the person that's recording Floyd is standing right here. Do you see him? He may look like a bicycle to you, but that's one of the Transformers. It's Bicycle Man. You know, they got Optimus Prime. Look, there he is. See this guy right here? There it is. So here's this side of the street. Remember, this guy right here that looks like a bicycle, he's recording at the same time as that guy. Same voice, same sentences, but except for this guy over here, he looks like a bicycle. Unless you all see the people over here recording, because you have to be standing right here to get Chauvin right across looking directly at him. But over here, there's nobody. And over here, this guy's crazy over here recording buses, because we know how important it is to record a bus in the middle of a police brutality murder. You want to make sure this guy gets on his bus. That's why you turn your camera here, right? Because this makes sense to you. So now it seems like the anger that you had when it first happened, it seems to be my anger shifted now, because I don't see anybody over here recording. I see a guy over here recording a bus, and I see George Floyd's head on the opposite side of the truck by where the door is. His shoulders by the door is, and where his head was, there's a man standing there. It looks a lot stranger now. It doesn't look the same as it did when we first saw it, and the anger and the rage blocked our critical thinking. Now that you look at it, it's a little calmer now. The event happened 4 years ago. Now it's like, wait a minute, where's the guy on the other side of the truck recording at the exact same time with the exact same sentence? He's supposed to be standing right there, right? Why is Floyd completely on this side covered? The truck is covering him, but when they shift it to the other guy recording at the exact same time, his head is 1.5 feet past the bumper, so far that you can see his shoulder out. But in the same video at the same time, his shoulder's by the door, and you can't see his shoulder because the truck is there. And in the screenshot of this guy's camera, it's 4K, it's 1080p. In the screenshot of this guy's camera, everybody looks like Mr. Sludge Man. And then he starts recording a bus. Hope you're okay over there, Gabriella. Let's get back into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. There he is. The same scene. Look how clear it is. I can see the wrinkles on George Floyd's shoulder. Do you see that? I see the ear cavities. Look how clear this is. This is a screenshot of the video. It's not a picture. I can see the wrinkles in his ears. Look how clear it is. I can see the wrinkles on Chauvin's clothes. I can see Chauvin's brown eye color. And he's completely... Let's move on. That's right, protruding from the end of the truck so witnesses can see, and it's the head and shoulders from the opposite side of the truck. Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me what you saw again. You have to choose one. Let me shrink this down. Here they are side by side. These are happening at the exact same time. The only difference is one person is on one side and one person is on the other side. The same voice, the same sentences, the same Chauvin, the same Floyd, except for when this screenshot of the video, it's 1080p clear. In this one, everybody looks like some video game from Atari. And George Floyd's head is not even past the truck. And here, his head and shoulders is past the truck. But it's the exact same time. Here is, over here, the sidewalk is empty. But the sidewalk can't be empty because the guy is recording Chauvin at the same time that George Floyd is saying, please let me, I can't breathe. But there's nobody over here recording. Boom, the entire head and shoulders changed positions, moved up about 2 feet. Both the officers' positions never changes. Why have you not asked yourself that or even noticed that before? Because your mind was blocked from seeing that. Now you can never look at that again and not see it. I will actually play the footage again, which I just did. You will see the split second position change, and I already did that for you. Now it has been 4 years since this event, and this video has been played thousands of times, but you never have noticed it. No one who brought it to your attention. You never brought it to anyone's attention. That has been publicized. It has never been questioned, it seems. Why have you not noticed this? Because through desensitization and dulling of the mind, the sheeple experience cognitive dissonance, which actually will have the mind have things disappear to its consciousness if it does not blend in with its current thinking comfortability. Things will disappear from your mind because of cognitive dissonance. It's a mental conflict that occurs when beliefs or assumptions are contradicted by new information. The concept was introduced by psychologist Leon Fitzinger in 1919. In the late 1950s, he and the later researchers showed that when confronted with this challenging new information, most people seek to preserve their current understanding of the world by rejecting explanation, explaining away or avoiding the new information by convincing themselves that no conflict actually really exists. Cognitive dissonance is nonetheless considered the explanation for attitude change. And this is it's a defensive state that is more in the more primitive part of the brain, the reptilian brain, and it interferes with rational thinking, and the limbic system can knock out most of our working memory, physically causing what's called narrow-mindedness, specific neurons and neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine trigger a defense state when we feel that our thoughts have to be protected from influence from others. If we are then confronted with a difference of opinion, the chemicals that are released in the brain are the same ones that try to ensure our survival in dangerous situations. Thus, you're blinded. You can't see. The way the POIMANDRES sheeple herd mentality is successful is through trial and error desensitization. In other words, a messy room never starts off messy. Domestic violence in a relationship usually never starts with the first date. Gradually, as the mind lets one thing slide, it accepts the next minor mishap until someone from the outside says, "Wow, your place is messy. Wow, you look like you've been roughed up." And what does the person say? "Oh, it's nothing." The other person, seeing that, they get away with it, continues, but gets more sloppy with the abuse and careless because they did it out in the open, and they saw that there was no repercussion. And this is exactly how the matrix Psyops controllers work. If they make mistakes openly in their Psyops with the sheeple, and the sheeple do not complain, the matrix pushes the threshold of abuse and actually uses the errors to gauge how careless and dull their minded sheep are. For example, here is the footage of the police pulling up with that truck number 83, pulling up to George Floyd to investigate the call. So you'll notice that they showed you this police footage, and this is from the inside truck. You'll notice that sections of this are blacked out. So when you watch the George Floyd body cam footage, there's parts that are blacked out, and they never explain what is it they don't want you to see in those blacked out parts. And here it is, the camera footage. This is the same Ford, and they're pulling up to George Floyd to investigate the call of supposed forgery. So here they are pulling up. It shows the information, and here's after they apprehend Floyd and they put him in the car. So there was another camera that was a security camera, and here's the truck. They put him in. Everything looks fine, right? There's the same Asian guy standing there. They put him in. Everything looks okay, right? You can't really see Floyd because they already put him in the truck. You don't have to worry about that. There's nothing wrong there. He's gone into the truck. You can't see him. So everything looks okay. Is that right? Everything looks fine. They just blanked out some of the things so that you can't see. But does everything look okay? Everything's okay? There's a problem. A major problem. Are you ready to see the problem that's right in front of you? Just a little slight problem. A little slight something, you know. A little slight problem. What's that little slight problem, Tehuti? Everything looks fine, right? Everything looks okay. They're pulling up to the George Floyd. There's the truck, and they put him in the truck. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. Everything's cool. Cool so far. They gave us the footage, and that's what they want us to see. Everything looks pretty good. Wait, the body cam footage is the day after they already killed Floyd. What? What happened? Maybe I'm wrong. Let me do something. I'm gonna come off the screen. Let me come off the screen here a second, and maybe I'm gonna go type something in because maybe I'm a little off. I'm gonna type in George Floyd murder because maybe I don't want to misspeak everybody. George, George Floyd murder. Let me see if I'm right. Let me see if something is off with me. Here it is. I'm right in Wikipedia here, and it says yeah, it says I'll go ahead and share the screen. I'm doing this live, so I can share the screen and show you what it is that I'm seeing here. No problem. Here, I'm looking this up live just to make sure because I don't want to misspeak. So let me just go ahead and show this. I'm looking it up here. There it is. 4 years ago, May 25th. Is that right? Between 8:01 and 9:25. Murder by suffocation. May 25th, 2020. 4 years ago. Okay. Okay, no problem. No, not a problem at all. Let me go back. What date is that? Am I This is when they're pulling up to George Floyd. This is the body cam from the official police. This is screenshotted from a video. This is not a picture. This is from the live video that I screenshotted this. Does that say May 26th? Let me come in the room. Maybe sometimes my glasses. Does that say May 26th? Or no? May 26th? Love Loyalty says, what? That says 5/26, right? Love Loyalty? That's the day after. He's dead already, right? He's dead. I think so. They pulled up on George Floyd after they killed him. Love says that's a double take. A day late and $1 short. That's the official body. Don't tell me the body cam. I don't know. Do you know police body cams to be off by a day? Is there something? This is a new thing happening with the police technology. The body cams are off a day, or was the security camera? So the security camera in the Chinese shop or the grocery store was more accurate than the official police body cam that's technologically designed for court cases to save the security of the police officers, the department, that if there's a case against them or if something happens, they can pull footage from the live body cam that's not supposed to be manipulated? Or is the Chinese shop bodega the one with the higher technology that they tuned that in, right? And the body cam was off a day? Do you feel a little different kind of anger now? Is the anger shifting? Is it? Because if you notice all of this on the same day you saw the event, how would your anger be? You'd be angry, but it would be split between I'm angry, but what the heck is going on here? I'm angry, but how are the cops pulling up the day after they killed him on their body cam, not some off-brand, not some security bodega, on their one. May 26th. Whoa. May 25th. May 26th, they pulled up on George Floyd. And they killed him the day before. Boom. Wrong day, man. They should have consulted a better movie maker. But they should have... The desensitization of your mind. There's no need to. They should have checked with a better movie. But, with the desensitization of your mind, there's no need to. Because they've already tested the mind and the docile sheeple, which have no critical thinking. They do not need to go back and make corrections prior to putting the movie out. Remember, these 4 videos that I've shown you are the same 4 to 5 videos that have played across the world over 10,000 times. It is the same videos in every MSN, CNN, Daily News. The same videos you've seen 10,000 times from here to India. That you've seen hundreds of times and no one questioned the date is off. You're so moved emotionally by emotional misdirection, they miss the detailed errors in the psyops. Just like when they show you the director's cut in a movie or the bloopers while you're watching the movie, you say, oh, I never seen that mistake. I was too busy caught up in the emotional tie I had to the movie and the storyline. That is exactly how the POIMANDRES, Sheeple, Psyops works. All this is going on, confusing the brain. You don't even know what to focus on. All of these events taking place at the same time. You're angry. You want to go burn down the police station. COVID's going on. You don't know if while you're out there marching, you're getting sick. You got masks on around people. You don't know if your mask's working right. You're going through all this emotion. Of course, you're not going to notice detail. Remember, all of these events are a part of the order, chaos, psyops that I have just taught on in the class before. The puppeteer sheep herder creates the chaos in order to herd the sheep into the order of misdirection that the agenda is based on for the particular psyops. All of these are connected. Let me play some footage of the pandemic, the Senate meeting footage. Did you know there's footage? Let me play this right here. I'm going to play some footage of Senate meetings, a little bit of news reports, a little bit of this, and you just watch and tell me if you remember these things. As I play them, oh, this is a long one. Tell me if you remember these things. All of us remember these things, and when I play this, you're going to say, yes, of course, I remember. Here we go. Let me go ahead and play this here. Play a couple of these things, and I may speed through because it's long, so I may just play sections and sections. But here, I'm going to go ahead and play it. So right off the bat, there you go. We see the pigs. Remember the story of the COVID coming from the Wuhan shop, pig shop. And remember that? You all remember that, right? Here we go. We're going to go ahead and play it a little bit.
In healthy-looking pigs, months, perhaps years ago, a new coronavirus spread silently within herds. Gradually, farmers started getting sick. Infected people got a respiratory illness with symptoms ranging from mild flu-like signs to severe pneumonia. The sickest required intensive care. Many died. Experts agree, unless it is quickly controlled, it could lead to a severe pandemic, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
The mission of the Pandemic Emergency Board is to provide recommendations to deal with the major global challenges arising in response to an unfolding pandemic. The board is comprised of highly experienced leaders from business, public health, and civil society.
We could be looking at double the number of cases in 1 week and 16 times as many in a month if we are not able to stop the spread. That would be on the order of 500,000 cases, and it would continue to rise exponentially. In 3 months, we could be approaching 10 million cases.
We're at the start of what's looking like it will be a severe pandemic. And there are problems emerging that can only be solved by global business and governments working together.
We have known about caps-like viruses in animals and people for decades, but have not been successful at developing a licensed vaccine. I'm sure there are new technologies that may help, but it's going to be difficult. I am not optimistic about having a vaccine in time to be relevant during this pandemic.
So the policy crisis in question for this board in this meeting is this: how should governments, business, and international organizations allocate and distribute pandemic antivirals and medical supplies to the people who need them most?
What we've seen work very well in the HIV field is, in fact, procurement through the Global Fund. So having a centralized mechanism, so financially able to procure on behalf of affected countries would be critical. I think the second thing is it's going to be very important that for the business sector, for manufacturers of antivirals, that we have clarity around what the need is and where the need is and who are making the decisions.
I think that given that the countries most affected are those that are low and middle income countries with unequal access to technology, to finances, the UN has a worldwide footprint, universally recognized, and universal membership.
A global stockpile would certainly help ensure more rational and strategic allocation, but the reality is that we don't have the logistics capability, even within the UN, to bring that together in one place and run it. So this is where I think a collaboration between the international organizations like the World Health Organization and the private sector, which runs these supply chains for many purposes every day, understand where the supplies are, make smart decisions about how to allocate them to the people who need them in the places that need them the most, and then work with the industry to move those supplies from where they are today to where they need to be.
Just to underscore the point that cooperation among supply chain providers or businesses that have huge supply chains can add a lot of efficiency to the whole process.
The question is, can you, through this international mechanism, really promote commitments to doing this as quickly as possible and give people a sense that actually if they contribute more, that they will have a better chance of protecting their own populations and their country's security and health.
So to be completely clear, most of this production would already be committed in contracts.
Yes.
It is almost unheard of that people are producing product without having a forward commitment for the consumption of that product. So the first thing that needs to be done, because this is not something that countries currently control, unless countries are going to bring about emergency situations and co-opt an existing supply chain.
I think it's not likely, I agree, that countries are not going to buy countermeasure to put into a global supply without retaining a large portion of it for themselves.
Public health agencies have issued travel advisories, while some countries have banned travel from the worst affected areas. As a result, the travel sector is taking a huge hit. Travel bookings are down 45%, and many flights have been canceled. A ripple effect is racing through the service sector. Governments that rely on travel and tourism as a large part of their economies are being hit particularly hard.
How should national leaders, businesses, and international organizations balance the risk of worsening disease that would be caused by the continued movement of people around the world against the risks of profound economic consequence of travel and trade bans?
If there's some sense that there's a UN institution that can do all of this, then I worry we're suffering from a delusional disorder on the power of the UN. It's really important to get those industries and their trade associations and an efficient leadership established, which is decentralized but has a collective responsibility and accountability. And that needs to be supported by the public leadership.
What is essential, what is non-essential travel, we have to clarify this. Otherwise, if we go down to 20% bookings over a long period, the company will run down. That's the fact.
Yeah, there's a whole complex set of issues in a highly interdependent world on supply chains that are just in time. We need to think about how much flex there is in that just-in-time supply chain system and make sure it keeps running. I think it's going to take specificity, and it's going to take knowledge that only the private sector has. The UN can play an important coordinating facilitation role, but the companies know where those commodities are, where they move, how to move them. And that's where a type of public-private collaboration that we have not generally had in these crises needs to be put together pretty quickly.
We are not out of money yet, but the fact is we are trending in a dangerous direction and something needs to change.
So the policy question for this board now is, how should financial resources be prioritized? Are there nodes that we cannot allow to fail? What is your sense of priorities? We don't have money to pay for all of these urgent problems.
So at the moment, we want the fund, right? We need the money. So where's the money? So government kind of supplies some money. A lot of, private sectors, some are sitting here, you have some money. But now you need a really coordinated, centralized effort.
Hotels will be experiencing, crippling losses doing that. And we know that the hotel business in itself makes up 5% of the GDP.
Governments need to be willing to do things that are out of their historical perspective, or for the most part, it's really a war footing that we need to be on.
We shouldn't underestimate the power of entrepreneurship. We need to escalate that, whether it's through the government's helping with tax breaks or subsidies of that nature to increase manufacturing of those types of products. It can happen quickly. A Marshall type plan, don't mean to say that exactly, but a Marshall plan that can go into effect can stimulate a change very quickly.
Countries are reacting in different ways as to how best to manage the overwhelming amounts of dis and misinformation circulating over the internet. In some cases, limited internet shutdowns are being implemented to quell panic.
How much control of information should there be, and by whom? And how can false information be effectively challenged? And what if that false information is coming from companies or from governments?
I think it's very important that we make sure that there is concise communication with all healthcare facilities where these patients are being treated so that there isn't mass panic.
We're at a moment where the social media platforms have to step forward and recognize the moment to assert that they're a technology platform and not a broadcaster is over. They, in fact, have to be a participant in broadcasting accurate information and partnering.
All right, you just saw news reports, Senate meetings on internet information coming out that is misdirection about the event, whether it's coming from government. You saw doctors and all these things. Everybody remembers all those things taking place, happening. You all remember that? Ready, Gabriella? Ready? All right, so footage, pandemic, Senate meetings, news footage, World Health Organization meetings, doctors, all of that you just saw. Do you all remember those events that we went through? What if I were to told you that none of what you saw was real and everything you just watched were paid actors, and when that came out, there was no pandemic? That everything you saw was orchestrated, so they leave their codes because they use numerical. No, let me come to this camera. Everything you just saw, the meetings, the news reporters, the doctors, all of that footage was before the pandemic happened. None of that was in the time of the pandemic. None of that, what you saw, those are all actors. We remember these things, the Senate meetings, the news reports, the doctors that came out when they came on top of the disinformation that's going to come on the internet. So none of that you saw just right there that I played for you came from anything that ever happened that was before the pandemic took place. Made to look real. And then openly stated that it was made to look real. Those are all actors. That was all a play that you just saw. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So, what if I were to tell you that none of what you saw was real? Everything you just watched were paid actors. When that came out, there was no pandemic yet. Everything you saw was orchestrated, so they leave their codes because they use numerical code as a form of their magic. And yes, an acted out worldwide meeting that took place where they created, what the heck is going on? Where they created false footage. Hold on this. Where they created false footage of the pandemic as real life act out, with news reporters, doctors, all acting as if there was a pandemic 2 months before the corona hit in real life. That everything you just saw was exactly what we all remembered experiencing and took place in real life was numerology. In other words, the name of the pandemic acting play that you saw with fake Congress meetings and interviews and news reports and acting, the name of that program was a number, not an English word. It was called Event 201. About Event 201, Event 201 was a 3.5-hour pandemic tabletop exercise that simulated a series of dramatic scenario-based facilitated discussions confronting difficult true-to-life dilemmas associated with response to hypothetical but scientifically plausible pandemic. Let me fix this here. 15 global business, government, and public health leaders were players in the simulation exercise that highlighted unresolved real-world policy and economic issues that could be solved with sufficient political will, financial investment, and attention now and in the future. The exercise consisted of pre-recorded news broadcasts, live quote-unquote staff briefings, and moderated discussions on specific topics. These issues were carefully designed in a compelling narrative that educated the participants and the audience. The Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, World Economic Forum, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation jointly proposed these recommendations. All that you saw with the Senate meetings and news was a simulation, part of the Hopkins program with Bill Gates. And the name of that simulation was a number code. It was a number 3 code, or it was 201. It was actually a number was the name of that whole simulation. It didn't have an English word name. It was speaking of an event, one of the chaotic events, and the event was named after a number. What you thought you're watching as the pandemic was a number simulation program. Rico said everything they do is acted exactly like that. It didn't even look like acting, did it? Of course not, because you saw some of those things. There was no difference between what you saw on the news and what you just saw right there. The Senate meeting, the news. It said this is a simulation. It was called 201 was the name of the simulation, artificial demonstration of something that actually happened 60 days later. Boom! What you saw was a predictive program, simulation, orchestration, then your real life event started. Look at the date of Bill Gates' video, Event 201, November 2019. Event 201, Pandemic Exercise, November 4th, 2019. When did the pandemic hit? October, November, December, January 19th. Around January 16th and 19th is when the coronavirus came over, and it wasn't a pandemic yet. This is November 4th. What you saw was 2 months prior to the exact same thing that you lived through. And it was called 201. 201. Yes, those who were sheeple under the POIMANDRES shepherd herd psyops had no idea. Let me ask the class, who were the first religious groups to go around the world forcing the shepherd savior frequency on indigenous people by the sword? Knights of Templar, Catholics, and the Jesuits. This is who spread the sheep religion of Christianity, that you are the sheep. Spread it with the sword. Knights of Templar, the Jesuits, and Catholics. Yes, Catholics, Knights of Templar. These Jesuits were the first to bring this shepherd POIMANDRES spirit force psyops in the name of Jesus sheep herder to all indigenous people across the world. Let me give you some history on the past Jesuits to the Jesuit popes of today. And please remember these names. Here we go. Pope Francis. Remember these names, please. Pope Francis. Pope Francis was not born Pope Francis. Pope Francis's actual name was George Mario Bergoglio. He's the head of the Catholic Church, but what else is he? Let me shrink this down a little. So who you're calling Pope Francis is really George Mario Bergoglio. He's the head of the Catholic Church. You all know him. Sovereign of the Vatican City. Now they call him Pope Francis. And what was he? Is the first Jesuit Pope. The first from the Americas. He is credited with having a less formal approach to the papacy than his predecessors. For instance, choosing to reside at, remember this place, Doma Sanctia Martia. Remember these places, please. Let's go through some more. Ignatius of Loyola. Who is he? He is Saint Ignatius of Loyola, was a priest, Catholic priest theologian, the superior general at Paris, 1541, Jesuit order dedicated to teaching missionary work. So Ignatius Loyola was the superior general at Paris of the Jesuit order. That's him. Jesuits. Bergoglio officially became a Jesuit in 1960. Bergoglio obtained the licentiate in philosophy from this collegio right here. So Jesuits found his vocation to the priesthood while celebrating on the spring day. So we see the Jesuits and the Catholics, and we see them by name, and we see where they specifically reside. Are you ready for me to break the matrix? Are you ready? I hope you're ready. Get your seatbelts on. Here we go. Remember those names, please. What are those names again? Pope Francis, his real name, George Mario Bergoglio. He's the head of the Catholic Church, and he resides at Domus Sancti Marthia. Ignatius of Loyola, Superior General at Paris in 1541. The Jesuit order dedicated to teaching the missionary work. This is Ignatius of Loyola. The Jesuits. Bergoglio became the Jesuit in 1960 and obtained the license in philosophy from this college. Remember all of this, please. Are you ready? Event 201. To create the sheeple. Are you ready? I hope you're ready. Let's go. Tehuti overtime. Jesuit order 7, 19, 22, 17, 22, 8, 6, 18, 7, 12, 9, 23, 22, 9 equals 201. The Jesuit order. George Mario Bergoglio 10, 15, 18, 7, 5, 13, 1, 18, 9, 5, 2, 5, 18, 7, 15, 7, 12, 9, 15 equals 201. They're the Catholic popes. 24, 26, 7, 19, 12, 15, 18, 24, 11, 12, 11, 22 equals 201. Remember Ignatius of Loyola? 9, 7, 14, 1, 29, 21, 19, 15, 6, 12, 15, 25, 15, 12, 1, 201. Where did Pope Francis reside again? He resided, where he resided was named after one of the three Marys. Remember the triple goddess? The three Marys of Jesus the Shepherd. Where did he reside again? In Domus Sancti Marthia. Building adjacent to St. Peter's Basilica of the Vatican City, completed in 1996 during the pontificate of Pope John Paul II, is named after Martha of Bethany, who was a sibling of Mary and Lazarus of Bethany. The Pope Francis resides in Domus Sancti Marthia. Domus Sanctia Marthia. 4, 15, 13, 21, 19, 19, 1, 14, 3, 20, 1, 5, 13, 1, 8, 28, 1, 5, 201. Boom. But Pope Francis chose a specific place within this huge Doma Sanctia Marthia. He chose a specific place in that area to dwell. All of them equal 201, 201, 201, 201. Even the place where he resides, 201. That's okay. Let's find out where he chose a specific place, because that area that we named is humongous. It's extremely large, so he can't live in the whole thing. Let me go ahead and just let's see where he did reside. Where in that area did he end up residing? Let me go ahead. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Can everybody see that? There we go. Nice. Boom. Let me see if we can expand that, or if that's already big. This is already big. Here we go, everybody. Ready?
The day after Francis became Pope, he was shown his new official residence. He strolled from room to room and met the staff. In a city where spacious homes are hard to come by, the papal apartment is downright palatial, with more than a dozen rooms and a stunning view. But according to reports in the Italian press, he said it was too big, and that it could accommodate 300 people. And now it's official, he's not moving in. Instead, he prefers to stay in room 201.
Strangers back. Instead, he chose room 201. Tehuti, you made it all up. You planned it with the Pope. You did all this, Tehuti. You put this together. This can't be happening. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Hope you all are supporting. When this class is finish this section, please support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you are getting this type of class anywhere else, if you could please put the YouTube channel, the timestamp, the book, the paragraph, and everywhere that you are getting this this already from, we greatly appreciate it. If not, please support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, especially when we get to the end of this. 201, huh? Welcome, everybody. For those who are just watching this for the first time, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. If you're just watching this for the first time right now and wondering where you have landed, you have landed at the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teaching of the Netzeru, the only place on the planet Earth where this type of where questions are answered for over 2 hours in a mini movie documentary personalized for you. If you're getting this anywhere else, again, with the YouTube timestamp, put the book, the title, the paragraph where you're getting this, because I can guarantee that what you're getting everywhere else is off the top of people's heads, or somebody somewhere arguing whether the Egyptians are black, or arguing whether the Bible was stolen. But as far as actually putting this together and showing you the Psyops and showing you the indigenous information directly from the culture, you're not getting this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. Let us continue. Ready, everybody? Let's go. We're over 2 hours for this answer. I hope this is. I hope you all appreciate this. I don't know. You could type in "I don't appreciate it," or you could type in "You do" for support, because we've all supported donuts. There we go, everybody. Boom. Room 201, Vatican TV. The shepherd puppet master as Sheeple in the ultimate orchestration. Oh, by the way, where in the Bible is the most popular quotation of the shepherd spirit frequency? Psalms 23. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not be in want. He lays me down. Remember, we read this already. Psalms 23. Oh, back to George Floyd. Does anyone remember his memorial service? Let me take you there. George Floyd's memorial service. Reverend Al Bryce reads Psalms 23. At Floyd Memorial Service. That's what they read, of course. That's what they read, Psalm 23. Boom, the shepherd, as they gave honor to George Perry Floyd, his full name. Oh, you didn't know his full name was George Perry Floyd? You didn't know that? That was his full name? Of the main person? Of the focus of this ritual? Did you all know that is George Perry Floyd? They did Psalms 23. George. Oh, you know what? You probably didn't know that. It's okay. You know, they didn't. They usually just say George Floyd. This is George Perry Floyd. If you all want to know how to spell it, I can help you spell it out. It's George Perry Floyd, 7, 5, 15, 18, 7, 5, 16, 18, 18, 25, 6, 12, 15, 25, 4, 201. Your teacher told you that already, right? Yeah, the Egyptians are black. George Perry Floyd is 201, whom they made sure they read out the shepherd's quote in Psalms 23 over Psalms 23. Yeah, that's what they read, right? For the shepherd energy. Oh, Psalms 23. Psalms 23, 60, 90, 1, 20, 30. 201. While I'm still around, I might as well burn some Peridium. Temple cones, enjoy this. I could have been a car mechanic. It would have been a lot safer. George Perry Floyd, 201, Psalms 23, which they made sure they read over George Perry Floyd for the shepherd. Of all the things they could have read, of course, they had to read the shepherd one. Right? Psalms 23, 201. The shepherd, POIMANDRES 201. Welcome to the Matrix. Nice to see you here. Yes, the most popular shepherd verse at Floyd's memorial equals 201 over George Perry Floyd, which equals 201. The same number of the Corona event, and of course, they have to leave the code of the shepherd POIMANDRES right in front of you as a part of the ritual. Well, it's wonderful that another sermon was done for George Floyd. What was the name of that article, Tehuti? Where was it done? And because we have to give our reverence to George Floyd and give respect to him. So, you know, the Psalm 23, that's fine. But other articles came out with other sermons. And what was the article called? Where was it done, Tehuti? It was well, the article was called The Good Shepherd. George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. That's what it's called. This sermon is from Good Shepherd Sunday, Easter season. Jesus said, I am the good shepherd. I lay down my life for my sheep. What does this really mean? And what does this mean really? And what does it mean really for us to lay our lives down for others? Not in words, but in truth and action. The actual article is The Good Shepherd, George Floyd, and Derek Chauvin. You know, regular day. Well, you know, the Lutheran Church, they came out with an article, type 1 article, wanting to confront racism because of this police brutality, racism responding to the death of George Floyd. That's right, Lutheran Church. The Lutheran Church came out to help us. They came out to respond to this disgusting police brutality. Let's take a look. Lutheran Church, what did you Shepherd of the Valley, Lutheran Church, confronting racism, responding to the death of Floyd. Lutheran Church. I'm sorry. I mean, the Shepherd Valley Lutheran Church. Just that one. No other one came out. Just the Shepherd of the Valley came out. You know. Yeah. Well, even the LGBTQ. You know, we are with equal rights for everybody. So we're going to move away from the Christian church because the LGBTQ, they get attacked as well. And there's a lot of brutality against them, a lot of unfair treatment. So the LGBTQ always side by side themselves with, you know, Black Lives Matter. And Black Lives Matter has the flag that has all the different colors. So they came also to speak up against this disgusting situation with George Floyd. They came out with an article, an action and response. This is not the church. No more Shepherd Church. This is the LGBTQ came in response to George Perry Floyd again. This is not a Christian music, but it's the LGBT. They came out. Let's see what they said. What do they say? They came out. It's Matthew Shepherd Foundation. What happened? The Shepherd Foundation, George Floyd murder case sentencing reaction from the Matthew Shepherd Foundation. Oh man, I'm sorry. I mean specifically the Matthew Shepherd Foundation, not the other LGBTQ. The Matthew Shepherd Foundation. They came out with it. You know, more articles came out about Floyd. This one directly from Milwaukee. This one came out here. Let's see what it says. Milwaukee, what do you have to say? The Shepherd Express. Milwaukee's alternative. Milwaukee protests the death. A sheep. There's a sheep on the Shepherd Express. What? Even meditation societies. Let's move away from church. Move away from the LGBTQ. Move away from the non-biased. Milwaukee, right where it was happening. The Shepherd Express. We're gonna go meditation. Spiritual movements came out with articles about George Floyd. Spiritual movements came out. The meditation societies even came out to speak about this disgusting brutality, this atrocity that took place with George Floyd. Jill Shepherd, Inside Meditation, the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis by Jill Shepherd. Well, I mean, not all meditation groups, just Jill Shepherd. Jill Shepherd. Thank you, Jill. We appreciate you, Jill Shepherd. Miss Shepherd, we really appreciate you for stepping out as a meditation group. That is awesome, man. Everybody's coming out defending George Floyd. This is wonderful. This popular artistic image of George Floyd actually made it to the Alt-Right exhibit. You may have seen this image floating around. It's like a cartoon image of George Floyd. George Floyd, this is in the alt-right exhibit. This one made the exhibit. Man, everybody's getting into this George Floyd. Everybody's speaking out. Everybody's defending this disgusting police brutality. We have to stop this. This one made it right into the exhibit. What an artist, man. What an artist, man. Who was this artist that drew the George Floyd alt-right exhibit image? Isn't it beautiful? Look at it. I want to find out who this artist is, man. We may get him to make some things for the pod class. Who is the artist that Penn? Rudy Shepard. I'll move to Korea. Someone just Tehuti Wong. If I could just maybe find a tree. We got maybe not Korea. Maybe Polynesian rainforest. Okay. Hey, Rudy. Thank you, Mr. Shepard. Man, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't get that popular image that people have seen that made the actual alt-right exhibit. Mr. Shepard, Rudy Shepard. Good job, Mr. Shepard. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate your artistic work for George Floyd. Mr. Shepard, you are awesome. Thank you. This is the order ABKO Psyops that I spoke on in the last class. Apparent chaos to create order. As you look through these apparent chaotic situations, if you look closely or have a SABA magician as a teacher, you will see perfect mathematical order and continuous theme that is taking place. That appears as chaos, but everything is smoothly running as the same echo theme. Remember this, everybody? Remember the Order ABKO book that I showed in the last class? Order ABKO, Volume 1. Last class I taught about the Scottish, 33 degrees Scottish, right? Order ABKO, order out of chaos, order from disorder. This term was in the Freemasons. This term was invented by Freemasons, and the actual motto of the 33rd degree Scottish Rite, Order ABKO. That's what's controlling this whole situation. All of the psyops, all the ritual psyops of complete control out of order. R.I.P. George Perry Floyd. Let's get one last look at him out of respect. R.I.P. George Floyd. Let's take a good look at you out of respect. That's a good flip. What the heck? What's that on your chest? He works out. What the heck is that? I've never seen a brother with that. Any of your friends? What is this thing? What does that say? Order ABKO. Huh? Order ABKO. Wait, what is that on your chest, man? What's it? Blow it up. Order ABKO 33. Remember the last class when I taught you for the typo there, the order ABKO, which the matrix creating a controlled order of first being the ones to create the chaos in the first place. This class is about the spirit force of POIMANDRES. Remember, Gabriella? You asked about POIMANDRES and the psyops of the George Floyd ritual. Oh, I did not show you the full cover of the order ABKO Masonic 33rd degree ritual book. Let me show you now. I actually didn't show you that cover, the whole cover. Remember this, everybody? Order ABKO, I showed it up here, right? Here it is. The Order ABKO book, the same thing that's on the good brother George Floyd's chest. Order ABKO, right? Remember the book right here? Volume 1. I showed it in the last class. I'm sorry. I didn't show you the whole book. Let me show you the whole book. It's only fair that I show you the whole book because it's printed, some of the whole book. Order ABKO, Original Complete Rituals of the First Supreme Council, 33. Order ab Chao, the original complete rituals of the First Supreme Council, 33rd degree, transcribed from newly discovered manuscript rituals of the private collection, Volume 1. So again, Order ab Chao, the system that I described last class in the butterfly effect, the original complete rituals of the First Supreme Council, 33 degree, transcribed from the newly discovered manuscript rituals in the private collection, Volume 1. POIMANDRES Press. What up? POIMANDRES Press? Let's put it out. Order ab Chao, POIMANDRES Press. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken for the for those of you who appreciate it. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing this. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned or if this has had any type of impact or has advanced your recently current understanding of the subject matter, send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called George Floyd Psyops 201 Shepherd or No Sheeple or We Heard the Truth or any creative thing you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. Order ab Chao, Volume 1, POIMANDRES Printing Press, where the letter P's are written as the letter B. Longest answer ever given thus far in the Tehuti Podclass. 2 hours and 43 minutes. I don't know what else I have to do. But there's your answer. Where's Gabriella? Gabriella, where are the people? For those of you who saw this answer, support. If you've ever bought Doritos, pumpkin pie, bubble gum, gone see the Avengers, whatever, cotton candy, Six Flags, if that to you compares to this, then just support with 1/3 of what you spent at Six Flags. Help support, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. There's Annie. There's Antu and Anu. There's my answer. I'm done. Right back in 2025. Yeah, man. POIMANDRES Press, huh? Order ab Chao. Peace, Annie, Antu, Anu, Bella, we have officially. Oh, sorry, Annie's gone to bed. Never kill me. Start again. Peace, Anu, Antu, Nefer Keperet, Bella. Question answered. I've officially landed the plane. Okay, everybody. There you go. Where's Gabriella? Briella hiding under the sheets right now, trembling. How'd you like that, Anu?
That was a excellent class. I'm very appreciative of all the stuff that you put in there. I learned a lot. I'm happy you went over certain things I had questions about too, like Event 201 and George Floyd Freemasonic tattoo. It makes me feel good to know that you know this stuff because it makes me feel safe, and it also stabilizes things that I have come across myself. I remember during 2020 I had posted on various social media platforms Event 201, and people called me crazy. I had nobody to relate to, and now I can relate to you with that. And now I know even more about it than I knew then because of you. So I'm very appreciative of you. You are an absolute gem, an emerald, diamond, all jewels combined. So to all very much, Salvatore, Hotel Marie.
Nini to you, my good brother. I'm glad you appreciate all of this. This is your next snake, Neferkeperet. What is your snake? Kemet, the black one you still have, or you have the corn? What do you still have?
My snake is named Kem.
Kem. I'm gonna trade you. Okay. I'm glad you all appreciate it. And two, how'd you like the class, young lady?
I loved it very much, Tua, for all that you've done. It was very mind-blowing, and it feels like a huge protection to know these things and to be able to have this information to my future children, my future children. That is a huge form of protection, and I'm so thankful. I can't put into words how much this means to me. So to us so much for everything that you do for us. What's up, Mary?
Nini, I'm glad you appreciate me and what it is that I do for you. You said us, which includes Anu and everyone else that this has helped. I'm glad you appreciate it, and this will continue as long as the Matrix is here. I will be here, and when the Matrix is gone, I will be here. All right. I may not look like this anymore, but Bella, how you doing there, young lady? How you doing? How you like that plane ride?
It was an intense, great plane ride too, very much in SABA. We're the only one who can break the matrix, and we do it for so many people, and I respect that and appreciate that very much. The teaching really worked my mind, all the details, so I can only imagine what it's like to be you and put it all together and have it come to your consciousness and all the things that you have to go through. So thank you very much for that and what you do to your mind and to overall your health. And yes, so.
What's the last word you said, Bella?
So,
oh, Nini Uk. Glad you appreciated it. Glad you absorbed it. All right. And Neferkeperet. Did you speak already, Neferkeperet, or just talked about your snake?
it was just about the snake.
Okay, go ahead. You give her a little thing, and then we'll go to a TEF, and then we're going to go to some. I'm going to see if the support appreciated me. Go ahead, Neferkeperet. Oh, you muted yourself somehow. I just heard you, then now I don't hear you. What happened? And you grew hair. Okay, go ahead, Neferkeperet. Oh no, what'd you do? Oh man, you're muted. I don't know what happened. Too many buttons. Try again. Play around again. I'm gonna go to a TEF where you're pressing the buttons, and as soon as I hear you, I'm gonna come back to you. You keep trying. I want to hear you. I see the mic symbol. There's a cross. Okay, TEF. How you doing, good brother?
What's up, great solid? Too many buttons. I understand. Enough for Neferkeperet. I get it. Two out for that breakdown. Two out for showing us that the tattoo. Two out for showing us the GEMATRIA. 201. And two up for everything, man. Oh man, it's a game. You keep playing this. Oh man, like what would we do without you? Like, it's like, Kenu to you, Grace Saba, for breaking that spell, and waking us up out of that hypnosis. Man, I don't even know. Everything is a ritual. Everything that we do it's a ritual. It's either ma'at or it's not. And it is scary, and I understand what you mean when you say Unky and ma'at, and how you say you can't go back. 2 hours for that grace.
Nini, you did it again, Atef. You don't even know you're doing it. You did it again. We're gonna make another soundbite. You did. It's not. It must be natural. I don't know if it's the street talk or if it's the slick talk. I don't know what it is, but you did it again. You know,
Ma'at or not?
Yeah, ma'at or not. there it is. There's another. I knew the night couldn't go by without.
I don't be practicing. I don't practice. It's
ma'at or not.
Listen. It's Hinu, great shot. Hinu.
I'm gonna make that. It's gonna be a new. That's gonna be. I'm gonna make that into an image. There's a new house of a 10. Ma'at or not. There it is. I'm glad you appreciate it, my good brother. And I had to do that very delicately. I don't know what the repercussions are gonna be, but I did that very delicately, and I actually never said anything bad about any situation. So I just said, take a look. Does it match? And it actually matches perfectly. Everything was perfectly smooth. Even the one thing I'm glad that you and Neferket, was it Neferket, or was it Anu? Anu, were you the one that mentioned being thankful for the tattoo? Okay, yeah. Well, Neferket, I can't speak yet. That's right. A lot of websites and channels, when they talk about that, they show that tattoo. You see that over the internet, right? But there's no connection as to what it. They just say he was a Freemason. So what? Freemasons don't have that tattoo. Just because you're a free. Oh, there's Gabriella. Just because you're a Freemason doesn't have anything to do with that particular Scottish Rite Order Ab Chao. They show it, but I decided to say, why that one? What is the Order Ab Chao? And there it is, Order Ab Chao. 1995, way before it happened. POIMANDRES Press. How you doing, Gabrielle? You gonna have a good sleep tonight? Oh, you're not crying. Are you okay? How you doing over there with that? This answer was the longest answer I ever gave in the Tehuti Podclass. I gave to you because this. I said I gotta just. She asked for it. Here it is. What's going on?
You I'm speechless, and if I could quit just everything that I've been taught and just go to the Tehuti school. I don't even know what we would call your school because it's got to be a spectacular name. But I would go to your school and just start over. I'm in my 30s, and so I feel like I just got so much to learn. I'm speechless right now. So let me know when the sign-ups happen for your school so that me and all the kids can just become official permanent students, because at this point it's just mind-blowing. Everything, just they play with your emotions. They know that we're emotional people, and that the trauma's triggered, and if you trigger the trauma, then you trigger the emotions, and you trigger the right emotions, and it's just manipulation. And like, man, it's just making me realize, like, it's just manipulation and intention, and it's a lot. It's so much, and it's not even overwhelming. Like, just the way you present classes, it's not even overwhelming. It's just like, what other lies am I living in? What else am I doing that is contributing to their power? How much more do I have to disconnect? And to be honest, if I was not pregnant, I the thought really went through my mind, like, we would go on a fasting for a couple of days just to begin some sort of detox from just everything. But a baby would not have that. A baby needs to have his food, and yeah, so I can't do that. But I guess this is just motivation to just, like, I need a one-on-one. I'll just say that. I need a one-on-one, like several of them, because I feel like I just absorbed this entire class, and both questions, it's truly amazing how you connect one thing and we don't, and I've learned that you do this a lot to us, that you have one topic that we think doesn't even relate to the next one, and somehow they are completely relatable and intertwined, and we're so blind that we don't even see that. So I have a lot to say, but I don't want to take the whole anybody's chance to speak, and of course for you to speak as well. So just know that this definitely, I'm very grateful for this entire these all questions answered, and for removing the veil from my eyes. Yeah, so thank you, Tua, because no one is doing this for us. No one, not no college professor, no teacher at no public or even a private school. No one is doing this for us, or for our children, for our future children. No one, and except you. So expect a donation from me, support, because it's well deserved. It is.
Tua, Nini Uk, and by the way, your natural no makeup pregnant face is great. You look absolutely fine. You don't need anything on you. You look great. You look like a pregnant mom, which is the best look nature could provide. So you don't have to look like Kim Kardashian or have anything. You look fine. Absolutely. And you're representing.
We know they're not real.
What? Say it again?
We know that the Kardashians aren't real, so that's not even
real.
Yeah.
Made up.
But
you look great. You're natural, and you're rosy. You got the rosy face, and you look absolutely wonderful. So you never have to worry about. I know Primordial told me earlier. He said sometimes you don't feel screen ready, but apps, you don't have to worry about anything. I'm not wearing any makeup either. So, well, actually, I am, but but you look great, wonderful, and we're gonna get into the support and the donation. Let me see. I don't know, man. Let me see if I should become a school bus driver. I'm gonna go into the donation and see what everybody what the appreciation is. Wow. Hey, I got a personalized from Primordial. We finally got the personalized one sent in from TT and Moon, and here's what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is what the Cash App looks like. Never kept red. Get ready. Oh, what's this? Oh, it didn't say primordial. How come? Oh, I see. It's designed differently. I have to. This is really pretty. Okay, good. So I'm getting the personalized ones coming in. I'm getting them sent manually. So I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Yeah, here we go. Boom. So what are we gonna call this one? What did I teach? No. What do we call this one? I don't want to call that long. I don't want to call it that. I'll call it Shep. I'll call it Shepherd. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have to spell it right. Okay, shout out to Primordial. Gabriella, how'd you like all the shepherds popping up? Everybody was shepherd. Shepherd this, shepherd. The artist is shepherd. What world is this, man? What movie is this? Is a great movie. This is a great movie. I'm glad we know that we're in the movie though. Some people don't know they're in the movie. It's good to know that when you're in a movie. It's good to know that you're one of the actors. When you're in the Matrix and you go to work, don't worry about it. I tell people all the time, whatever you have to do to survive, that's the other side of the superhero. That's the other side. It's always portrayed like that in the movies. Nobody knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. He doesn't flaunt it either. He knows he's completely advanced from everybody. Bruce Wayne, all the superheroes, you notice they have a life that's Neo in the Matrix. They're in the Matrix, and they have to live that life, and they can come out of it when they want. But nobody knows Bruce Banner is the Incredible Hulk, but he knows that he has superpowers. But when he's the person, he just lives his regular life, but knows that I'm not a part of this, and at any time I could sling you with a web, or I could be whatever. That's literally what the Matrix movie was about. There was Mr. Anderson, lived his regular job life, then there was Neo. And so when we go live our regular lives, because you could actually before you fully transform, I've had a lot of students lose their mind because they transform faster than they could get out of the Matrix. I did it. It took years and years, but you're transforming, get to a point where it's like, I got to get out of here. But you have to go to work in the morning, and you're like, I've had students that couldn't do the process. It's a patient process. As tedious and as patient as the Matrix was to put us in this took thousands of years to get to get us to this point. So a lot of students are like, I need to get out today. And I'm like, yes, so let's formulate a plan step by step. Because if you think you're going to get out today, you're going to go nutbag. You're going to go you're not going to be no good for your children, no good for you're going to go nutcase mode. So fortunately, I was able to get out quick because when I was much younger and I came to my awakening, I didn't have much of a foot in the Matrix. So I was able to just leave. I was able to do this at grade 9. Grade 9, I knew this was wrong. Left the church, left the school, left everything. But I don't expect everybody to do it like that because it takes a process. But don't worry, just be patient, and eventually you'll formulate a plan to get out of the system. Even the Matrix people want to break it. Let me tell everybody right now, even the Matrix people want to break out of the Matrix. The ones that are running this system, they broke out of the job force and everything too. You don't see Bill Gates working anywhere. Zuckerberg, Soros, all those guys, Amazon, man, all them guys, they wanted to get out too. If you watch the Matrix movie, again, Agent Smith wanted to get out of the Matrix too. Nobody likes the Matrix, not even those who are in it, controlling it. They hate it as well. They just know that they can control in it. That's another class. But anyways, let's get on to it. So shout out to Primordial Thought. Shayed, how you doing, young lady? Go ahead and jump in. Let me see your beautiful energy. Primordial Thought, $15 tip for oh, this is for oh, I already showed this tip. This shit was just a pretty one. So we already gave adoration for that. Sorry about that. That was just I just got the pretty version in right now. Okay, shout out to Primordial Thought. Whoa, what's on my back? Hold on. Oh my. Okay. All right. Shout out to let's go all the way down. We gotta go all the way down. There's a lot of you gotta go back to the beginning. Shout out to here we go. So Primordial Thought actually sent a question in. I see. And we're gonna give him some big noise right now. I don't know what the question is because this is my first time looking at this, and this was sent in before the podcast. So let me delete this this pretty. Let me delete the one that's not pretty. Primordial Thought 9. So I don't log it twice. I'm gonna delete this one. That's gone. And now I'm gonna go 14. This is 15. Okay, here's from June June 29th. We're gonna show this shot to Primordial Thought for sending in the support and this question in. From before the podcast even began, I'm going all the way back down to the bottom again. So, is Nefer Kipret still with us? Or did we lose her? Who's here? I don't see the full screen.
She's not on the screen.
She's not on the screen? Tef, you're here? Yes. You're number 2. Yeah. Tef, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here, Great Saba.
Okay. You do the noises. Don't forget Brett, some happens to her. Oh, thank you, Nook Panuk. She'll be back. Thank you. So he said the question is in the Gmail. Let's go ahead and see if I can find that. I'm gonna oh, here it is, right below it. Oh, what an interesting question this is. Whoa. Oh, okay. I'm gonna let you in a moment, whoever that is. Wow. This is 15. 15, I'm gonna put B. All right, so the question in from Primordial Thought 9, the good brother, is a very interesting one. And the question is, oh, Nefer Kipret disappeared again. She must be having some technical issues. Okay. No problem. I'll let you in again if I see you again, Nefer Kipret. Okay, it's could you read that for me, Gabriella?
Yes. It says, Hotep, Great Saba, Tehuti, Hotep Ra. Can you do a class on the company Calico Labs in regards to preventing aging or immortality to a brown fist, black heart, and raw?
All right, wonderful. Shout out to is Primordial Thought retired for the night, or just letting you come on temporarily, or is he done?
I decided to jump on since this was my question, but I can have him jump on.
Oh no, yeah. Whenever he wants, I just no problem. But you stick on, and if both you guys can squeeze in, that'd be great too. But tell Primordial Thought 9, or if you're listening, Primordial, Tua, for the support, and very, very interesting question. I love it. I love it. I love it. We're gonna get to it when I can get to it. Daniel LaRoche. Okay, I already did that one. Robert Williams. Okay, Robert Williams, don't worry, I'm going to get to you. I see you in the magnetic classes. Don't worry about that. We're going to get to you. Annie Pata attend Tehuti. I'm just seeing this right now. He always supports, even if he's not on the screen or sleeping. Somehow it always comes in. Let's give some big noise to the good brother who does so much work for the House of ATTON. He's really trying to do a lot and position himself as a teacher that he's meant to be known as. He's growing himself up step by step, and I love watching his growth. So shout out to you, good brother Annie. You will become a phenomenal known teacher as time goes on, and people will appreciate you. And it takes years and years and years and years and years, and that's the patience we have to go through. But shout out to you. $45.72. Could you read that for me, Bella, please?
Thank you for letting me read. That's 45.72 for.
Oh, we're having some computer magic going on. Hold on a second. Let me. Never Kepra came on and the donation disappeared. Let's try this again. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Bella. Do it again. Thank you.
You're welcome. It says 45.72 for Dua Annie Pata Never Kepra support the podcast.
Give Annie Pata attend Tehuti. All types of noises. Nefer Keprat, are you there with us?
Yes, Saba. Can I be heard?
You can be heard great. I want to know if are your buttons working?
I had to restart the computer, but I don't really. I think I'm not very tech savvy myself either, so I'm not very. I think I have to connect the Stream Deck buttons somehow, and I need to figure it out.
Oh, you're using Stream Deck. Oh, okay. Got you. No problem. While you're figuring that out, or in the meantime, DJ Atef, take over the buttons and give Annie some big, big noise, please. Woo! Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, we'll do the next one. Hey, Gabriella, you okay? Everything's okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Okay, good. I feel a lot of different facial changes, but I have to check and see what's never know what's going on inside the body of a pregnant woman, so checking you out. Okay. All right, shout out to Sarah Jean with the monster 55. I remember when Sarah's donation was just $5.55. It times 10. And who are we gonna get? Gabriella, could you be my reader for this one?
Of course. $55.55 for making the world bright with your conscious light.
Whoa.
Raised hands.
Okay, good. Give her some monster noises too. It's another big one.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Okay, we're slowly moving up, Get the real chief. Oh man. Okay. None other than the man, Mr. Paut himself. Mr. Paut. Mr. Nook Panook. Mr. Discipline. Mr. Tai Chi. Mr. Blue Earth Ball. Shout from Nook Panook 999. Who's on the screen I can get to read? Anyone answering out there? They could be able to step away.
I can help.
Oh, is that you, Gabrielle?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, read for me, please. Thank you.
No problem. So $9.99 for. Oh man, I should have looked at the screen before I said it.
Look for neck language.
Ma Kau Ren Kaura Nebhenu Tehuti Ma'at. Sorry if I did not pronounce all of that correctly.
Okay, and now you got to translate, Gabriella. Now you got to translate that to English.
Yeah, okay. Let me go get my book or something. I don't think Google Translate does that.
Primordial helper. All right, so that is Makaru Ramkau. Wow, look, Panook, you need to be on this panel with your full meta-net donations. Thank you, though. If you give him a hand clap for that. Give him a hand clap for that, please. This brother here is he's on a true spiritual journey. He's doing great. He is he's going through his conscious advancement at a nice pace. If you're listening, brother Upeshahati, I don't know if you sent it yet. I got to check my files. I have so many people that send things, but I know you want your name. Contact me. See what exactly you have to send in before the Pathways of the Awakening to get your name. This is Upeshahati for the Jet. Give him some hand claps, please. Please. Okay, wonderful. And wait a minute. Okay, this one's easy. I don't see any words. Okay, and shout to, there is words. Shout to this brother right here. I think he's all the way in the UK. Let's go ahead and give him some, what does he say? Okay, is anyone back? Is anyone N2 back?
I'm here, SABA.
Okay, hey, Anu, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. Daryl, right. $5.08 for Podclass.
Okay, thank you, Daryl, all the way from the UK. Okay, wonderful. And now the Tehuti Podclass monsters return with the first. The Moon Stars, they return under this brother here, who is he's one of the brothers that really began large donations. Him and Black Hello Car, and I think Stranger, who's definitely of the originals here. And it's this brother right here. He also started the one that started the Podclass donation language. We get leisure. We're gonna give this brother some massive noise. And who? That was Anu that read that. Antu, could you read this one for me?
Yes. Henu Tehuti Saba Ma'at Standard Masters of Nature, Neteru, Sabut, Hotep, Tua.
Give Begin Leisure some major noise, please. That's it.
I don't play with pseudo.
Oh man, I like that, bro. Even though that brother's pure Isped, his voice is pure power. Too bad he's just on the side of the Isped. Thank you, good brother. Beacon Leisure. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let me see what else. Who else? Oh, of course. Netzer Uncle Tep L. I would like to see this brother come to the panel one day. This brother's he's been donating since Killer Priest as well, like on a consistent level. He sent in some of the best questions you all have gotten answers to. And that's none other than this brother who used to have an L, and it looks like he removed it or took it off. And he's now just going by the MetaNet words. Netzer Unkhotep, there's no words to read. I just see numbers, so give him give him some hand clapping from me. Thank you. That's her uncle Tim L. Thank you, good brother. Oh, here's Nito Campbell, and I've never seen him really say much in his message. And this one, I'm gonna try to get somebody to decipher it. I may be too tired, I don't know, but let me get somebody, maybe a Tef can shout out to this brother Nito Campbell. Tef, could you read that and see if you can decipher that for me, please? I don't know what that says.
From Nito Campbell is $18 for our dreams, preparing me for question to arrive. For what to arrive? Our dreams preparing me for question mark to arrive. So I think it says for our dreams preparing me for what to arrive.
Okay. For that version of the question, I'm not sure if I don't know what is going on still, but give him a hand clap. And Nito Campbell, if you're listening, can you Nito Campbell, if you're listening, can you email me? You should have my email by now. It's been years, but just in case, not like the email. This email is the overseen email. mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. Go ahead and email that Nito Campbell and clarify if this is what this is saying. I don't quite understand it, and I always want to be 100% clear before I take something as a question, or sometimes I don't, and a month will pass by and somebody say, hey, remember that question I asked you? And I'm like, what? Oh, that was a question? So if you can clarify that, and we'll go from your clarification. Tua very much for your consistent support. Nito Campbell. I'm going to put here Okay, I'm gonna put here. From 29, and then need clarity. There you go, Nito Campbell. Thank you again for your support. Let me come to the screen. Here we go. So the next support given is from who's this? Let me scroll up or down. Robert E. Williams, I have you. Don't worry. Edward, Big Vapes, I have you. Don't worry, I see you here. Men that are people, I'll get you at the end because. Oh, let me cancel this. I'll get you when I step away and I can actually just get the classes sent to you. And I just step off for a second. Okay, here we go. Who's this? Oh, this is Eric G. Mr. That's It. So shout out to Eric D. That's It. Yeah, with his, he always gives 333, and there's a special number to him, but he always, or if he gives a donation, it's always in the calculation of that number. Is that on the screen yet? No, not yet. No, okay. Eric G, 333. There it is. On the screen yet? Yeah. Okay, Eric G, 333. Thank you for your consistent 333. And one day you can come and elaborate on what that number is as far as its importance to you. Oh my goodness, the monster donators are back tonight. I was wondering. Then I see it. What I was wondering, I see. So I see now that I'm scrolling down. Shout out to this great brother here. And shout out to Gabrielle and all the big supporters. That helped this happen. I can only do this, ladies and gentlemen, if I do this 100%. There's no way I could do this and do the other things that I was doing before the podcast. It would just take away. I wouldn't be able to do it at this high level of quality. So screw it for you all for the support for keeping the situation where I can continue this on this level. As you can see, the podcast started off with 10-minute answers. Go back. So when the podcast first started, my answers were about 10 to 15 minutes. Remember that, Etep?
Yep, I remember, Saba, and those were great. Those were great 10-minute answers, but nowhere near this level.
Yeah, it was like 15-minute answers, and everybody was really appreciative. They didn't know the 2.5-hour answers were in the bag, waiting to be released. Shout out to where's Oxafet? What happened to him? Oh, shout out to Oxafet. He popped back up on the screen. Let me see if I can get him on the big screen. Let's give him some big noise. Oxafet. And Miss Bella, if you could read that for me, I can close my eyes and you can read for me.
To offer your natural eyes and for letting me read it. Says $50 for food pyramid psyops. What should it truly be like? Question.
What is that? Food for pyramid psyops. What? The monkeys are out and about. Okay, food for pyramid psyops. What should it truly be like? Oh man, Tef, can you translate that? You know the
You know what is the food pyramid they used to give us in school? The food pyramid with milk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that. I think that's what he's talking about. The food pyramid psyops. What should it truly look like?
Oh man, Oxafec emailed me. I don't know what. That's an interesting question. Okay, let's give him some big thank you, Atef. Atef is the translator of these interesting worded questions. Give him some big noise, Atef, please. Oh my.
Better keep teaching like this.
Okay. All right. Everybody looks like they're in some deep thought. What's going on in people's minds over there? All right. Let me get to the next one, and I have to step off for just a moment. We'll step off in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna step away to take my break in about 1 minute. Okay, so next up is I'm gonna do two more and then I'm gonna take a break. Okay. Oh, Nicholas Savenden is back with he gave another support on top of the support he gave earlier. 40, what's this one? Extra tip. Let's give him some noise. I thought I was going to end the class early today. I have a big reptile event I have to attend, but we'll see. I knew it. I knew there's no way. I tried though. But okay. Shout out to Nicholas Savenden. Give him some big noise. We'll give him some hand claps. This is an extra tip on top of the tip. Let's give him a hand clap. Thank you, Nicholas Savenden. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, okay. Wants to come with me to the reptile event tomorrow. You coming, Primordial?
So I wouldn't know what to do at an event, in a convention like that. I'd be lost.
At a reptile convention I have to go to and tell people about my cobra eggs, and I just had another 14 corn snakes born, and I gotta go update everybody on everything. It's always exciting though. Something magical always happens when I go to the reptile meetings. Okay, shout out to Tefrem Kema. There he is with his consistent double donations. Oh, okay. 777. Shout out to Tefrem Kema. Then put the other one up in a moment. When I put the other one up, you can give a hand clap for that. We're just going to combine them. And where is it? Okay, here it is. Stop me. Shout out to Tefrem Kemahali, put the other one up, and here's the other one back to back with this one. And then we're going to give him some big noise. Did Nefra Kepret ever come back to the panel?
I'm here, Saba. I had to restart the computer, and I couldn't figure out. I don't want to mess with it too much.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You don't want to mess up what?
I don't want to mess up his settings. He's got this elaborate computer system, and I just don't want to mess with it too much.
Smart move. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. You just stick around, and you don't have to worry about it. Atef has it from here. All right. Shout out to Atef. We're gonna give Atef some noise. I guess Atef is gonna give Atef some noise. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at, $20.72. Give yourself some noise. Woo. Okay. All right. Hey, Mr. Vortex Ninja is back as usual, consistent as usual. This Vortex Ninja. Always showing up for the support. Appreciate you, Vortex Ninja. Vortex Ninja. I'm going to read one more, then I'm going to take a break and you all go for a moment, then I will be back. Wait, what's going on here? Share screen, yep. Windows, Vortex Ninja. Let's give Vortex Ninja some noise. It's I can read that one. It says, for support. Give him some noise, please. $25.93 for his appreciation for the podcast. All right, who's the next one I'm going to read before I take him? Birthday. And I see a monster one from Gabriella. Hey, there's Africa. Hey, Minty. I see Minty coming up. And of course, the wonderful, consistent Lisa. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to step off for a moment and come back. And I'm going to read this one in Gabriella's, because Gabriella's she's the one that asked the question, and she gave a huge tip for that. So I'm going to go ahead and read that. Okay, thank you, Nanny. Okay, shout out to Lisa, Miss Consistent, Lisa, Sasha, the whole family, who's also expecting a little one. Let me see. Who's read? Gabriella, can you read that for me?
Yes, of course. $35 for Tua for all the knowledge you give us.
Give Lisa some big noise, please. Gabriella with the creative, and what does it say? I'll give Gabriella to read this. Separate it. Okay. I'm going to do one monster one, then I'm going to step away and have a little break and come back. Tip. Shep. Okay. From the person who asked the question in the first place that rendered this great class. If she didn't ask it, you all wouldn't have gotten this. And that's none other than the young lady carrying a baby, Miss Gabriella Lopez. Can you please read what it says?
Of course. $75 for being our shepherd and leading us to the truth. Purple heart.
Whoa. Purple heart. What's that? Gabriel, say the last word of the line. What's
that? Purple heart, blue heart.
Give her all the noise. Transformers. I don't play with pseudos. Menkora in the shower. Every noise possible. Give her some big noise, please.
Better keep teaching like this. You yo. I was thinking, I was like, they really, the culture has shifted and the power has transitioned.
Whoa.
I don't play with pseudo.
Oh man, thank you, Gabrielle Lopez. Perfect description of a donation. That was beautiful, creative too, in masterclass. Being our shepherd, leading us to the truth. That's exactly what the class was. Because remember, before any of this was negative, the shepherd concept was a beautiful thing, and so you can draw within the beauty of the original definition. So shout out to you, Gabriella. I'm going to take a break. Say peace, butterfly, to the crowd. There you go. Say peace to them. Look at that. What a unique looking meaning. All right, I'm going to step off for just a moment, and I'll be back within about 7 minutes or so. And when I come back, I'm going to read the rest of the donations. I have to go recover, and I'll be back. Peace and love to everyone watching the podcast and those who are supporting. Shout out to you. I'll be right back. Peace.
What's up? Peace. Let me put on my headphones. Don't feel bad, Nefer Keperet. I got a loop deck and I don't know how to use it. I don't even be I don't make the noise with that. The noise comes from something else. I'm still trying to figure out them stream decks and loop decks, and I've had mine for a minute too. So don't feel bad. We're gonna hold you down. Don't worry. Yeah, I got you. But man, what would we do without SABA with these answers, man? I feel you, Gabriella. It's just all I want to do is learn. I told you that's all I just want to learn, and I know I don't know nothing. I'm a baby. I told you I'm a baby because all of this stuff has been in my face all this time, but I have to unlearn and relearn. I don't be trying to say cool stuff. I'm trying to say stuff that's not cool. I just want to learn. It just rhymes like that, and it comes out like that because I just be speaking from my heart, and I be speechless most times. The answers leave me speechless. You know, I know how to. I'm fluent in the ignorance. Let's just put it like that. I'm very fluent in the ignorant speech and the mumble rap and all of that other stuff. I'm fluent in that, but it's not beneficial to us, to our children, and that's not what I'm trying to represent. And it's not who I am for real. You know, everything we've been taught is a lie. So we've been living our life and you know, designing our lifestyle based on the lie. So I need a new style, you know, new style and fashion. So, you know, it's time that we unlearn and relearn. So that's why I'm so grateful for our teacher and what he gives us week after week. The consistency is there, the dedication, the discipline is there, what he's teaching us, the example is there. That's why you're here, Gabriella, because Primordial Thought was like, man, let me just see what's up with this dude, right? I'm gonna check this dude out, you know, and he was quickly able to see the discipline. He was the example. He is the example. He's showing us how we should behave, how we should speak, you know, how we should investigate, how we should examine. You know, like I told him, I understand he says things like, you know, he can't go back to the Matrix. I really understand that now. Last week, I was having a little bit of difficulties, some challenges, and I just keep the foundation in my eye. You know, like the young kids now, they say stand on business. Yeah, I just stand on my art. I just make sure that my platform that I stand on is my art, to the best of my ability as I learn, you know, and I just remain pure to that. And, you know, the problems or the challenges that I seem to face in my life on a daily basis, they just work themselves out, you know, or I'm able to work them out because of truth, because of my art. You know, so I try not to waver in that, but it is a challenge. Like you said, like how everything is a lie. You said how many lie? Everything is a lie, Gabrielle. Everything. Every single thing is a lie. everything that you know, everything you've ever celebrated, everything you ever called yourself or you call your people, or any term of endearment, or everything is a lie. And one of the easiest ways to quickly decipher that is the English language. Okay, bam, it's not our mother tongue. It's not our language. It was created by them people. And it was created by them people to do exactly what it does, to keep us in the spell, to keep us hypnotized. That's why it's called spelling and cursive, and it's a hex. It's all the jokes. So, yeah, it's everything. So that's why you got to put the boat in the water where you at. And I'm so grateful to be standing next to all of you and be learning with all of you, because that truly does give me hope, because it is very, very, very scary. Very scary. My daughter just came in here a little while ago and gave me a kiss goodnight, you know? And this is one of the reasons, or one of the motivations that I have, is for the children. You know, because I want to raise my children and teach my children the truth. I don't want to lie to them and lie to them, but think I'm telling them the truth, you know, or teach them something wrong, but yet we think we telling them something right when we're not. It's upside down, you know. So yeah, the English language, the language that we speak, you know, it's designed to keep us backwards and upside down and confused. It's done on purpose. It's created that way. So two-out to you again for asking that NEFA question, and all the people that ask these NEFA questions. That's why I don't ask no questions, because every question is important. Every answer is important. I look forward to every answer and everything that he says. I love the sense of humor that he has, if that's what it's called. You know, how he's able to laugh at the Matrix and laugh at the things. And it makes me laugh too, because when he shows it to us, we're able to see just how silly it is. So it is funny. It's very, you know, it's very funny. And then a lot of times I have to laugh to keep from crying. You know, I have to laugh to keep from getting angry. And that was another thing. As far as I was concerned, it was misguided anger, because I was mad and didn't know who I was mad at. You know, so I took it out on myself. I took it out on the wrong people. It was completely misguided. You know, but the energy and the anger was definite, and it was sincere. It was just guided and directed in the wrong direction. So, you know, shout out to you and your family, your beautiful family. Like I say, and I'm gonna continue to give you guys salutations. And I'm gonna continue to point out to everyone that's watching, when you look up here on this panel, you see families, you see family, you see two people in that, two beautiful Nefer beings in the top. It's my right hand corner, and then below me is the one that's next to me. That's her mate. This is a family that we're building, and it's so much going on behind the scenes that you have no idea. And it's very easy to get up here and argue and, you know, create all this isfet and everything that it's very easy. That's easy, but it's not easy to sit up here and listen. I mean, it is for us because we're here now, right? But remember how hard it was to sit and listen to, you know, what we perceived as knowledge, you know, once upon a time versus now what we're receiving. It's very easy for me to sit here. Yes, it's 4 o'clock. What time is it? 3:39. Yes, I am a little bit tired, but people do what's important to them. So it's people right now at the club, hanging out, drinking, smoking, doing whatever they're doing, you know, of no benefit to themselves. But here, me, and we're up here, you know, doing things that's going to benefit us for real, and benefit our family. So salute to all of you. And I'll allow somebody else to talk, because I'll just keep going and I'll just keep giving you salutations. Like SABA, you know, shows us sometimes we'll argue and break each other down and create isfet, but can you go through 30 minutes of pure adoration? You know, we can argue for 30 minutes, but can we give each other the same type of salutation for 15 minutes? Just 15 minutes of pure love and salutations. Are we doing that for each other and our families like we argue with them? You know, so it's beautiful to see everyone up here and to be alongside of you, because we could be anywhere, but we're here. So Hinu to your families, Hinu to our great SABA, and Hinu to everybody that respect the truth. So Tua, I'll allow somebody else to hear your beautiful tones.
Peace, great brother. Appreciate you. To speak a little bit on the build-up Saba just finished doing. It's very interesting that how all of this can be happening around us, and have really not much of a clue or what to be able to see while these things are happening. And it's very interesting that and I appreciate Saba for being able to point these things out and to be able to show us these things, because it kind of, you know what I mean, it kind of tempers with your reality a little bit, because we know things is going on. Most of us have always known things are going on. And you look at that and you're like, when Saba reveals these things, all you can do is shake your head and pretty much be like, man, like what am I doing? Like, you want to be able, like, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one, like, you want to be able to see the way Saba sees, you know what I mean? To be able to observe something and really truly see beyond the veil, and to really see, like, when they running game, and when they doing their rituals and they doing their things that they're disciplined in and they're serious about, and, you know, definitely having order by chaos. It's in Tua to Saba for, because I always knew that saying where remember years back I heard this saying said, you know, they cause, how does it go? It says they create a problem, get a reaction, and then offer the solution. And that kind of the book that Saba mentioned, and, you know, where they got all this order by chaos or order of chaos. I see it now. I see where that's rooted from, where it stemmed from. The 201, that still hits. That hits differently, because to see that synchronicity, to see everybody kind of play that part, like with the same number, like that's very structured, and it makes you question, how much magic is really being ran around me 24/7. Like, how much magic is really being done every day. And it makes you think about how, when you read about things in ancient times, like, you know, royalty always had a council, or they always had magicians, or they always had sorcerers, they always had people who were into particular arts, and you know, it kind of helped flourish they reign, help flourish their kingdom, help them prosper. So I kind of look at it and be like, man, that's still going on to this day. If anything, they got really, really, really good at it. I can't really compare from how they were back then and what is today. I can only just imagine that, but without SABA, man, it'll be hard to connect A to C, or I should say connect A to B, since that's only 2 alphabets. So just to the great SABA, to everybody hanging on here on the panel. You know what I mean? To keep that energy and just peace and love, man. I appreciate the great SABA Hotel.
What's up, Mary? I'm very appreciative of being here. Like I said earlier, it's very much like just a big, huge protection. These classes, every single class is an important protection, because knowing this information, you can now protect yourself and understand what's going on. SABA Tehuti has cleansed my eyes, and that is a gift that I am very thankful for, that these words can't even express fully. It's unexplainable how important that is, and I'm very appreciative of his light, his guidance, and all that he does for me personally. And he is creating me. Every single class, he creates me, and it's very important for my journey, and he's helping me exceed to who I'm supposed to be. Without him, I wouldn't be able to do that, especially at the rate that I'm doing it at too. He is accelerating the process, and I'm very thankful for that. And yeah, it's very life-changing, every class, and it motivates me to imbue myself in multiple ways, keep imbuing and keep adding things into my life daily, and keep myself in this frequency as much as possible, because I do not want to bring myself out of this, because there is this one thing that Tehuti said, that if there's one little aspect that is off, then as in like a light, if the light switch, the wires in the light switch, if there's one little thing, one little wire that is off, the light won't turn on. So that's how I see living from Ma'at, and I do my best to imbue myself in all aspects in my life, in Anu and I's life, and Tehuti helps me do that very much so, and I'm very appreciative of all the work that he does continuously. He is very intense with his guidance, and it is very inspiring to observe and imbue that consciousness that is within him. So, Hotep and Mary.
Primordial thought and a tenth. Have you ever looked into Agenda 2030?
No, brother. That's my first time hearing about that.
Definitely something to to look into. It's like the event 201, but different. I don't know if I can talk about it, so I'm not going to. Just wanted to put that out there.
What is it called? Agenda what?
2030.
We'll look at we'll look at it. I know I understand what SABA means when he says a lot of his students have gone crazy. That was another thing that I said when I told SABA, when I was like, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. It's like when I first started getting this information, it was making me cry. The truth was hitting me so hard, I was crying. Like it was bringing me to tears. Like that's how hard it was hitting me. Like my reality was completely being shaken. And the thing that I'm grateful about is that I follow my path, that I follow my heart, and this is the journey. You know, it's been a beautiful journey for me. I don't judge my path negatively. All the things that I went through, or all the things led me here. You know, my path in life. It led me here. So I don't look at it as a negative, you know, as anything negative. Although it was very challenging, a lot of the things that I went through, a lot of the things that I endured. The beautiful thing is that when I look around, I'm here. So I know we all had different paths, and you know, our journey it looks very different, but we're all here, and we're all learning. And every day when I go to work, I'm around people that are lost and they're young, and a lot of the things that they say, a lot of the things that they say are true to an extent, but some of the things I'm like, you learn this too fast. Like some of the things that they say, you know, it's very strange. You know, I'm just very grateful because I could easily be on the other side of the scrubs. I wear scrubs, so I could easily be, you know, one of the patients that I serve very easily. I don't take it for granted at all. A lot of the people, they come from all walks of life. A lot of them are very intelligent, and a lot of the things that they are saying and that they say, I believe. But in this society, it's not taken out of context. Like Saba said, when you give a 5-year-old a Ferrari, he gonna crash out. You know, so I believe you, Saba, and I understand when you say some of your students, you know, they went crazy. The information was too much for them to process. So this is why I don't try to chew. I don't try to bite off too much. You know, I'm take it all in and digest it. You know, bit by bit. Like I say, put the boat in the water where you at. So this is my journey, and this is where I'm at, and I'm here with you all. So Hotep,
wonderful. Thank you for those great words. Words of Tef, and yes, you wonder what happened to a lot of my some of my students that you don't see anymore. Just watch the spiritual psychosis class. That's I've been teaching since 1992, and I only have a handful of people around me. So you're absolutely right. It's sometimes the knowledge it's too fast, and the person doesn't mature. There's a difference between knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So knowledge is just the information. Wisdom is to know how, when, and where to use the information. And the understanding of it is the combination of knowledge and wisdom. So if you're just in it for the knowledge, you could definitely lose your mind, because you don't. There's no wisdom. There's no guidance to it. And knowledge doesn't necessarily cure anyone. That's why most of you are here instead of at Wikipedia. Wikipedia and Britannica have a lot of knowledge too. But the curing is when you're getting the wisdom with it. So a lot of my students, hold on. Wait. Back. A lot of my students, a lot of people that I've taught, they don't survive because they're not emotionally stable. Just because you get the wisdom and the knowledge doesn't mean that you've cured yourself emotionally. And a lot of times the emotional stability steps in, and they haven't matured, and so that they get lost in the midst. But peace and praise to them, whatever stage that they're at. Some people come back, some people don't. Some people get too emotionally involved with me personally. They're not ready for that. They get too emotionally involved with me, so they come and they learn from me, and then they automatically, and it's not too emotionally involved, it's just not a level that they're ready for. So some people get involved with me, and then they whatever happened in their life that they're missing, I start filling in those positions, and their mind is not, the mind can't switch properly because I'm an extremely disciplined. My life is exactly how the podcast is, and if you think the podcast is intense, that's me when I wake up in the morning. So it's not a lot of, it takes a while to get used to that. So, but it's okay. Everybody develops at their own pace, and I'm glad that you, Atef, are developing at yours. Gabrielle is developing at hers. Bella's developing at her. Every one of you are developing differently, and it's needed. That's why sometimes I still do one-on-one for certain people, because certain people outside of the podcast need that outside of just the public knowledge. So it's a very delicate thing being me and keeping students. Very, very delicate. I have to. It's extremely difficult, but I have to do it because each person is different. I could deal with some person, and they're completely different than the other person, and I think they're the same because they're both students of the pod class. And then I find out that this person has some emotional baggage from when they were 11 years old, and it was way before the pod class, and they just either advance or they snap. With me, you advance or snap. There's no like bending. What do they call it? Compromise bending. You either advance or you snap with me. So I'm glad you're around and growing, Atef, with this. And a lot of you've seen people go back to the original pod classes and look at the chats and look at the name change difference. Look for Commit 101. Look at the names. They're not here anymore. And I had a lot of names in 2023, 2020. They're not here anymore. You know, because this is real. This is not. I don't play the. I don't play the game, and I'm very fun and loving, but I'm extremely strict when you're around me. It's not the same. So, okay, we're gonna get around to. Let's get back to these donations. I gotta wake up in the morning and do my other life, the reptile life, and we're gonna read these supports. I appreciate each and every one of you for this. Oh, the good brother. Who's this? The good brother is back. Terry Patty. Thank you, Terry Patty, for returning back. You're back consistent again. Shout out to you. Terry Patty was another brother. I was wondering where he went, but I always had the feeling that Terry Patty was returning, and here he is. Back strong, just as he was. And let me relabel this as tip. Tip from, I'm gonna call it Tip Shepherd. All right, Terry Patty. Let's give some big monster noise to the good brother Terry Patty. Dedicated, back, and consistent. Give him some big noise. Oh, first I'm gonna get somebody to read it. Who's Gabrielle, are you up to reading?
Yes. This is Terry Patty sent you $50. And it says, another master class, SABA, powerful.
Thank you, Terry Patty. Give Terry Patty some big. Thank you, Terry Patty. You are incredible, consistent, and I'm glad you appreciate the class. Okay, hey, Anu and Antu. Oh man, one thing about, well, this is funny. This is good. Thank you, Anu and Antu. I mentioned this person a couple times, and I don't know if Anu went off and started checking them out, but this person that's inside of the name of Anu's tip is a mastermind magician. He does magic without anything physical. His name is Darren Brown, and he's the magician that other magicians cannot figure out. He's not using anything, and it's just whatever he's doing. This is definitely the top magician ever mentioned, and he's inside of Anu's donation. Anu, go ahead and read this, please.
$20 for breaking us out of Darren Brown hypnosis with the
Anu. Oh, go ahead. There's more. Go ahead.
The EE emoji, a leopard, and a bull.
Okay, good. Did you hear me mention Darren Brown some years ago in a class, and you went and looked him up, or did you know about Darren Brown like years and years ago and were studying him?
I looked him up when you mentioned him on the Killer Priest podcast.
You saw some incredible, ununderstandable things.
Absolutely incredible things. Very mind-blowing, and it's inspirational to look into for sure.
Yeah, he's a magician that the other magicians can't figure out. Some magicians get to that level, and he has nothing, no props, nothing, just nobody knows what's happening. But shout out to Darren Brown. He's definitely one of the masters of his craft. Give Anu and Antu some big noise, please. Some claps. Okay, we have a few more here. We have here's Robert Williams again. This is I see a lot of people really appreciative of that 201. Who here said they never heard of 201 before? The event 201. Did anybody on the panel say that? Somebody said they didn't. Everybody knew about event 201 that's on the panel? Anybody heard of it before? I can't see you all.
Oh, Ben,
okay.
Did you ask if anyone on the panel heard of it?
Yeah, somebody said they had not ever heard of that before. Was that you, Gabriella? You had not heard of that before, right?
No, I had never heard of it. So when you mentioned it, it was all new to me.
Oh, okay. I know Anu, you've heard because you heard me. I've taught it before years ago, but I don't think I ever showed. I don't know if I've ever showed that long fake footage they did. Did I ever show that in the class? That long fake footage?
I don't recall seeing that in class before.
No, I saw that footage for the first time, and I was amazed. I was like, this is not happening yet. And then, boom, it happened. I was like, it's happening now. I was like, oh my goodness, Bill Gates, stop it. So Craziness. All right. Shout out to Robert Williams. Who's it? Johan Billadou. Okay, now we're getting to the Magneto classes for donations and requests. And this one is Medu. We're gonna give some noise to my good brother all the way in Canada, and that is none other than the brother who actually looks like me when I was about 21. That is his brother here with an interesting name. I think it's French, and that is Johan Billadou. Give Johan Billadou some noise, please. And Johan Billadou, peace and love to you. And check your Gmail. You should have the class right now. If you see this later, check whenever you see this. The class is with you right now. Shout out to Johan Billadou. You tired over there, Bella? You're doing the baby eye rub when babies are tired. How you doing over there?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm a little tired, but you can do a 10-hour podcast so I can stay up and listen.
Okay, that's the attitude. That's a great way to look at it. That's wonderful. Okay, hey, we got Africa. Africa, who is the sister of the great brother. Let me fix this first. Okay, Africa, who is the great sister of Ascari. And she actually wants to come to the pathways, so I look forward to seeing you if you do come. Shout out to this young lady here. Oh, ouch! What's that? Shout out to this young lady here, Africa, and she has what does it say there? And two, could you read that for me? Yeah, hourglass.
Yes. $10 for support Tehuti the snake.
Okay. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Support Tehuti the snake. Appreciate you, Africa. And we're gonna go to this a tip from a Primordial Thought 9. I don't know what this is for. Primordial Thought's gonna have to translate this for me here. Primordial Thought 9, if you're there, can you go ahead and read this for me? Shout out to Primordial Thought 9, who gave $15 for.
Yeah, it says a tip for part 201 for the 201 breakdown that you did.
Okay, I was like, I did a class on 1 point. What? There's part 2 I got to do. Okay, shout out to Primordial Thought for the this is for the section on the 201 section in the class. Tip, give him a hand clap, please. Okay, we're winding down. We got the beautiful beautiful young lady. This looks like a tip for the butterfly effect. Okay, it's looking good. Tip butterfly. Tip butterfly. Okay, shout out to Minty. Glad to see her. I saw her in the podcast earlier. It's good to see you. Good to see you attending the class and writing your beautiful positive words as usual. Bella, could you read that for me, please?
for letting me read it. It says $5.55 from Minty, and it's for Never Mary Price with stars and butterflies and stars and a blue heart. And I think it's a person breathing.
Okay. That must be a tip for the butterfly effect class. Give her a hand clap, please. Thank you, Minty Hotep. Okay, we're winding down, everybody. We're winding down. We're winding down. We have, I think, 2 more to read, and that's it. And now we're on the good brother he has 11 more classes to go till he is finished. Oh, what's going on here? Wait. It's not all 53. Medicine. What is this? Shout out to the good brother here. Big Vapes. Who's ordering class number 54. Give him a hand clap, please. Shout out to your good brother Big Vapes. I don't know if you are in the class, but if you're listening, you have those classes right now. Hey, Robert Williams, I don't know if you said this while you're in the class. If you're listening, sorry. If you could send me some clarity on you had asked me a podcast question. I don't quite fully understand it, so send me some clarity on that to see if I can tackle that question. Speaking of Robert Williams, it looks like he made a large Magneto class order. Let's give him some big noise. He ordered let me get to read this again. Not primordial. Medicine. Primordial, could you read this for me, please? About to come on the screen. 5 Magneto classes, it looks like. Go ahead and read this for me, Primordial. Thank you so much.
Okay, it says $100. Magneto class 24 to 29. Tua, I came here to learn.
That's sounds like a tough. Yes. Shout out to Robert Williams. Give him some big noise, please.
Better keep teaching like this. You don't nobody really want no smoke.
Okay, shout out to you, Robert Williams. Appreciate your support. Somebody look in the chat for me and tell me if Robert Williams is in the chat. If you see him at all, if he's active in the chat. Anybody see him?
I don't see him in the chat.
Okay, no problem. Okay, shout out to you, good brother Robert Williams. And if you're listening, go ahead and check your Gmails, and you should see the classes coming in now. And you should actually have all the classes in 1, 2, 3, and now. Robert Williams, we officially have all the Magneto classes. Peace and love to you. I appreciate your Appreciate your consistency. Anu, you're doing the baby yawn. You're past your bedtime. What time is it over there where you are?
It's 3:14.
Oh my goodness. What time you waking up in the morning, Antu?
I don't know right now. I don't know.
Be anytime. Whenever the body says wake up. Okay, I understand. Yes, yes. I think that's it, everybody. Let me scroll up. Let me scroll down. Down. I think that's it. Robert Williams. That's it, right? Let me go to the next page, see if I miss anybody in the early sections. I gotta, the person TS. That was from earlier. TS with $1. I think that's it. Let me scroll down a little bit more. See if I missed anybody. That's it. Shout out to everybody. I see that I've. Who's this? Oh, Terry Patty. Those are all the questions for the Tehuti Podclass. Okay, I have my questionnaire from Stephen Escalar from Oxafec. And let me go ahead and put that on the screen for everyone to see. So this is the support that Oxafec gave. He gave this clarity for this. And here it is. It looks like the pyramid food chart. And I definitely need somebody to read this. And two, could you read this for me, please?
It says, Hotep Great Saba Tehuti. My question is about the food pyramid given to us in school. I am led to believe that what was shown to us was wrong, I think he meant to say. I would like to know what the proper pyramid of diet should be for a healthy diet. I attached the image, Tua and Henu Great Saba.
Interesting. Let me, okay. I'll take a look at this. So this, where's Oxafec's donation? Well, there it is. Okay. I'm going to call this, B from you. Okay, wonderful, Oxafec. I have you. I will definitely look at that as soon as I have time. As soon as I get to your sequence. All right, and I think that's it. I think that's it, everyone. Wonderful, 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 beautiful. Another lovely podcast. Let me scroll down again. That's it. All right, everybody, we're going to do a quick closeout. Everybody looks like tired babies on the screen ready to fall asleep. We're going to start off. Who just dropped off? Somebody disappeared.
Atef did.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Nanny, give me something on paper, please. Thanks. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna do the closing statements from everyone. We're gonna start off with the wonderful dynamic couple there that's staying awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the names are reversed again. Antu and Anu. Even though I'm seeing Anu and Antu, go ahead and give us a closeout. Either one of you want to start first? It's fine with me. Give us some good positive words. Paper? Well, thank you so much. You're great.
To a wonderful Saba Tehuti for another wonderful class. Hotep Marie to you. Henu to you.
Somebody's baby? What's that?
It was
a baby from the womb? What is that? Who was that? That's somebody. Animal?
Yeah, it was a cat.
You have a cat, Antu? Anu?
Yeah, we have 2 cats.
And a bearded dragon in the same place? Did they bother each other?
One of the cats used to bother the bearded dragon, but we figured out how to stop that.
Wonderful, excellent. Okay. All right, continue, my good brother. Go ahead and give your closing statements. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment, but I am listening. Hold on, I'm listening.
Tua Hotep Marie, to you, Sabatudi. Tua, to your net church for holding you up, sustaining you, keeping you firm. Tua, to all the people on the panel, all the beautiful supporters, to all the people in the chat, to everybody who is watching on the playback. I am grateful that you're all alive. I'm grateful that you're all here to give your attention to our wonderful SABA Tehuti. This was an excellent class, very needed to break all of us out of these matrices. Our SABA Tehuti risked what he has to make these classes for us. I have faith that he will be protected no matter what, because the Neteru keep him safe and they guide him for eternity. It's like that brother Jay lyric. He says, "Step to me, I'm protected by forces beyond you. Nobody can." Brother Jay, an eggplant.
Oh yeah. Oh, of course. Yes. Okay. There we go.
That's why our Sabatudi will be protected forever, because he is imbued within Ma'at. And new to our Sabatudi, I will end with a hymn. Ha'iu Neteru Ma Sen Tuhudi M Peruf Nefer Her Kat M Nut Mesu Nut Ra Nev E Tuhudi Ra M Kut Ib Tet and Pet. Rejoice the Neter when they see Tehuti at his manifestation. Beautiful on the body of Nut. Gives him birth Nut every day. Hail Tehuti, who rises like Ra when he riseth in the horizon eastern of Pet. Hotep, Mary, for eternity.
Wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Is each one you read a little bit different each week?
Yes.
That sounds different. It sounds still like it's a Pram Haru, but it sounds different. But thank you, Anu, for the beautiful words. Appreciate that. I know you imbue my energy and imbue the teachings in your household the best of your ability, and try to be an echo of it. So much respect to you for that. And keep on advancing, keep on growing, keep on get that mind, everything in harmony, and then you will be out of the matrix. You don't need it to survive, but you'll go through a lot of trial and error before you hit that point. I did. So thank you so much. We'll move on to the young lady beside you. I like you said. A lot of people I hear say your lady holds you down, and I like you said thank you to the Neters for holding you up. I don't want my women to hold me down. I mean, unless we're doing some role play, but I don't want women to hold me down. That doesn't sound too good. I don't know about that. Hold me up. That's what the Neters are doing. But that's another phrase in the Matrix. Yo, my lady holds me down. And then they say, man, this system, man, it really holds you down. So I don't want to be held down. I'm too big. All right, thank you, Anu, for that. Antu, give us some good work. You haven't said anything yet, Antu, right?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Gabrielle is tickled. Are you okay, Gabrielle? Are you tickled? Gabrielle Carmel going crazy over there. All right. I don't know. I don't even know what I say sometimes. But okay, go ahead, Antu.
Tua Hotep Mary, Uncle Jasaneb to you, Sabatudi. Tua for saving my ka and my family's ka, Anu ka. Tua for purifying our Eve daily. Tua for preparing us for children and protecting us now and our children as well. to offer saving generations and for imbuing consciousness of Ma'at, for all that you have risked and all that you have done to become who you are and all the choices that you've made to be who you are as our SABA. I appreciate your life very much and your Netzer's life and all of your children as well. And your words are as fuel when it spits on fire. Anunai's ku expands with every interaction. And I will end with Anu and Antu, Jesu Mket, Tehuti, Perts, Netzer, Ostet, Iment. Kutsen her out, and Tehuti ur Hetep her Ma'at. Anu and Antu, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Netzer from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary, Uncle Jessinet.
Incredible. You said so much. I was going to comment on one thing. By the time I thought of commenting on it, you're on to other things. How, this is what I was going to say. I like the part where you said about, you mentioned children, and you said our children, and you haven't had a child yet, which is wonderful, because that means that you're speaking upon something that's going to happen with you in the future, and any other child that may come about. When you said our children, because there's children on the way, from Gabrielle Lopez, Lisa, one day you possibly, other people possibly, and you're already giving genuine good energy to unborn children. They're not even here yet, and by the time they get here, I can play this podcast and say, hey, in 2024, and two already blessed you. You weren't even in and Anu didn't even put you out yet. So we're gonna shout out to you for that. Awesome, wonderful. Thank you for those great words. Okay, and on to who's next? On to Miss Bella. You change your head wrap. Looks good. On to you. Let's hear some beautiful, wonderful words from your Ebe onto me and onto the world.
Cool for saying the head wrap looks good. You and your networks always look good, so yes, look for that. Hemu Saba, you are an image of purity and a potent male nectar. Your teachings are my sustainment, and I speak to my innermost heart to manifest being your student forever. Two of your subconscious and your Seta experiences, your rituals, and two for protecting yourself and your networks and your family. Any beautiful moment I have ever been able to experience, I have experienced it in your presence and because of you. I associate you with life, Tekka, magic, and love, Mary. I associate those things with your networks too. There are none equal to them. They are beautiful beyond all women, and they are like the stars which appear at the onset of a prosperous year. 204, all that you do for me and all the opportunities that you give me. It's an honor to be able to speak to you and have so much of your time and lessons, and yes, feel very much for the podcast and for anything I can think of. And yes, so.
Wow, again, words that sound like they came from 5,000 years ago. Beautiful. The thing with the Netzer, it's not just any year, but a prosperous year. That's great. Just even the year would have been great. Henu enough. He added prosperous year, and I don't know which one of them are listening right now, but I'll definitely play this section back for them to hear. Oh, I heard a thank you in the background. So Nana said thank you. I can't hear TT right now. If she's saying thank you, I can't hear her, but when she hears it, I'm sure she'll say to you. Beautiful, beautiful words from a pure part of yourself. That was It's not coming from any aspect of the matrix. It's just pure love and Henu, and it's ancient words, and I greatly appreciate them because the appreciation for what it is that I do is the motivation for me doing it. I stayed what's it called when you stay to yourself? Solitude. What's it called? Primordial? Not celibate, right? No. Solitaire, whatever the words. I stayed solitaire. I guess that's a game or something, but I stayed to myself because I didn't think anybody wanted any of these teachings and didn't appreciate it. So I just stuck to myself for a period of time, which was good for me because in doing that, I worked on myself and built myself up. But your appreciation, everybody's appreciation, is what motivates me to keep coming on every Saturday and go on for 11 hours and 22 minutes. I don't even know another YouTube channel that's 11 hours, but to you for your great appreciation, peace, and love for all that you do on the podcast and off of this podcast. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I appreciate you and all your family.
Nini, wonderful words. On to Pry More D.O. Thought 9. Give us some great words, Mr. Monument Man.
Peace and love, great SABA. Tua for just just another phenomenal class, and once again, just to your discipline, your structure, your unwavering commitment to the Natiru. Henu and Tua to your Naturts for always, being there for you, supporting your Dejed, keeping you lifted up, even sustaining the house, all those things that the roles that they play. So to you, great SABA. May you continue to do what is honorable to the Natiru. May you continue being in imbuement with them. May you be granted the provisions of the great Neter Asar, even in this realm and in the Neter Kurt. So may you continue to be disciplined, and may you never cease to continue to shine and come forth as conscious light. So may Ra grant you and your families health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore in Ma'at. And Nu and Hotep.
Wow. Powerful. Gabriella, have you ever heard your man talk to another man like that? Have you heard? Is that how Primordial talks to the brothers? Yeah, I want everybody to see that because this is an example that I am influencing by just opening. I'm just the open door. I'm opening the door to the consciousness of how we used to speak with each other without any of that, without any of the matrix and insults, and you could speak to another brother and give him massive compliments and not say pause after every second word. You can actually just compliment another man, and that's how we were in before the matrix, and it's a beautiful thing. And a lot of brothers won't get to that frequency because of ego, and because they won't talk like that to another man, especially in front of their woman. That's a lot of brothers will not do that because they don't want to be seen speaking, giving props to another man. It's a major matrix that's going on, especially within what people call the black man. It's a major matrix. So to see a brother talk like how Primordial just spoke is exactly Primordial. You can go to the writings of Sinahu. Go to the writings of Sinahu in the ancient Egyptian literature or the anthology. Just look up Sinahu, and you'll see that exact talking that you do. So much respect for that. Appreciate that. And I love the monuments thing. You brought that to the podcast. The monuments is also directly from the Tahotep and the other scribes. The monuments. Shout out to you for that. Appreciate it, and much love to you. And good luck to the new being that's going to be coming into this world that you created, and you and Gabriella created on the SABA. And you just and shout out to you, man. Stay strong. Be a great example to your family. We're gonna move on to the woman who's carrying the child, Gabriella, the one who got the 2 hour. What is it? What did I teach for? It's 2 hours and 43 minutes. 2 hours and 43 minutes was the length of my original pod classes. After the intro and the talking and the breaks, the actual pod class when I first started was about 3 hours, and this that's now just one answer. So shout out to Gabriella for inspiring me to go that long, because if I wasn't inspired, it wouldn't be that. I was very excited about answering that question. So thank you, Gabriella. Go ahead and give us some great closing words, please.
To you, Great Saba, to everybody on the panel, to everybody that just is supporting. I just I'm forever grateful for just having you be a part of our lives, and you're always upgrading us. So thank you, because nobody else does that for free. So for that, and words they just don't do the justice, or they can't describe how grateful I am just for your knowledge, for your wisdom, for your understanding, and for you even sharing all of that with us, because you don't have to do this for us. You don't have to do this for anyone. And I know you said you used to do this just for your family, but I guess we're your extended family. So for that. Because without you, we'd still be in the matrix. I know I probably would be. And thanks to you, we have a little one on the way, and you just can't. I can't put it into words. My gratefulness and all the tuas that I want to tell you.
All the tuas.
So just know that because of you and each of these classes that you do, and each break up and build up, my Eve feels so full, feels so magical. So Tua for that. Tua for just your existence, you being here, and being the amazing and just mystical teacher that you are. So Tua.
Wonderful words. Wonderful, genuine frequency. Everything you said sounded like it was directly from a genuine place. It was really it was very heartfelt, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you appreciate that this is helping everyone around you that you love. So it's good. It's like your man is right there being helped, you're being helped. The baby's gonna come out just in knowledge. It's gonna come out great and guided. No matrix. The baby's gonna come out just in purity, and when we all do our one-on-one, I'll influence you to have your baby right there in a certain way. Have your baby inside of water right there in front of primordial, and he can be the first to touch the baby instead of Dr. Craig or
that's very
What's that?
interesting because that's actually something I wanted since my first pregnancy. I've always wanted to do a water birth, but I just never, I've never been able to do it. And me and Primordial just had the conversation of how amazing would it be to have a water birth and just experience that and its magical entity, and just yeah, I think we're perfectly aligned with you, because you said it, we talked about it, and you don't have to convince me. If that, I told Primordial, if SABA can help us with that, I want that. I want that. I don't.
Sorry. You were you finished? There was a lag or some time thing. Were you finished, Gabriella?
Yes.
Okay. You actually love it, and I've experienced it. And the beautiful thing about it is that when the baby comes out, it's not in shock. The baby comes out and it doesn't have, and it's smooth for you too. And the baby comes out as if it's still inside of the womb, because it's going from a water area to another water area. So it just comes out kind of just mellow. It doesn't come out screaming. It comes out mellow, and then you can hold the baby and gently lift it out of the water in a slow way, and it's a very calm, peaceful thing, as opposed to the baby coming out in the hospital, halogen lights, the doctor comes with a plastic glove, and he's the first to touch the baby. It's gonna come out, and you can hand deliver the baby to Primordial right there. Let him be the first male energy that touches the baby. It doesn't have to be Dr. Wilson. So okay, glad you appreciate that. Wonderful. I usually do the closing. Usually a TEF. Where's the TEF? Usually the closing with a TEF, but something must have happened with his thing. So we're just gonna go ahead and close out. Thank you for all the beautiful words. I look forward to everyone here having a beautiful family. Everyone here being a part of what they want to be a part of, doing what they need to do to uplift their consciousness. Babies coming from everybody here on the panel. Everything that you wish you want to be in the highest level of consciousness, nothing can block that. The only thing that blocks that is our own insecurity. And you can produce anything that you want, be in any environment that you want, with diligence and patience, though, not tomorrow, but with diligence and patience. So I wish the best for everybody here. I'm going to go ahead and close out with the affirmation, and peace everybody in the chat. I don't really look in the chat that much, but there's Nana Amun. Okay, I'm seeing a couple of people. Shout out to you. Nana Amun, shout out to you. Peace and love to you. That must have been from earlier. And Tef saying he got kicked out. Of repost the link. Okay, Tef. Okay, Tef. Let me put that in there. I don't check the chat that much. So shout out to you. Shout out to this person, Ormano Hector. My sister asked me to ask the mighty Tehuti about Dom Doxum Modon.
What?
Must be too late. Maybe that's a normal question. I'm just too tired to digest whatever that means. Dom. Good new brother, Hermano Hector. The way the Tehuti Podclass works, this is a reciprocity system. I don't know if this is the first time here, but when you come to the podcast, if you've seen any of the answer that I just gave, one of my answers were 2 hours and 43 minutes. You send in your question through Cash App or PayPal, and you send it with clarity, and you get an ebook made for you. You get a documentary made for you where I break the matrix in front of everyone live, personalized for you or your sister, and it's a reciprocity system. So it is Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV, and you'll find a section there where you'll be able to type your question in and support the Tehuti Podclass. If you or your sister have ever bought donuts before, Lay's potato chips, Colgate, some fried chicken, and any of those things are important to you, send in your reciprocity and you will get an answer that is more impactful than Lay's potato chips and cotton candy and fried chicken that everybody here has in their life. So send in your support and you will get a breakthrough answer. But shout out to you for asking the question. You may be new to the podcast, but if you see at the bottom there, that is where you can ask your question and support the Tehuti Podclass like we support the Avengers and Thanos. All right, everybody, we're going to close out. Tef is here, and he is the man that closes out with the affirmation. Oh, Tef, you weren't here to give us some positive words. End out with I don't even know if you have anything left to say. Every time there's a break, you say a whole bunch of positive words. If you have any leftover words to say, go ahead and say a couple words for us.
Hotep Henu Great Saba. Yeah, I touched the screen. I got kicked out, but I just want to say I'll end it with a hymn to you. Words spoken of worshiping Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Words spoken, may you awake beautifully. Amun Ra, Harakuti Atum Kepara, Heru who traverses heaven, the great falcon, dappled of plumage, beautiful of face, Lord of the great double plumes. May you awake beautifully at the top of the morning. Hinu to you, great Saba, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Peace and love.
What do you say now? Yeah, he said it's smooth. I don't know if he was a rapper at one time, but Tef is the smoothest. smooth harmony man. My intern said, you said that's so smooth. It was like, so to it for you, again, it sounds like words from, well, that was actually a hymn. That you actually did read an ancient hymn. That is actually.
Yes.
Yeah, so again for those. To it for everybody for bringing words and frequency from thousands of years ago and channeling it to today. No, people are not doing that. They're leaving the ancient writings as a dead language, dead writings. Christians are more loyal and dedicated to their Bible than people in the woke consciousness are dedicated to the ancient writings. So Tua Tef for bringing that forth. I remember last class you mentioned, I think it was last class you mentioned certain isfets around you. I hope that gets all that gets burned up and swallowed up, like segment behind you burns and spits on a pep, and you deserve only to be surrounded by positive light because that's all that you give off. So your reciprocity should be to receive it back. So let your positive light burn off anything that is bringing Isfet, and you are the example to Isfet. When Isfet sees you, it has to bow down or run. So you're the father of fathers, and you're the raid to Isfet, like the raid to cockroaches. You spray and it has to run away. So you generate all the positive energy. And you'll find out that you don't even have to interact with Isfet can't even interact with you. It won't even be able to interact with you. Like it's hard for fire to interact with water. So keep generating that positive light, and take us. Thank you again for those beautiful hymns, and you can take us right into the affirmation.
Henu great Saba Tua.
Okay, everybody, we're going to go into the affirmation, and then I'll go on big screen and close this out and see if I can get some rest before I'm surrounded by 1,000 reptiles tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to move this from the bottom of the screen, and wonderful, beautiful brother Tef, go ahead and close us. Let me turn the volume of the music down just a little bit. Primordial thoughts like no. Okay, let me. Okay, go ahead, Tef, and do the affirmation for us, please.
On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. And Nintet Osset and Ma'at. Men Hepapet and Ma'at. Her and Hugh Q. Her Ekut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Atef. And let me move this from the screen. Thank you, good brother Atef. Okay. Peace and love, Anu Antu. Peace and love, Bella. That hand thing you do. Peace and love, Atef. Peace and love. I'm doing it to Atef now. Peace and love, Atef. The Ankh, yes. Peace and love to you, Atef. Peace and love to you, Primordial Thought 9. And Gabriella flew into the Upesh world or somewhere. Shout out to you. You lasted long, Gabriella. This is the longest.
She flew up in there with the laptop and everything. She gone, Saba.
She lasted till 2 o'clock in the morning. Shout out to you, Gabriella. Shout out to you, Primordial. I'm going to go big screen and close this out. Peace and love to all of you. Talk to you all. Some of you later today. It's already tomorrow. It's already today. Okay, peace and love. I'm going big screen. Peace. Peace. Okay. Another one. 11 hours and 44 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and love to all of you, all the great supporters, all the people asking questions, all the people benefiting from this and showing their appreciation for the benefit of this. You all are wonderful people. For those who are wondering what some of the donations were for, they were for some of them were for the men that are classes. There's 1 to 65 classes, and about 20 of those classes from 45 to 65 are on actual magical practices. You can send to that email and you will receive the instructions on how to obtain them, and then you will get them within an hour to a few minutes, depending on which ones you want. Peace and love, everyone. For those who just tuned in, good night. You're tuning in at the end, but we are the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru, the last on earth to represent that. That is a website, houseofatton.org. Represent and support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV that you see scrolling down at the bottom. You all are wonderful. This is Or-Am on the hat, the balancer of negative energy. Or-Am. Butterfly, which represented the class that I did today with her butterflies on her back. For the butterfly effect, she is a viper. that I was warned about that was dangerous to some. Peace and love, everybody. When this is all said and done, and the archaeologists find the remains of what we have built, because there'll still be those alive that are building it, but when they find the old remains, what they will see is